Okay, it is 10 o'clock. I will call the August 22nd, 2023 County Commission meeting to order. And I would like to start with the salute to the flag. And we have a dignitary here in the audience, Commissioner Higbee from Lincoln County. I'm hoping he can lead us in the pledge. Right there. That's perfect.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Great job. We now will go to roll call. Madam Clerk.
Alexis Hill, Chair.
Here.
Jean Herman, Vice Chair. Mike Clark.
Present.
Mari Luz Garcia.
Here.
Clara Andriola.
Present.
County Manager Eric Brown. Chief Deputy District Attorney Mary Canderas. And I'm Jan Gala Senior, County Clerk. Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I'm hearing feedback, and I'm not sure if it's the Zoom over there, but I don't know if anyone else is hearing it in the audience, but Commissioner Andriola and I are, so maybe we could look into that. We now will go into item 3. Mr. Manager.
Item 3 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, and topics for future agendas.
Okay, I'm looking to my fellow commissioners. Well, actually, I'll start with Mr. Manager. Do you have anything for us today?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Looking to my fellow commissioners, any announcements or updates? Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up a little bit from our last meeting and re-emphasize the point that I don't feel it's fair to the commission, the body up here, to have staff and others come to us with a rush to vote. We've got to vote on this now. We've run out of time, specifically on the ballot issue, coming up to us and saying we have to do this right now, and we just shouldn't have that. We should have proper planning, some prior notice to this. So if we do have discussions and we do have to move something back or we do need further information, we've got some elbow room. The staff needs to work around our schedule. Department heads need to come to us in a timely fashion with this and ask for our information and ask for our vote and ask for our support with us enough time to digest this and not use the excuse, we've got to do this because there's a timeline. I feel like I'm going to be dealing with a used car salesman or a timeshare person when somebody's trying to force us to make a quick decision. So I just want that to be clear. I know that was kind of lost in the mix last week, but everybody on staff needs to know we need enough time to make a decision so we can get it on record. Next, I was in a meeting with Chair Hill where she told me point blank that she has only had positive feedback from residents about her moving public comment to the end of the meeting. I found that interesting since I've only had negative feedback. The chair and I can't seem to agree on much of anything, so this week I'll be sending public records requests to Washoe 311 asking for all the emails Chair Hill has received regarding public comment from the start of these removing public comment from the start of the meeting. Further, I'd like to see the staff do a study on this, and I don't know how many meetings we've had, 10, 12, whatever it is, the start of public comment, and then do a study how much longer the meetings are lasting because of no public comment. Then I'd like to see an analysis of how many people make public comment now versus the last 3 years for the same amount. So if it's, let's say it's 12 meetings, 10 meetings, whatever the number is, that we haven't had public comment, I'd like to see an analysis. How much longer are the meetings lasting? How much more time are the public spending here at the dais or talking to the folks at the dais about their comments? I'd like to see if the idea was to save money and get to people, save money and time and getting it to the people's business, did it really have that effect? There's got to be an analysis of this, some statistical data, and I'd like to see it. I'd like staff to prepare that report and present it to us as soon as possible. So that's a couple of comments. Got a couple more. Also meeting with the chair last week, and two of the county assistant district attorneys. She said that she'd be willing to put her chair position on the agenda for a vote, and I'm calling her out on that and asking her to do that. I've got to apologize to the people in the county that I voted for the chair. I thought we could be able to work together. We haven't been able to work together. I can't seem to get anything on the agenda. And so I want a vote of no confidence, or I have a vote of no confidence for the chair, and I'd like to see it on the agenda to see if the chair can retain her seat. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Andriola.
I just wanted to thank staff for the great experience yesterday, serving meals to the seniors and celebrating National Senior Day. It was great hearing stories from many of the attendees, and I really want to thank everyone who participated in that. It was very great and real moving in terms of, really having a special time to serve them and engage in conversation. So thanks to the staff for doing a great job.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On today's consent, there are two items related to our amazing Washoe County Clerk's office, and I wanted to just take a moment to acknowledge their great work. They're up here with us every meeting, and we haven't done this since I've started, so I just wanted to take a moment. Our Madam Clerk, Jan Galassini, was appointed in 2020 and won her election in 2022. And under her leadership, the team effectively tells us the history and story of the County Commission and other important meetings. And if you don't believe me, you can look at the comparison, which is included in our agenda, our staff report showing the differences between the different jurisdictions. And this office is busy managing marriage licenses, business licenses, and has recently filled an important gap in our community in relation to passport services. They do all of this work while maintaining excellent customer service to our public. And even during our most contentious meetings and moments in these chambers, her and her team bring an element of positivity, respect, professionalism to the dais, which I greatly appreciate. And the cute puppy and pictures and videos don't hurt either on some of those tougher days. So I just wanted to say thank you and acknowledge your hard work.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. That's so true. Our clerk is amazing, and we're very lucky to have her and her staff support. Commissioner Clark, I have you signed in again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'd like to ask that we have public comment, a vote have it on the agenda, a vote of the commissioners to have public comment at the start of the meetings. There's so many times when people, we use the reasoning that they can make the comment at the end of the meeting. Well, that's usually when most of the people have gone home already. So I think we should have the public comment at the start of the meeting so folks can plan their day around it, number one. And number two, people in the chambers can actually hear it, hear their voices, hear the inflections, hear their accents, and hear exactly what they say. So again, I'm asking that we put on the agenda so we can vote on it. Again, I understand that some of the commissioners may not think it's a good idea, but I think those commissioners need to be on the public record and on their position. So that's exactly why I'm asking for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Vice Chair Herman.
I just wanted to second that one.
Okay. I have a few announcements. We are in an emergency situation with our foster care right now. We need about 75 homes to fill the gap for children who are staying at our kids' cottage in congregate shelter, which is not a best practice. And Commissioner Garcia has been a leader in this after fostering to adopt her children, and I have just signed up for foster care as well because I feel like if I'm going to ask my community to help out with this, then I need to also be part of the solution. So I think it's very important. We have about 634 children in our care. This is certainly down from 900 from about 5 years ago, but since the pandemic, so many people have gotten out of foster care. So I just ask that you go to our Have a Heart website if you are interested, if you have an extra room and some capacity in your life to look into doing this, because you can change a life, and it's incredibly important. These are our community's kids. So please consider that. Additionally, I want to thank the emergency management team. They have been working so hard. They work hard all the time. Obviously, our whole county staff do, but they did an emergency fire evacuation last week in Incline Village, and they have been preparing for Hurricane Hillary. Thank goodness it did not impact us as we thought it may, but that just shows that that team is always looking out for the safety of our community, and I really appreciate their work and pulling together all of our regional partners. And we had an opportunity last week to kick off the Washoe County Leadership Team. This is community members from all of the different Washoe County Commission districts that were represented, and they will do, I think it's a 9-month course, and do a class project to impact Washoe County citizens. So it was great to speak to them, and this commission came out to meet all of the folks who are part of that class, and I can't wait to see what they do. So with that, if there's no other commissioner signed in, I'm not seeing that there is, I will now go to item 4, Mr. Manager.
Item 4 is a presentation and appearance by Dr. Peter Reed, Director, University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine, Sanford Center for Aging, supporting quality of life to Nevada's elders.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. First, I want to take an opportunity to thank the Board of County Commissioners. I'm delighted to be here to be able to share with you about the Sanford Center for Aging. So as was mentioned, my name is Peter Reed, for the record, and I have the privilege of serving as the director of the Sanford Center for Aging at the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine. Looks like I can advance my own slides. There we go. So in my talk today, I really just want to share an overview of the Sanford Center for Aging and highlight the various community supports and services that we offer to enable elders to live well. And I think this is a nice follow-up. It sounds like you had some activities yesterday related to National Senior Citizens Day. So this is a great way to bookend that experience, I think. So the Sanford Center for Aging is best thought of as a community-based aging services organization. We are a community asset and a community resource to help to support elders today in Washoe County and beyond, as well as to give tools to those who are serving elders in our community. We were founded in 1993, and so thus this is our 30th anniversary as the Sanford Center for Aging. We've been hosting a variety of different events and opportunities to celebrate with us that anniversary and the impact that we've had in the community. And in my final slide, I'm going to invite you to join us for another one of our upcoming events that are coming up. I always start with the mission when I'm talking about the Sanford Center for Aging, because that is the lifeblood of who we are and what we do. The mission of the Sanford Center is to enhance the quality of life and well-being among elders through education, translational research, and community outreach. And this mission was really established for us with the founding of the Sanford Center with a generous gift from Graham and Jean Sanford when they gave a donation to the university to create a community-based resource to help elders navigate the systems of support to get the resources they need to live well as they age. One overriding philosophy at the Sanford Center is that, as you'll see in our name, we are the Sanford Center for Aging. And that's because we believe that aging is a positive life experience. I know there's a lot of fear and stigma and jokes about aging and the aging process in our society, but we view aging as a natural, normal, lifelong process. Each one of us is aging every day, and we view elderhood as a life stage just like any other. Childhood, adulthood, elderhood. This is a life stage in which which there are continued opportunities for community engagement, meaning, purpose, learning, growth, and to be active citizens. And I know you all work with many elders in our community who are very active in their citizenship and convey their thoughts and perspectives to you. And elders have every right to do so, just as anyone else at any other age. Unfortunately, in our society, often there is a discrimination against elders known as ageism. And that is essentially, like other forms of discrimination, making assumptions about a person's abilities or their limitations based on the group in which they are a member, and in this case, based on their age. So at the Sanford Center, we really try to resist ageism and enable elders to thrive in our communities. So now I'd like to shift in. I have many slides in the deck about our various programs. I'm not going to go through all of the details for all of these different programs, but what I'm going to do is just go through each one and give you kind of the one bullet highlight of what each program is and who it serves. And then I would refer you to the slide deck that's in your materials to review all of the details to get into the funding and the resources and a variety of different aspects. So we do have a range of different community outreach programs. Volunteers are at the heart of how the Sanford Center for Aging does its work. And one of the major programs through which we support volunteers is known as the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program. This is a federally funded program that I kind of like to describe as the Match.com of retired volunteers. So we identify elders or retirees in the community who are interested in volunteering and giving back to the community, and then we identify the best fit for their volunteer service and match them with another organization. So we support other organizations. Right now we have about 12 organizations around the community with whom we place volunteers, and we make that match to make sure that the volunteer is finding meaning and purpose in the work that they're doing, but that the organization that they're placed with is also benefiting from that. A volunteer program that we host directly out of the Sanford Center is our volunteer transportation program. And this started off this is a state-funded program. This started off as an initiative where we would recruit volunteers to use their own personal vehicles to pick people up and give them the rides that they need. As you know, transportation is one of the biggest concerns for elders in our community and really nationwide. And so by having volunteers use their own personal vehicles, they're able to go pick folks up and bring them where they needed to be. But then we were also fortunate to receive funds to purchase our own van. And so now we have our own fancy 10-person wheelchair accessible van and have a part-time driver so that we are actually providing rides directly as well. What's interesting about this transportation program, unlike some others, is often, particularly in aging services organizations, you'll see a transportation program that's intended to essentially get people to the doctor, right? Whereas with ours, we have a broader definition of the need for rides that people may have. And so we try to support people in social engagement opportunities and connecting with other kinds of resources as well. We also offer senior outreach services. This is for low-income, homebound elders here in Washoe County. And this is a program where we have volunteers that provide one-on-one in-home companionship to folks who are in need. It's essentially a friendly visitor program and it helps to increase their socialization to reduce social isolation and feelings of loneliness and boredom. We also offer medication therapy management. We have a certified geriatrics pharmacist that does a comprehensive review of all the medications and over-the-counter drugs that someone may be taking, and essentially is looking to reduce the number of prescriptions. There's a term called polypharmacy that we use for people who are taking way too many medications prescribed by a variety of providers, and you don't always know what the interactions are between those medications. So it's important to look at their health conditions and ensure an optimal set of medications to promote their health and well-being. We also have a portfolio of community-based health and wellness programs. These are essentially health education series that we offer. They've all been developed by other organizations around the country, and they've been researched to demonstrate the impact that they have. So these are considered what we call evidence-based programs, and we adopt and replicate those and deliver them here within our community. And you can see there are many of those. We have chronic disease self-management, chronic pain self-management, diabetes self-management, diabetes prevention, strength and conditioning programs, programs for caregivers, falls prevention, just a wide range of different opportunities. Most of these are about 6 to 8 weeks, and people participate with their peers to get the knowledge and the skills and the tools and to build their own self-efficacy, to take control of their own conditions in a way that helps to complement what they might be receiving from a clinical provider. Speaking of clinical providers, the Sanford Center for Aging hosts its own comprehensive geriatric specialty care center. This is a clinic that we launched back in 2015 as part of University Health, but because of the recent merger between the School of Medicine and Renown Health, our clinic is now operated as a Renown Health clinic. And so within this clinic, we have a team of geriatrics experts, including medical providers, social workers, and our geriatrics pharmacist who work together to conduct a comprehensive assessment of people's needs and provide them with clear recommendations for what they can do to better support their conditions. And those recommendations go back to their primary care provider. So we're essentially a specialty consult for primary care to deal with the complicated situations that people may experience, such as dementia, frailty, polypharmacy, multiple chronic conditions. It uses a whole person assessment. It's about 90 minutes. So I don't know how many times you've had a 90-minute visit with your medical provider, but we take the time to listen and we get to know each person as well as we can and then develop recommendations to really help support their health and well-being. We also have a range of education programs. The Osher Lifelong Learning Institute became part of the Sanford Center for Aging just a little over 2 years ago. This is a community-based adult education initiative with a catalog about yay thick. They offer anywhere between 5 to 9 classes per day. And people who sign up for an annual membership fee of $85 have access to all of those classes in person. And now we're doing them since the pandemic in hybrid technology as well and archiving them so that people can access them online at their own convenience. Our Nevada Geriatrics Education Center is an initiative to provide training to professionals and future professionals in the healthcare space to help them better support older adults. We have a wide range of different programs we offer through that, including training state staff on geriatrics, as well as having annual conferences, training lay caregivers, offering lectures, and then a federally funded initiative called IceCap Nevada. Every good initiative needs a good acronym, and ours is Improving Care of Elders Through Community and Academic Partnerships, and is specifically designed to train primary care providers to increase their baseline level of competence in supporting their older patients. We also teach students up at the university. So we have a minor and a certificate in gerontology, and both of these offerings are designated as a program of merit by the Association for Gerontology in Higher Education. We're one of only a handful of programs in the country that have this designation, and so we're thrilled to be able to teach you and our students about aging services, and what they can do in their future careers to help to support elders. And finally, we have a research program. Primarily, we conduct program evaluation research to demonstrate the impact of our own initiatives, but we also serve as a third-party evaluator, getting contracts from other organizations to help to evaluate the programs that they're offering. So I like to think about the overall mission of the Sanford Center being served by all the things I just detailed. And in a sense, we're engaged in evaluation research to demonstrate the evidence base and document the impact of programs in the community and clinical settings. And then we're using all of those resources as opportunities to help to train the future aging services workforce. And I promised an invitation, so we are having another of our 30th anniversary events on September 21st. We're going to be hosting Dr. Jerry Gerwitz, who's a geriatrician and geriatrics researcher from UMass in Boston. He's a very accomplished researcher who's going to be sharing with us about his research and aging and the aging experience and what it means for our culture and our society. And before I open it up for any questions that you might have, I also want to just take a minute and thank the Board of Commissioners very much for your generous support of the Sanford Center for Aging and helping us to do the work that we do in serving Washoe County's elders. Thank you.
Thank you. It's such impressive work, both on the ground and with the academic work you're doing. So it was great for you to share that to us and the community. I see Commissioner Clark has signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I saw a presentation, not by you, Dr. Reed, but another person with your organization, and I thought it was very important, and I'm glad you were able to come and make a presentation to the county commissioners. I just see so many opportunities there. I mean, we have to realize that the population in this county, the senior population, is one of the fastest growing, if not the fastest growing segment of this society. We've got upwards of 20% plus, so translate to over 100,000 seniors in this county. I just see both sides of the equation of what you're doing. You're helping folks that need help, and you're also helping people they're still very healthy and alive and well, and they want to volunteer. So it's both sides of the equation. Some people need some help, and other people want to give some help. So it's like a matchmaker putting those groups together. So I really appreciate that. The social aspect and aging and being alone and feeling passed by. So getting people involved socially. The health component of this, the education, the transportation, the diet. I mean, this is a whole package. We could probably spend 2 days on a seminar just on what your organization has to offer. The county can learn so much from what's taking place here, and I look forward to some serious collaboration with your organization. It costs $85 a year to join your organization.
Well, it's $85 a year to join OLLI, which is the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute. The rest of the programs at the Sanford Center are available for free because we receive grants and gifts to help us deliver those.
What an unbelievable value. And the $85, it'd be nice if the county could, sponsor some of that, maybe open enrollment type thing where the next 90 days the county helps with half the cost of that or something to help the seniors get involved and build your organization. So it's a win-win for all of us if we can do that. Again, thank you so much for coming here, and I look forward to attending your event on September 21st at 4:30. That would be great. I'll be there. Very nice. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Clark. I really appreciate those kind words and the offer of your support for the programs that we're offering. And I want to just pick up on what you said about collaboration. At the Sanford Center for Aging, we are very committed to ensuring that all of our programs and services are developed in collaboration with other organizations. And while I highlighted what we offer at the Sanford Center for Aging, I should mention that we are part of the larger aging services network here in Washoe County and around the state. And there are many different community-based aging organizations doing similar kinds of things with us. And we really try to work in concert to make sure that the resources are available. And despite all of that work, because we are a rapidly aging community, we struggle, honestly, to be able to meet all of the needs because they are quite significant. But we work in collaboration to do the best that we can to really work together to achieve an impact.
Thank you. With my involvement in the seniors, I'm trying to get it on the agenda to remodel and revamp and revitalize our senior center across the parking here. I'm looking for showers there. I'm looking for a laundry there. I'm looking for other things that make it more vibrant. But it'll also be nice to have, if we almost had an annex of your organization, a branch office, as it were, in our organization. So I'm going to talk to you later and see if we can collaborate on finding a way to really work closely with your organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners have questions or comments for Dr. Reed? I'm not seeing any. Thank you so much for your time. Great presentation, and we'll be in touch, I'm sure.
Thank you very much, Chair Hill, and thank you, Board. I really appreciate this opportunity and look forward to working with you more closely.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, we'll now go into item number 5.
Item 5 is a recognition of Washoe County employees receiving safety awards by the Safety Committee Chair, Ben West, who is our security administrator.
Welcome.
Good morning. The Safety Recognition Award recognizes outstanding contributions of Washoe County employees for actions beyond the requirements of their normal role and are proactive and protect life and property. I've got a number of employees we're going to recognize this morning. A couple could not be here this morning, but I have some that are here, and we'd like to recognize all of them. All of the award recipients were nominated by other Washoe County employees to the Washoe County Safety Committee and then voted on and chosen by the Safety Committee to receive these awards. The first we'd like to recognize is Sarah Turner with the Medical Examiner's Office. She's one of our investigators. During this past winter, a number of investigators had to go up to Incline Village during snowy times. During one of those times, the mortuary who was trying to respond got stuck and had to rely on the sheriff's office to get them up to Incline Village to assist. At that time, Sarah recognized that a number of her coworkers had not had training and were not familiar with using chains on vehicles. She took it upon herself to do training over at the medical examiner's office for one of them so that they could head up to Incline. About the time they left, some other employees were showing up for work and they were like, oh, I don't know how to do that either. And so she took chains on and off of county vehicles multiple times to ensure that her coworkers were properly trained in the safe use of chains for those vehicles so that they could respond up to Incline Village. So we want to recognize Sarah Turner for that contribution to the safety of our employees. The second employee, Antonio Lopez with the assessor's office. Shortly after we got the gate to the 9th Street complex on Sutro repaired after quite some time, and it was back in use. Antonio was on his way into work on a Saturday, and when he came in, he noticed there was a vehicle parked out right inside the Sutro gate, right inside Sutro Street, but not inside the gate, who he didn't recognize the vehicle, wasn't sure why that suspicious vehicle was sitting there, and when he badged and drove through, that vehicle followed him into the complex. He took it upon himself to contact security and notify them that this suspicious vehicle was there and had entered the complex, allowing security to follow up with our partners over at the Livestock Event Center. We were able to confirm in that case that it was an employee who works at the Livestock Event Center, but we were able to make contact and make sure that they got all of their employees properly trained and updated all of the information so that they could access the complex properly. And we wanted to recognize Antonio for taking the time and thinking to contact security even on the weekend so that we would make sure that we had everybody safe here on the complex. And then the final three employees that I'd like to ask to step up with me today are Jacob Ayala, Eric Crump, and Arunas Narasavicius, all from CSD. I'd like to recognize them. On January 6th, we had another one of our pretty impressive snowstorms from this past winter. And that was the day that the county commission was having a meeting for a swearing-in ceremony for several of our newly elected officials, and we had visitors to the complex, including family members of elected officials. And due to the expected public attendance and the elected official swearing-in ceremony, all three of these employees took time to shovel and spread ice melt so that the employees and public can enter the building safely and on time to be here for the swearing-in ceremony. And this is not part of any of their normally assigned job duties. So we wanted to recognize them and show our appreciation to all three of them for looking out for the safety of our employees and our visitors to the complex.
Absolutely. Let's give them a round of applause. Great job, team. And is the commission okay if we take a quick break to take a picture with these stellar employees and thank them? We'll just take a quick break. Yes, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a comment about that last presentation. I mentioned it to Mr. Ben West. It'd be nice if Sarah Turner filmed the chain installation segment, maybe a training tape for all the county employees, have it available for folks to look at here. If somebody's that good at it, maybe we should take an opportunity to film that and put it on Washoe County TV, share it with the public and share it with the employees. Thank you.
Any other commissioner comments? We just have the best employees, so thank you to the team, and it was great to recognize their efforts of going above and beyond for safety. We now are into item 6, which are our consent items, and I think there may be some comments. Let's see. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 6E2, please.
Okay. Any other commissioners have comments or things that they want to pull on consent?
Yes, I'd
Commissioner
like, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull for discussion, item 6G1, the 9/11 Emergency Response Advisory Committee.
Okay, so 6E2 and 6G1 have been requested. Any other requests on consent? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion on that.
So move.
And is there a second?
Second.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Okay, and I see that we also have public comment, Madam Clerk.
Tom Green, followed by Janet Butcher.
Good morning, Commission. Tom Green for the record. I just want to quickly go on the record. I'm not going to take the full 3 minutes, but this Community Solutions for the homeless grant, I just wanted to read you something. Community Solutions works to create a lasting end to homelessness that leaves no one behind. We envision a more equitable society where homelessness is never inevitable, inescapable, or a way of life. And while those are lofty goals, I guess, when I see the word equitable, it concerns me. And the other thing that concerns me is when it says a lasting end to homelessness, Washoe County, you guys have created a cottage industry that isn't going away. This wheel is not going to stop turning. If these people solved homelessness tomorrow, are you going to shut down a $17 million a year annual project? What are you going to do with those employees? What about that office space that's being rented by Miss Searcy? How's that going to shake out? What about that tent that you guys built? Where's that going to go? What about the $1 million an acre in land purchases the county's made? You know, it's a lofty goal, but I think we've spent way, way too much money on homeless issues. And as long as we have the city of Reno taking a laissez-faire approach to both law enforcement and community quality of life issues, we're going to continue to see homelessness. It's like the Motel 6 sign is on and people are coming. So I would be totally opposed to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher.
Janet Butcher for the record. Please enter my comments as they're said. Please don't stop me from my introduction. I am a frequent commenter at the commissioner meetings, and I am not paid to do so. I do not represent any organization when I speak. I've had the opportunity a few times to personally thank some of the members, some of the staff from the clerk's office, and thank Jan Galasini, who is an elected official, not appointed, to her office. They do a spectacular job being faced with what they have to do. And if you ever get a chance to go in and see what she's done with those books, it's phenomenal. And I'll thank them publicly again. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion for approval of the consent minus 6E2 and 6G1 by Commissioner Garcia, and a second by Commissioner Andriola, any comments? I just wanted to thank Mr. Green for pointing out 61. It's a huge achievement that our homeless services team received that grant. Community Solutions is seen by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation as a incredible organization. They gave them a Genius Grant Award. So it's an honor to receive that and shows that Washoe County is following best practices. So with that motion and a second, any other comments, question on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, I think that motion passes unanimously. And now we will go to 6E2, Mr. Manager.
Item 6E2 is a recommendation to retroactively approve the interlocal contract with Washoe County and the Washoe County School District for personnel to provide support and access to social work services and associated activities at the Family Resource Center at Proctor R. Hug High School for a total amount of $98,000 for the period of July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. Approve Amendment Number 1 to the interlocal contract, which authorizes the Washoe County School District to apply unspent funds totaling $11,000 toward the personnel expenditures of the Washoe County School District position that supports the Family Resources Center at Hug High School for a total amount not to exceed a total of $109,000, and authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute the amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And Commissioner Garcia, you pulled this one.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you for letting me just briefly make a quick statement. I just wanted to let the record show that June 30th, 2023 completed my 16th and final year working with the Washoe County School District. So I just wanted to go ahead and make that publicly known. I checked with Ms. Canderas. There's no cooling off period or anything like that, but I just wanted to be transparent.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions on this issue? I am looking for a motion. Thank you, Commissioner Andriola, and a second. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any question on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
there's no public comment on that
Thank you.
item.
I didn't see any, but thank you for stopping us. Thank you very much. All right, that motion passes unanimously. We will now go to 6G1. Mr. Manager.
6G1 is a recommendation to approve the appointment of Washoe County Government Affairs Liaison Cadence Matijevich to fill an unexpired term on the 911 Emergency Response Advisory Committee following the resignation of Jamie Rodriguez from the committee, with a term ending June 30th, 2025, and recommendation to approve the reappointment of Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District Division Chief Chris Kettering to a 4-year term on the 911 Emergency Response Advisory Committee expiring June 30th, 2027.
Thank you. And Commissioner Clark, you pulled this item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This board must be residents of Washoe County, must possess specialized knowledge concerning telephone systems for reporting emergencies, and may not be elected public officers. Washoe County appoints 3 members to the 911 Emergency Response Advisory Committee. 1 member must be appointed by the sheriff. The other 2 members are appointed by the County Board of Commissioners. There are currently 2 vacancies at large positions requiring appointment by the board. I'm just wondering why we are not looking for folks that are maybe retired from either fire department dispatch or REMSA dispatch or somebody else who's got some working knowledge of this versus appointing somebody that's a county employee that's specialized in not that I'm against what she's doing, but specializes in government affairs versus communications and 9/11 response. So I'd like to see this open to the public and see if we can find somebody out there that has some knowledge about this, who's done this type of work in the past, and maybe are retired, or somebody else that we could find to appoint for this. Somebody with some specialized knowledge. That's my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, can you address those questions?
Yeah, I would offer to the commission County Manager Eric Brown, by the way. So this is an active position that is engaged in, in this case, monitoring and advising the county and the E911 board on regulatory issues and legislative issues. So in the past, we've always had someone who is our government affairs liaison, someone who is actively involved in monitoring state legislation and at a certain level, federal legislation assigned to this board. So that's the reason for not opening it up to the public in general. I think Cadence would be an excellent participant on this board. We continue to have, especially with the regionalization efforts that you're going to hear more about next month, there are a lot of potential regulatory and legislative issues that have to be understood.
Okay. I agree with the manager, and I think Ms. Matijevich and Chief Kettering will be an incredible addition to this board. So if there's not any other commissioner comments, and is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
There is not.
Okay, I'm prepared to move to approve. Looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any questions on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. So before we go into our block vote, we have folks who have traveled a long way for item number 15. So I'm going to move that up before we get to our presentation for item number 7. Mr. Manager.
Item 15, a discussion and possible adoption of a resolution from the Washoe County Commission in support of introduction and passage by the 116th Congress of a bill that recognizes county authority over historic roads and establishes an administrative adjudication process for determining Washoe County's title to certain rural county highways, commonly referred to as RS 2477 roads.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Welcome, Commissioner Higbee.
Thank you for having me here today. It's a great honor and a privilege to stand before you. I know sitting on the other side of that dais, you sit there pretty comfortable. When you're down here, it's not so comfortable. But thank you for the opportunity to come and introduce this. This has been one of my lifelong fortes, I guess you could say. I spent 30-something years in the Planning Commission dealing with roads and rights-of-ways for rural counties. Our rural roads in our rural counties are a huge portion of our county. With, like, Lincoln County has 4,000 miles of roads that we blade, most of it at least once a year, some of it twice. And so these roads are critical to us. And they become critical to your urban areas when you go to develop an area and there's a road out to private property that's trying to be developed and you don't have the right-of-way on that road. You have to go to the federal government to get that right-of-way. And so what this bill will do is, to start with, like it says up there, the 1866 mining law created it to where you could, if you had private property or mining claims or whatever on public lands, your homestead, you could build a road to get to it. Well, when FLTMA was passed, it limited that. So now, for a county to go and claim a right-of-way, you have to sue the federal government. What this bill would do is change that to where you could go, instead of having to go file a lawsuit against the federal government, as we've had to do in Nevada with Jarbidge and Nye County with Dick Carver and a few other incidents that we've had that literally have cost counties hundreds of thousands of dollars to retain ownership or claim ownership under a right-of-way for their roads. This would make it available if you can prove that that road existed before 1967. You could lay claim. You could go to your district manager or your state office and present your information, and they could literally give you a title and a deed to that road. Now, what really brought this to the forefront for me was we're trying to do some development. Lincoln County might finally grow. We got an opportunity to grow after 35 years of 5,000 people, give or take 200. And we need to develop some roads to make this happen. Well, we can't because we don't own the roads. And so all this money's sitting out there for rural infrastructure, that broadband and the last mile connectivity. We've got people living in Lincoln County that don't have electricity, let alone 5G or anything else. And so we need the rights of way to our county roads to put infrastructure in those roads. And this resolution would give us the opportunity to do that, claim the right of ways, and not have to go through all the NEPA process because it's already been disturbed. It belongs to the county. It becomes, instead of an easement, a right of way. In this case, the county would own the right of ways. And with that, I'll take questions.
Great, thank you for that. And I see we have Ms. Matievich to answer any questions from the board. Commissioner Herman asked for this item to be on the agenda, so I look to you, Commissioner Herman, if you have comments for the board.
Since my screen is kind of messed up, I'm glad you came up with that idea. Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for driving all the way from Lincoln County to here to give us this information, because I've been with you all the way and it's been a hard drive. And you've done all the work and the legwork. You've been back and forth between Washington, D.C. and Lincoln County and all over the state, and trying to, thank you very much, sir.
Very welcome.
And I'm just so excited to see this here and give us the chance to be able to actually do something to cure this huge problem we've had. Thank you so much. And there's a gentleman out there that's helped you on the DC side, and I'd sure appreciate if you'd introduce him as well.
Yes. So the gentleman, Robert Weidman, is a lobbyist from D.C. that has been working on this for over 30 years. He's been working on this for over 30 years. Kind of the history of this started with Colorado and Wyoming, and it's been tried over and over, but it was real draconian. So the last time it was redone was in 2020, and they reworked the language of the bill so it followed FLIPMA instead of butting heads with it. You still have to prove that the road existed before 1976 instead of just going and claiming any road that you want to claim. You still have to go prove it, show beneficial use, and then you can receive it. So it changed the language to follow it, and he was instrumental in doing that. I don't know if you'd like, give him some time to, if it's okay with you, Madam Chair.
Yes, that's fine. I think, for me, I want to know, because we do have as an attachment this bill, and is it still alive? And is anyone, any background that you can give us on it would be helpful.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name's Bob Widener, and it's a pleasure to be here and try and explain a little of the history of this, as Commissioner Higbee did so well. Route 66 runs from Chicago to Los Angeles. The Bureau of Land Management does not recognize Route 66 on any of its master title plats. It doesn't exist in the BLM offices. But we all know that the road exists and has existed. This is what this legislation will clear up, extreme situations like that. These are actually county roads that were granted in FLIPMA in 1976. But the BLM fails to recognize that they are your roads. Now, you're not going to want 10 roads to the same place out in the wilderness. You'll prioritize and choose maybe one or two ways to get to a certain area. So this is not an attempt to pave the West or do anything extreme. It's simply to honor and recognize the rights that already exist that Congress granted you when they pass FLTMA. And this will take it out of the federal courts and allow you an administrative process to gain control of these roads that are rightfully yours.
And this bill that is a part of the packet, the November 20th, 2020 bill, is this being carried by anyone, or is this an example, or any information would be helpful on that?
Yes, that was introduced by former Congressman Paul Cook of California before his retirement. That's the basis for the legislation that Commissioner Higbee has asked the two Nevada senators to offer for us. So it's ready to go. We've asked every county to adopt a resolution of support so that we can take it to the two senators and so they can move forward. They've asked for that.
The senators are asking for every county to have a resolution in order for them to move forward.
They didn't put it that way, but we thought that it would be a good idea to give them some support by doing so.
Okay. And I guess this question would be for Commissioner Herman, and if any other commissioners have questions, please come in. But what specific roads would this help with? And because I know it's mainly in your district that it would be helpful
Yes,
to know
it
that.
is. I'm concerned with my district, but however, there probably are some more in Commissioner Clark's district that will need to be handled that way. And we just need a way to do it, and that's what we're after.
I guess I'm just looking for a bit more specifics on, I see why this is really important for Lincoln County, no question. I just want to make sure that.
Oh, and for District 5, there are a lot of roads that go through ranches that are necessary for that ranch to survive. They have to go to maintain their water holes, they have to maintain fences, and if some of the restrictions come up like they have in the past, where you cannot use mobile vehicles to go do something like that, it's really hard to pack a 100-pound roll of barbed wire out on your back. I mean, it has been done, but it's for several miles, it's restrictive. I mean,
People aren't allowed to drive on the roads?
There's a lot of roadways that are going to be shut down, yes, and that have been. So we just want to make sure that we own, what we should have the title to, and be able to use and improve. Because right now there are roads that we can't really improve, just like he was saying, we don't have the right of way. So this is solving a problem that will lead us to many advantages in the future. Absolutely. We need it. It is a very necessary bill.
Okay, Commissioner Clark, you're signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to defer to Vice Chair Commissioner Herman. This primarily is going to affect her district. I think she's bringing it to our attention. She needs our support to make sure that nobody's impeded traveling to and from wherever they want to go in her district. And so I'm going to support Commissioner Herman on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Manager Brown?
I just want to support Commissioner Herman's comments. I recently had an opportunity to go travel the roads up in the northern stretches of District 5. It's a whole different environment, and I think it would be prudent for the commission to support this initiative because we have some work to do to figure out how to better maintain and make sure that they have access to the roads they need up there, especially the ranchers.
Manager Brown, on the specifics, so I'm not sure, it sounds like Lincoln County wants to develop parts of their area that they don't have access to the roads, they don't have, federal approval to develop those areas and use those roads. Where we have, it doesn't sound like that's necessarily the same situation in District 5, where we have, I'm not sure what the impediment for that particular district is. Is it that folks can't drive on those roads, and I don't know what specific roads they are, et cetera. That's my only hesitation here.
Well, I can't say that we've done the analysis of what the specifics are. I can tell you my understanding of this legislation, it would allow us to preserve the right to manage those roads in some cases where it may be ambiguous who owns the rights to it, whether it's the county or whether it's BLM or someone else. I'm quite confident we have some of those situations up there. But I can't give you specifics because it's a massive undertaking. And I'm just speaking to that conceptually, it makes a lot of sense to support this.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I too will be supporting this, and I can tell you that, kudos to you for spending 30 years to clear the path and maybe one day recognize Route 66. But I do think that it also blazes the path for the county to actually have a process that can be designated in the event that something is questionable, and being able to prove that, if you will, that the property was owned and can be claimed, and having that right-of-way cleared, I think is very important to many of the rural areas that we may or may not be able to identify now, but being able to support this conceptually and be able to carry that and hopefully have it pass, I think is a very important decision.
Commissioner Garcia, you're signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is very interesting, and thank you to Commissioner Higbee and guests for being in attendance today. I have a question for Ms. Matievich and then one for Ms. Canderas, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Ms. Canderas, does Washoe County currently have any pending litigation regarding roads in our rurals?
Excuse me, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. At this time, I am not aware of any. So the one thing I would just notice on the resolution is it does say that it's in favor of establishing an administrative procedure over litigation. And always, as the council knows, litigation's very expensive. So that's definitely, I would say, a plus in, regardless of the other things. I've got to think that will be a less expensive prospect for the county.
That's one of the major motivations, to get it out of court and just have a simple yes/no process.
The Jar Bridge incident that I was talking about with Elko County, the lawsuit that they were engaged in, I'm not sure it's completely settled. Rex was telling me that they're into that about $600,000 in court costs.
Great, thank you. And then Ms. Matievich, have we had any involvement from our congressional delegates regarding this topic? I just want to be respectful of the other parties involved or possibly involved in the future. Thank you.
For the record, Cadence Matievich, Government Affairs Liaison, through you, Madam Chair, to Commissioner Garcia. We have not had conversation in my time with the county on this because there is not currently a legislation that is pending. The broader issue of this subject we have discussed with our delegation previously, but we had not engaged them prior to getting the public action of this board to get your approval to move forward in requesting that they support any kind of legislation. So this would be that action.
And I just thought of one more question to our guests. How many counties have already signed off on this?
6, 7 at this time. I'm just trying to pull them off the top of my head. I don't have a list of them with me, but we're working on them. When we talk about, when we do our NACO report to you, we'll talk a little more. So, but yeah, we appreciate your support.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Herman.
I just wanted to make notice that Mr. Higbee is also the president of NACO this year. So, and I, as far as about 5-6 years ago, we were working towards the same thing, and and I had these maps drawn of all the roads. And so we've got a good start right here. Mr. Solaro has a copy of this too, right? Still? Okay, because we've got a good start here on getting them identified, so, yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
one other thing. We started, as I come on, just before I come on as a county commissioner, it was a huge push across the state to identify our roads. Because what was happening, we were losing roads. They were closing them. They create a wilderness area or a monument, and there's mining claims inside there, there's water rights, there's private property rights inside these. And they were trying to do away with the cherry stems that allowed access to these rights, and they are private property rights. And so that's what really started the push for this. And so every county, especially the rural counties over the last 10 or 12 years, have really pushed to get an inventory of their roads. Now, I don't know how your larger counties work, but like our smaller counties, our road department is completely funded by state gas tax. They don't get a dime of our general fund budget, our property taxes. It's fully funded by gas tax. And to get that, you have to inventory your roads and have the inventory approved by NDOT. And then that funding comes down through your county. It's broke up between the counties across the state, and you get an allocation according to population and miles of road. And so if we hadn't had an inventory of our roads, we'd really struggle. But that's where it comes in your RS 2477. Do we really own the road or not? NDOT at least recognizes that we're maintaining them and have maintained them for 50, 60, 100 years. And that's the key to making this work, is that they're recognized on NDOT's plats as county roads. And it makes it easier to go to the district manager, whoever, and say, hey, look, these roads are RS 2477 roads. NDOT has recognized them. We'd like you to recognize them and issue us a right-of-way. That helps.
Great. Well, with that, if there's no other commission discussion, I'm looking to the clerk. Any public comment?
There is none.
Okay. Then looking for a motion.
I move to approve.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Herman.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any questions on the motion? Just before we vote, I just want to say I am in support of the concept. I don't know if I can approve today without seeing the bill language. So I'm going to vote no today. But all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. No. Thank you for your time. Congratulations. Okay. We are now looking at going into item 7. Mr. Manager.
Yes, item 7 is a presentation and overview of Washoe County Property Program by Dave Solaro, Assistant County Manager. The Board of County Commissioners have requested information related to the Washoe County property portfolio to include facility master planning, review and of lease versus own considerations, and properties for potential disposal.
Welcome, Mr. Salerno.
Good morning. For the record, Dave Solaro, Assistant County Manager. As the manager mentioned, the board has requested a few things related to property, and I thought it would be beneficial for our citizens to really understand a little bit more about our whole property inventory, kind of how we use property, how we make property decisions, and so that's what we'll talk about here today. Washoe County has had a long and some might say storied history related to property for Washoe County use, starting with a courthouse in Washoe City in the early 1800s. And then all the way to the new courthouse that was developed outside the city-town limits, the Reno town limits in the late 1800s. Washoe County has had the ability to make property decisions. So today, I'd like to talk a little bit about the legal authority, where that lies for you all as the Board of County Commissioners, the property types that we have within our portfolio, master planning and what role that plays in decisions related to property, discussion around lease versus own considerations and when that comes to play, a little discussion around our leased properties, and then a discussion about surplus properties and what that looks like. So Washoe County is given the authority under Nevada Revised Statutes, Chapter 244, for all things property related to your own use of the property. And when I say your own, I mean Washoe County as a governmental entity. The Board of County Commissioners is the authority that has the control to manage the real and personal property belonging to the county. So that's not only the physical property that is on the ground considered property, but the buildings, the rolling stock, water rights are considered personal property as well. So that is all outlined within Chapter 244 of the Nevada Revised Statutes, and it gives the Board of County Commissioners the authority to control that. Chapter 244 outlines the process for Washoe County to purchase property for its own use. As you'll recall, last meeting, you accepted a list of approved appraisers for property actions, and so that list is also defined, the process for that list is defined in Chapter 244, how to get that appraisal list. 244 also outlines how to dispose of the real property. And not all property is the same in the guise. There are some leeway for you all as the county commission for specific things, whether it's economic development or nonprofits associated with affordable housing. There are different rules kind of on the sale of those properties. And so that's all outlined within Chapter 244. Interestingly, cemeteries are also governed under a portion of Chapter 244, and Washoe County has two that I'm aware of on our property list. So we do have a couple of cemeteries in our property. I thought that was a little fact that maybe our citizens might enjoy. So moving on to the property types, we really have three distinct property buckets, I like to say, of how we utilize our properties. There are the properties utilized for the general government use. Those are the things like our administrative complex here, our courts, the detention facility, our libraries, any operations and maintenance facilities that we own and operate. Then we have properties associated with the utility fund itself. So this is the enterprise fund, separate and aside. This would include our treatment facilities and the property associated with those, as well as the North Spanish Rings Flood Control Facility, large swaths of property in some instances, all governed within kind of the utility area. And then the largest portfolio of Washoe County is our open space and parks. So this includes our regional parks, our neighborhood parks, our specialty parks, the golf courses, our open space. We have, right around 12,000 acres of open space within Washoe County's listing. I've provided some attachments of these properties within your packet and available for the community. One of the things I wanted to talk a little bit about is Exhibit A1 is a list of the vacant properties associated with the county. So those are properties that don't contain any buildings. However, there are a few up in the Tahoe Basin that include some stormwater control facilities. So they're not a building, but they're still kind of considered vacant properties. I just wanted to make sure I pointed that out to you all. One of the other interesting things, and this really comes into some of those stormwater facilities as well as our park properties, is that not all properties are created equal in the guise of how we receive them and how we deal with them. So our portfolio consists of properties that have been donated, bequeathed, transferred, traded, purchased. Some properties are listed on that vacant property list as Washoe County ownership. The first four on that attachment A1 were actually purchased by the Reno-Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority. They were purchased at a time when the RCVA could not, under state law, own property. And so since Washoe County Board of County Commissioners created that entity, Washoe County Board of County Commissioners is listed as the owner However, the Board of County Commissioners did not expend any funds on those, and so they're really seen as assets of the RSCVA. An example of that is the Wild Creek Golf Course. When we went through that process with the Board of County Commissioners, we needed to have the RSCVA as a part of that property transfer and property process because they were the actual purchaser of that property. So it's not exactly clear and cut. It's not super clear on exactly each of our properties. However, we've got a program that has a pretty tight pulse on the deeds associated with all of these properties. I do want to take through and run through a couple of examples of properties that we, as Washoe County staff, get questioned on quite a bit for the use of. Now, this is an example of the Moana open space. This is 5 acres of land that is south of the Washoe Golf Course, right on Moana Lane. It's a beautiful piece of property. It was bequeathed to Washoe County. It has a deed restriction on it to be used for park and general public recreation and related purposes. So when someone comes to us and says, hey, we'd love to use this property for an affordable housing project, we run into a little bit of a snag here. Now, it's not to say that this can't be cured or dealt with in some form or fashion. However, it has not been the policy of the Board of County Commissioners to have staff go and try to remove deed restrictions on these properties that have been donated for specific uses. So I just wanted to make sure that that was out there as well. Another item, this happens to be up in Tahoe, and Chair Hill, I'm not trying to pick on your district or your pet projects, but this property, and it's actually at the top of Ski Run, where the ski run comes off of Country Club, that there's 2 parcels on the top there. Recently, a group wanted to come and utilize these for affordable housing. As we dug into the understanding of the properties, they were actually part of the stormwater projects up in Tahoe Basin, and they have some very specific deed restrictions, again, on their use. And so, Washoe County property, again, we have all the deeds. We can research this information when someone comes to us. This is part of the reason that the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners created the unsolicited proposals policy, because we were getting so many of these inquiries and trying to have people utilize the public's land for things that were necessary in their minds for the community, items that we were not providing specific. A lot of them are park related. An example that went through the process is the ice skating rink down at South Valleys Park. Piece of park land, we're not providing that as a recreational purpose. There's a process to go through. There were no deed restrictions that allowed that to not occur. But we went through a process whereby now there is ice skating available to our community on the public land, and it's open for public access and a few of those other sorts of things. So that's a part of utilizing public land at the request of the community for things that the government entity is not providing. That's all through our unsolicited proposals process. So how do we make decisions related to the need for our properties? Again, with the Parks program, it's fairly easy to understand the public's want for open spaces. You hear that when development comes forward, private land is out there, and people really want to make sure that it stays open. There are reasons that we don't jump into the fray of getting in the middle of a developer's world. But if properties are available and we have funds and we've got planning and master planning that says we should be contemplating picking up these properties, that's what Washoe County has done over the years. And so the master plan is a dynamic, long-term planning document. We have master plans for our facility needs. We have master plans for our parks needs. We have master plans for our utility needs. Not to say that they are set the master plan and never touch it again, because as things change, we need to understand the necessary requirements for how we provide services. And so just recently, the overall Parks Master Plan was adopted by the Board of County Commissioners in 2019. In 2018, the board approved master plans associated with the sewer utility. 2015, the board approved master plans associated with the library system. In 2017, the administrative complex and facilities were approved by this board. We're currently going through a process to update that master plan for starting with the administrative piece. The courts will probably be next. Because as time changes, the way we do business changes, the needs of our community change, and the direction by this board changes. And we need to be able to be responsive to that. And so we update our master plans to really understand the needs of our community and the needs of our services, how we provide those to our community. So as the master plan identifies a need, or a program comes forward and identifies a need through the capital improvement program, or you, the Board of County Commissioners, direct the county to embark upon a new program through the strategic planning process, part of that discussion might be around property and whether we need to purchase or lease, or whether we've got property ourselves that we can absorb those uses into. So we go through a pretty rigorous process of determining the best lease or own discussion. And when I say we, it's the capital improvement program, it's the department that is requesting the needs of the property, it's the manager's office to try to understand all of those things, the master plan, what does it say, the strategic plan, and any of those asks from our departments. We need to understand, is it best for us to take on the comfort of owning our own space and being the owner of that space and all of the costs associated with that? Or is there a process whereby we can lease space in a specific location that is not, that meets the needs of that need? The lease discussion comes up on every time we want to own a property, because sometimes you just can't find property where you need it to provide the service. And so that's a factor that we utilize. Also, the kind of the climate. In 2006, 2008 timeframe, Washoe County was going down the path to provide the Sparks Justice Court with a brand new court facility on county property, a county-owned facility. And then the economy dropped out from underneath us, but we still needed to provide the Sparks Justice Court. The existing location wasn't large enough to do what we needed to do. So we Washoe County, was provided an opportunity to lease a long-term lease in a facility that made sense for the Sparks Justice Court. That made sense at the time. It still makes sense today. When that lease comes up, we review that to make sure, is there a possibility that we can create a county-owned facility, or is it okay in lease space? We go through those discussions, and a little bit later I'll show you a list of county leased properties and how we walk through that. So also in 2006 to 2011, Washoe County Board of County Commissioners directed staff to really scrub our leases and pull as many people out of lease space into county-owned space. We reduced our annual lease expense by 61% during that time frame, and that was by lease concessions and a few other things, but really mostly it was getting out of lease space into owned space. We did a really good job, and so from 2011 till now, we've been very diligent about making those decisions related to leasing, and only leasing property that we didn't have existing space, or it had a specialty use, or it had a location that was necessary. So the leased properties, and I have to apologize, I missed one on here, which is the lease space for the homeless services downtown. I don't know how I did not capture that on this leased property. But as you can see, the amount of lease space is the number of lease spaces are fairly small. But we do have a couple of libraries. We have the Justice Court. A lot of this space is warehouse in nature. We do have some other kind of specialty pieces. It was brought up earlier with some public comment related to the space downtown for homeless services. That was a short-term lease to get that program up and running. We have identified space in our master planning process to bring them back into this complex, which was the which was identified when we first went through that process. But as you'll recall, during that initial time, COVID was in full swing. We had a bunch of contact tracers. The space that we would like to have put them in was being utilized by the health district. That is slowly removing itself. And by the end of the lease period in August of '24, we will have space available and ready for that group here in town, or in 9th Street. So as these leases come up due, we verify that it is still the best opportunity to lease, or whether we have space available within our own inventory. So wanted to make sure that the board understands that when we don't take the leasing versus owning opportunity lightly. We have a full contingent within the Community Services Department that does nothing but maintain our facilities. We have the Facilities Management Group. They are experts in what they do. You recognized a few of them this morning for going above and beyond. They really do care about our facilities. And so it is easy sometimes just to say, let's own that facility, but there is a long-term cost, and so those things play into it as well. So I think really what this board wants to know is what's the surplus property opportunity? What do we do when we identify properties that have no real use for Washoe County government? And so I've taken a stab at reviewing some of the past board minutes, understanding which properties are currently within the ownership of Washoe County that don't have an identified use or have a use that could be moved somewhere else and dealt with differently. So the first two up there, North Hills Boulevard, it's a pretty couple of sizable chunks of property that were actually purchased in late mid-90s, 1995, originally for the Jan Evans Juvenile Justice Center. We subsequently received a different piece of property for that, but we've kept these on the inventory for Washoe County. As the community has now grown around these, there are more services. There's a bus route. There's shopping within the location now. Those properties start to make sense for potential affordable housing or lower income opportunities. And so we have an opportunity here for a few of those. There's a property just down the street here on 10th Street, an acquisition. It seems like pretty small, 0.15 acres. Interestingly, there's a tax delinquent property next door. So there's a potential we might look at that tax delinquent property, combine these two. There might be an opportunity for a fourplex based on the zoning that's currently within the city of Reno. So we're looking at those types of things with our property, and this board is the one that we would bring these back to. We received direction from you all at the January retreat to identify affordable housing measures, some of those other sorts of things. So these are the types of opportunities that we have available that are not necessarily fully deed restricted or not part of the open space program that have been purchased for those specific needs of our community. And with that, I would like to go ahead and turn it back over to the board for any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you for the wonderful presentation and in-depth materials in our packet. Looking to the board for any comments or questions. Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, this opens the door wide open. I could probably talk to you for 5 or 6 hours. We may end up with an evening meeting here if I continue on, but I might be gavelled down, so I'll keep it to a minimum. I have some questions about highest and best use on county-owned properties. Is there properties that we could liquidate that we're not using that maybe would be bring some tax dollars into our coffers? If we're able to put any of this back on the tax roll, it certainly benefits the county. So there might be some properties that aren't paying for themselves, or maybe the land is worth more now than when we purchased it. Maybe it's time to use that money and relocate places. So I'm thinking about that. I'm also thinking about what you brought up about with the delinquent taxes. Does the treasurer always sell everything that comes back to the county, or do we cherry pick and pick properties that we might want to keep? How does that play? That's just the first question. How does that play out if the county, in essence, forecloses on a property because the property taxes weren't paid? How do we determine what's the logic behind whether we keep it or let the treasurer sell it? We'll just ask that question to start.
Yeah, for the commissioner through the chair, currently, right now, I have the tax book from the treasurer's office. It is published roughly once a year. It is sent out to all government entities for review of those parcels that may or may not be able to be put for a public use. And so the Community Services Department, the Parks and Open Space, we review a lot of those parcels. The Health and Human Services, Homeless and Services review those parcels for opportunities for the things that this board has directed us to go try to do. We have open space parcels that have been picked up through that tax delinquent parcel list. We get those if we're utilizing for the public purpose, we don't necessarily have to pay the tax associated on that. But if we ever go to sell those, and we need to make sure that those are taken care of appropriately, this board, if we identify some of those, if you board members identify parcels that are within that, I believe, the treasurer's office would provide that information to you on those parcels that are available out there. It takes an action by this board for Washoe County to actually request those off of the list. Now, if someone comes in and pays the taxes, then we don't get that opportunity. That's fine, but we do look at that, and that's why I say that's where I came up with this idea potentially of the property right next to our 10th Street property, being able to pull that off of a tax delinquent list and be able to do some affordable housing potential on that in a great little neighborhood kind of near our complex here.
So you're looking at the possibility of some assemblage there by putting these two parcels together. What about department heads? Or any department heads? Let's say I'm the public administrator, and I need space. I think they're in lease space now, aren't they, public administrator?
Public administrators in own space.
Own space, okay. But a department head wants a bigger facility, needs more facility. Would a department head be able to flag a piece of property that might come available on a situation where delinquent taxes aren't paid?
Yes, I would have to double check with the treasurer's office to see who they send that to within Washoe County, but I believe the department heads, some of the department heads do get that. Sheriff, I'm sure, probably receives that, but I don't know for certain, so I'll have to
I'm just
double
thinking
check.
all the department heads that we have, there might be somebody that might think they need some other space. So just like to make sure everybody gets a chance to at least put up their request for space if it becomes available. Next, are all of these properties that we currently have, are they all appraised? Do we have appraisals on all these properties? How are we valuing these properties? And can we get that added to this list of what the market value may be so we understand the value of that?
So we do not have an appraisal on each of these properties. We could certainly work with the assessor's office to understand, their process. I know that the total assessed land value of those properties is almost $45 million. That's just the land value. The total assessed value is closer to $170 million. But that's the information we get from the assessor's office. It is not an assessed value if we were to go put those on the open market to sell them.
So from my point of view, if we need something, it's something that would be beneficial, the highest and best use would be using it for county facility, we should keep it. But if it isn't going to be used, and it isn't the highest and best use would be to sell it, liquidate that property, and get it on the tax roll. So A, we've got the asset, the value of the asset coming in, and B, we've got from now until the end of time, presumably, the property on the tax roll, so that benefits the county. So you get a 1-2 out of that. You get the sales price if we sell it, and then it's on the tax roll. So that's the way I'm leaning. That's why I wanted to see this list and find out. Obviously, there's some properties that are earmarked for a new courthouse or whatever the county may be thinking about, like we did across the street with the medical examiner. But I want to, if it isn't going to be used, let's liquidate that. That's my position, and liquidate that and get it on the tax rolls. And if it becomes affordable housing or whatever it can be done is something that it's not a performing asset now. So it's costing us money to maintain it, whether it's weed abatement or whatever's going on with the property, security, that type of thing. So that's the point I want to get across here is. What can we liquidate? What can we use that for other things that the county needs funds for? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Any other commissioners have something to add or questions? Okay, I have a few. Commissioner Clark and I both asked for this item, so but see it in a little bit of a different lens. I on the leasing piece, I think there maybe, first of all, that list is a lot smaller than I thought it was, so good job to the team, because it makes sense for us to be owning our buildings and not paying rent, and I know that part of the elections group was recommending that we try to acquire warehouses down the line, and I know that that's something the team is looking at. But leasing that library space, especially in the North Valleys, I'm just wondering, is there any opportunity with some of the properties we own or delinquent properties to look at a potential for a capital campaign for a real investment of a beautiful library facility up there?
Yeah, so that is definitely identified in the library master plan. It's identified within the capital improvement program. The discussion, which I would love to have with this commission at some point, is prioritizing some of these large capital investments that are out there on the books. And I will be working with the manager to see, when the appropriate time is to bring that discussion before this board, because there are a lot of things we hear, as I sit in the audience, and there's a senior center, courts, infirmary at the jail, library. I mean, the numbers are racking up in my brain trying to figure out, how do we make that a priority? Which ones do we prioritize based on the resources we have? So absolutely, I'd love to have that conversation.
Great. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to having that. And I love that idea of, highest and best use. We have a courthouse lot that I know that there's been discussions over the years about, building a new courthouse. I just toured that facility recently of kind of the tour that folks don't typically get, which is of where we even store our evidence and our records, and it floods there, and there's just a lot of problems. So maybe looking at that as a priority and a discussion down the line, I'm hoping the commission will be open to that, because that investment would make sense, and there's some really great multi-use opportunities of what was envisioned originally with that. And with the vacant properties, I thought there would be more of those too. So I think if there's a way, other governmental agencies have done workforce housing policies on their surplus properties. And I don't know if there's a policy that we could put in place, or does staff feel like you have the direction to understand that that's something we're looking at as a board since our last retreat?
Yeah, I think staff's got the understanding of what the board is looking for, and we would like to bring these items, specifically these 6 here that have been identified.
Great.
There is a lot of open space. The issue is the way it was acquired, and I mean, so when you look at our open space portfolio, there's a lot more than this, but these are the ones that we've identified that are not restricted, that are, to Commissioner Clark's point, are not performing for Washoe County in any form or fashion. So the question becomes for this board: how do we want to make these perform for the county? Do we want to sell them and get them on the tax rolls? Do we want to utilize them for some of the other programs that you've identified for us? And so that's the task we're going through right now, trying to define how do we get this back in front of you in a meaningful way so that you can make an informed decision about this property.
Because we know from the Truckee Meadows, regional planning housing assessment, the way to make that, the different kinds of workforce housing and different housing for different income levels to happen is donating property for someone who can build it. So I look forward to having that discussion, because if there's possibility for us to be part of the solution of getting more housing and diverse housing types on the market, I think that would be really important. And then on delinquent properties, do you know if our housing services group is proactively looking at those? I know that we just got a new housing person on board, but does CSD help them with looking at those opportunities as well for permanent supportive housing and such?
So I'm pretty sure I forwarded the list that I'd gotten electronically to that group. I have not followed back up with them to say, okay, are you looking at it? What do you need assistance with? But I will certainly do that.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. And I see that Vice Chair Herman, were you signed in?
I was, but I just was gonna tell you thank you for being observant of the fact that our market is kind of high now to be purchasing. But now would be a time to sell if there's something available that could be sold at a good price. So, and I'm sure that you're looking into that. You're doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. That was some of the direction we'd actually received from the board in 2011. It's like, hold the property. It's not worth what it should be, and so certainly we understand that piece, and that's direction we've gotten from the board. Thank you.
And Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Commissioner Herman's comment, it's probably not a good time to buy, but it's certainly a good time to sell. So if we're going to do this, we should be looking at opportunities. I've got a few more comments. I'm happy to read your report. It's anticipated that the court system will be the next master plan to be updated, since I've been harping on public-private partnership to build a new courthouse since I was sworn in. It's good to know everyone's getting on the bandwagon. My only request is, as we enter into that phase of looking and possibly designing and building a new public-private courthouse, that we take care of the old one. I've turned over some photos to the clerk, and I hope she'll put those up for everybody to see. I was in Judge Hardy's courtroom on the first floor elevator below his court. The elevator's out of order over there. I was at Chief Judge Lynn Simon's courtroom as she swore in Hava Ahmad as a lawyer, and all the bathrooms were in disrepair over there. You know, I'm finally happy to get a list that I've been asking for since January of 2023. So with that being said, you brought it up about some leases that we have, the Homeless Services office over there. There's a couple of the pictures. Look at the courthouse. The elevator's out of order over there. I mean, that's just, you know, right in the public's face when we've got citizens there trying to use the elevator, getting up and down those kind of narrow steps at that courthouse. I mean, things are falling apart over there, but we still have to keep it maintained and operational. So again, there's a photo of the elevator that's out of order. And then this is just right out in the open. Look at how stuff is just strewed around where the public can see it. I mean, aren't there any storage rooms or cloak rooms or back rooms or somewhere? It was just a mess over there, just as you're walking down the hallway. So those are the two photos. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for sharing those or allowing me to share those with people. So I'm concerned about what we have and how we maintain it. But I was shifting gears again to the Homeless Services lease there. My understanding is about $16,000 a month for that lease. Is that an accurate number?
I would have to pull that item back up to see exactly what that lease is, but it's.
And then when you're pulling it, could you get the square footage as well? So my point is, and I'm going to get to this pretty quick, is who evaluates when we do lease this? Who's looking at fair market value? How do we negotiate? Who's in negotiations? Is there negotiations? Do we just say whatever the landlord wants, that's what we're going to buy? Do we look at comps? If you don't have that information available, I understand. I don't want to put you on the spot. You can maybe get it to me later. But those are the kind of questions that I'm interested in is when we buy something, when we sell something, when we contract with something, when we lease, how do we come up with the number that's acceptable? Do we just take the asking price and pay it? That's a big concern. And while we're on that, and I've said it before, and I want to get it on the record yet again for people to understand that property that we bought next to the CARES campus was some of the most expensive real estate in all of Truckee Meadows, over $1 million an acre. And so, you know, had I been on that negotiating team, we'd have done a lot better than what I think we did. I mean, just taking the price that somebody wants and paying for it, that isn't the way the real world operates. Can you imagine the most expensive property in all of Truckee Meadows, over $1 million an acre, right next to the homeless camp? When you've got 500, 600, 700, 800 people that are homeless right next door, that diminishes property value. It does not enhance property value. So that's an issue. So that's just an example. I just want to make sure that I want to see what the county's protocol is for buying property, accepting property, selling property, and figure out exactly how we get the most bang for the taxpayer's buck. And so I just wanted to get that on the record. So I'd like to find out about that particular homeless services comp. I understand they're moving, but in the meanwhile, several years at $16,000 a month is the number I'm told. That's pretty expensive real estate. Thank you.
Any other commissioners have comments? Okay. Well, looking forward to having future discussions, and thank you for getting us this information. I think it's a great place for us to start and really see what we can do while we're here on this dais to help serve the community.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay, we are now on to item 8, and then after this item, I recommend that we take a lunch break, just so folks know. So, and then we'll take a 45-minute lunch break. So we'll see where that time comes in. But Mr. Manager, if you'll lead us into item 8.
Item 8 is a recommendation to consider a request from Southwestern Property Corporation as requested by Commissioner Clark for Washoe County staff to negotiate an easement deed and easement agreement between Washoe County and SWPC for design, construction, installation, use, and maintenance of a requested emergency access road, including relocation of an existing public utility easement and associated improvements over, across, and through a portion of Washoe County property, assessor's parcel 520-250-31. Address is 5100 Spectrum Boulevard, Regional Public Safety Training Center, located at the terminus of Spectrum Boulevard, Reno, Nevada. Said easement request would provide for emergency ingress, egress to the adjacent City of Reno approved residential development, and if approved, authorize county staff to negotiate an easement deed and easement agreement, and require staff to present the negotiated easement deed and easement agreement to the county commission for approval at a later date.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Welcome back.
Good morning again, Dave Solero, Assistant County Manager. Wanted to just tee this up a little bit for you all. We do have Mr. Campbell here representing the applicant on this item. Now, when I say applicant, it's not a planning item. This is not a, we're not asking the Board of County Commissioners to approve any development or anything like that. We are here in front of you as the owner of Washoe County property, one of the properties that is on the list that was associated with that last item. This property is a little bit different than standard ownership because it is for a regional facility that houses our Emergency Operations Center, the Dispatch Center, as well as the Public Safety Training Facility. It's a roughly 125-acre site at the end of Spectrum Boulevard. As you can imagine, when Washoe County purchases property for that use, there was not a whole lot out there, not a lot of development. There are some properties alongside Spectrum Boulevard that are owned by various people and are in various stages of construction right now. We've got Martin Iron Works as well as the SPCA. Those are neighbors of our facility. I think it's important to understand that this is a request by a third party for 2 easements across the property that is owned by Washoe County and utilized for those uses of the Public Safety Training Center and the Emergency Operations Center. There is no legal obligation for Washoe County to entertain these easement requests. Just wanted to make sure that that is put out there because there's information within the staff report and information provided by some concerns by the executive board of the Emergency Operations Training Center that I wanted to make sure that you were all aware of. So the executive board of the Emergency Operations Training Center is made up of the county sheriff, the police and fire chiefs of the city of Reno, and the police and fire chief of the city of Sparks. So that is the executive board that kind of really gives direction on what types of uses occur at the facility. There's interlocal agreements that define all of these things. Interestingly, in the interlocal agreement, the property decisions are left to the Community Services Department and or the Board of County Commissioners. And so, this being a regional facility, I thought it most appropriate that this board decide whether to direct staff to work with the applicant to define easement requirements or not. And so that's why this item is in front of you today, is that the board to determine the fate of property. There's a letter in your packet from the executive board outlining their concerns related to county property, the future use of the property, and potential impacts by this request. So with that, I think I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Campbell to provide a presentation to you from his perspective. So.
Thank you.
Which way do I do it? That way, okay?
Let's do it this way here.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mark Campbell from Denver, Colorado. I'm president of Southwestern Property Corp., which is a development company. We build in multiple states. Thank you for your time. I have had a chance to meet a few of you, and I appreciate your time when I've met you and kind of explain our position. Those I've not met, I look forward to it. And Clara, I know we talked on the phone twice. Thanks for your time. Very much appreciate that. Thanks for Mr. Brown. And those of you I don't know, I'm sorry, but thank you. And thanks, Mr. Solero, for that. I'm also the manager of Dandini Spectrum Apartments, which is a developer of this project. We have some partners, and we've been doing this for about 25 years. We've done 120 projects to date in about 20 states. So we're very experienced. We have deep pockets. We intend to be here for a long time. We love this community. We own 3 parcels of property in the county now that are all for housing. We see there's a tremendous housing need. That's why we came. And we just saw a slide on a Tumwa presentation that your vacancy rate's about 3%, and that's extraordinarily low. I think 5 or 6% would be considered stabilized, and at 3%, you would have dramatically increasing rents. We're here to help the seniors, which is something we've just gotten involved with. I'd like to talk more about that later. And we're here to help students and schools and teachers. We're not trying to hurt or diminish the Safety and Training Center in any way. In fact, we've spent a lot of money, and our civil engineer, Megan Overton, is here from Wood Rogers, if our 20-foot wide easement that would snake through the Safety and Training Center. The purpose of that easement is to provide a secondary water supply for not only our project, but for the county project. Right now, the county has only one water supply and one fire safety route. It's been recommended to them to get a second one. Furthermore, the water supply line is on the Tumwa long-range plan. You probably know that. At this point, I wanted to just explain a couple, misinformed parts of this staff report, which I do appreciate being prepared for us. It says in there in 2 places that we were invited to the Executive Training Center board meeting on May 23rd of this year. We were not invited. We did not attend. We'd have loved that opportunity to attend and further talk about our issues and see if something could be worked out. We did, however, I wasn't there, but others were, in 2022. And the notes from those meetings, the actual recording, we had favorable response. It wasn't a vote, but at that time it seemed favorable, so we went forward. So what this project is about a $130 million project to build 420, we call it workforce housing units. It's not affordable housing. We're not looking for a subsidy of any type. It is self-contained in the sense that all the amenities are there. There's 2 pools, 2 clubhouses, and the trails within the property are all there and will be publicly dedicated, which is something that the city of Reno wanted. So outsiders can come and use those trails. I think in the background section, it would have been nice to show in this report that we do have, as an owner, a 62-acre easement under all of the buildings on the Safety and Training Center. So those buildings were built on top of a utility easement that was granted 25 years ago from Washoe County to now us. We're the successor in interest. What we're asking for is a total of a 2-acre easement that we would, of course, relinquish the 62-acre. We don't really want that. We're not here to fight. We're here to be a good partner, and we can be in many respects. Let me go through some of the, I sent you some of these people, including Solera. You've probably seen this. I'll go quickly through this stuff. So, some of the benefits. So there was issues early on about noise and stuff like that. So we've already designed the project with noise reducing or abating windows. Okay, that's one little thing. We've also got a lease prepared that would let anybody who complained about the shooting range, which had come up from the sheriff, who I did meet twice, they could move within our property, or they could move to any one of 30 other properties within the city of Reno. Our standard lease will inform them of the shooting range within 800 yards. And our manager that we have, FPI, does not see that as a concern. They manage many properties that have other noise concerns. One of the biggies here is this: we currently pay about $24,000, $25,000 of property tax. That number, upon completion, would go to about $1.3 million. We had our financial analysts calculate the average taxes over 30 years would be about $1.98 million, and that would allow a bonding authority of $57 million. $57 million. Some of that, about 38% goes to the county, 31% to the schools, a little bit to the state, 20-something% to the city. But by it, it's still $57 million of projects that you could have were this to be approved. In addition, as part of this, you probably know, I think I mentioned, through our easement, we'll be attaching this water line through there. That's really the point, with a paved surface 20 feet wide that the fire department could use in the event of a fire. That has been approved. In fact, all 3 routes that we designed have been approved by not only the fire department, but TUMWA. These are not just pencil drawings on a piece of paper, they're engineered drawings that we paid for. Furthermore, as part of the Reno approvals, we're building a sanitary sewer line down Parr Boulevard to its outfall. There's not enough capacity in that line to add more users, and this particular line would not only serve us, but about 10 other developers to whom we were introduced, and they would pay their pro rata share. Please keep in mind that I've been to this speech that the Sheriff Balaam presented and said he really needs more capacity at the jail. There is no sewer capacity without this line. So he really can't expand that. Furthermore, as part of this project, Nevada Department of Transportation requires that we upgrade the interchange there at a cost of about $1 million, which we're happy to do. So think about the job creation, and we think it's going to create about 300 temporary construction jobs with all the benefits, taxes, and that sort of thing, but also about 40 permanent jobs over a period of time. We have been approached by various groups of seniors, and they have 2 requests, really one request and one we came up with. One is they need certainty in their rents. They are experiencing that the maximum lease term anybody will provide is a 1-year lease. And after about 10 months, they learn then what their increase would be, and perhaps they may not be allowed to stay in this current environment. So we've agreed to do either 2 or 3-year leases with up to 30 units, maybe more. It really doesn't matter to us because they want to pay market rent, okay? But we will cap their rental increases year to year at 4.5. It's going to be CPI, not to exceed 4.5. The other thing that we came up with, it's happening here, I guess, in a very bad way, is there's a lot of seniors can't pay the rent. Rents are increasing because of lack of supply, so they're really struggling to pay the rent. So my partners and I have already embarked on the process of forming a public nonprofit for Washoe County with a specific purpose to support senior rents. We will have a board here based in Reno with 5 individuals yet to be selected. The attorneys have already been retained, and the paperwork will be done in about 4 months.
So that's a real deal. There's a lot of benefits here. I don't have much left. This property's been very contentious, I guess, of late. We went forward for the first year and a half, didn't think it was that big a deal. We thought we'd find a solution. We worked hard to find a solution, but of late, maybe 3 months ago, we received the letter from the executive board. They weren't in support of any easement. After meetings and a letter from the Sheriff Balaam, where he didn't agree to anything, with all due respect, he agreed to some of the accommodations that we had talked about. We had talked about grading and preparing the land near his, what I'll call south side or the freeway side. In the event the route went there. He rejected that route. He picked a route between, kind of right down the middle, and we have a design here. Let's go up there. You can't see that. Cannot see that too well, but it snakes up here at this water tank and comes down through the facility to our property on some existing roads through here. It was our understanding that that provided the least amount of impact and stayed away from the canine facility he was planning over here next to the freeway. So let me just talk about what, let me back up a little bit. We want to be here a long time. We will be a long time. We want to work this process. So I think you have 3 options. We hope you vote yes. There's a lot of benefits. We hope you don't vote no. You could say, go back to the county and let's see if we can work something out. That's a possibility. But let me say what a no vote says to the voters and to me and the constituency. A no vote is basically a vote against seniors, against the longer terms we're offering and the rental assistance. In some ways, it's a no votes against the homeless. You're creating more homeless. The higher the rents go, there's going to be a few more homeless. I was told just yesterday that there's seniors can't pay the rent, are living in tents, not only by the river, down in parks, your own parks. A no vote's against jobs, particularly union jobs. This job may be all union, but at least the dirt work, and it's a significant amount of money for pipes, for grading and all of that will be union jobs. I think a no vote's against expansion of the jail for the reason I stated. You need that sanitary sewer line. I think a no vote's against safer roads because you're not going to get the interchange improvements. A no vote's against Tumwa's long-range water connection plan. A no vote is against student and teachers. They get 31% of the taxes. That's about, I don't know what that is, 31%, 17 or $18 million of bonding authority of the 57 million. You won't get the $980,000 water line extension through our easement that Mr. Solero points out in his report. That was a benefit that he did point out. You're not getting the total of $57 million of benefits. And in my mind, a no vote's a vote for fiscal irresponsibility and a vote against seniors. I believe you have a fiduciary responsibility to community and your constituents to be a good steward of their money. So I urge you to vote yes. If you can't do that, I urge you to send this matter back to staff with the directive we'll try to work this out in the next few months. Thank you very much for your time. We have our civil engineer here if you want specifics, or I can answer questions, whatever you wish. And by the way, your speakers are great here. I speak in many places, and I have a hearing impairment, so thank you for having great speakers, something small, but thank you.
Thank you. So we have a lot of public commenters, but I wanted to open it up to the board to see if folks had questions or comments before I bring up the public commenters for our discussion as well. I see Commissioner Clark, who brought this item, has signed in.
I've got lots of comments, but I think I would wait until after public comment because they they may talk about some of the same things that I intend to talk about. So I'd like to make my comments after public comment, if that's all right with you.
Absolutely. I do see that Sheriff Balaam is signed in for public comment, and I feel like it would only be fair to give him a bit more time to discuss this issue since he's on that board. So let's have Sheriff Balaam come up and.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And give us your thoughts, and then we'll go into public comment.
Good morning,
Good
Chair
morning.
and Commissioners. Sheriff Balaam for the record. So a few things I need to clarify first before I make my statement. The first is this wasn't, as Mr. Campbell indicated, Sheriff Balaam picking this up. I am the representative of the executive board, and I am chair. So when I pick ideas, that was coming from the executive board, not Sheriff Balaam. So let me make that very clear. A couple concerns, and as Mr. Campbell noted, for the first year and a half, we thought this, as the executive, the training center was passed. We did not know that the city council had added, when they went and got their permits, for the road. We thought the apartments were built, so just like SPCA and right now Reno Iron Works, which has been shut down for several months because of the reduction of a knoll and the noise from our gun range, they have that injunction. It's going to the Nevada Supreme Court right now. So we thought it was okay until all of a sudden we were advised that there was this road going through. So we did work with Mr. Campbell. They were present at a meeting. We listened to it. We said we'd entertain it, as he said in the first meeting with the executive board. As we discussed this, it is not Sheriff Balaam's Canine Training Center. This is a regional canine and mounted horse unit training center that we want to build. It's our last flat area of the training center. That's where the first road proposal was going through. After that, we're done. We can't expand anymore unless we go up in the hills. So we worked with this team. Commissioner Clark and myself and Manager Brown met with Mr. Campbell. I was agreed upon to do directly with Mr. Campbell, and so we did. And we came up with a couple concessions, and the main issue was the road. Where it is now, it still goes through where fire trains for their wildland fire training, but fire is, if this road were to go through, they would have to go find a new training location to practice their wildland fire, i.e. Sparks Fire and Reno Fire, because Truckee Meadows is not a partner. The other issue was the range, and that is our biggest concern because of especially what happened in the May. That was right after the injunction was issued by Judge Segerson on the Reno Iron Works project. And so with that, our vote was a unanimous no, because with that range, if it shuts down, there are very few options. We can build an indoor range there, and as Mr. Campbell pointed out, his backing is deep pockets, and they love our community. So I tried to pitch, well, then put money aside for a range if we have to do the indoor. They only agreed to put $500,000 aside if that were to happen. I had somebody who was building an indoor range just kind of walk our property, and to convert the 3 bays that we have that are handguns and rifle, it's about $5 million total per bay, so 15 total, to create an indoor range where we could shoot where we're at. The only other option is to go to pyramid range for all of us where I trained. Unfortunately, some of the deeds with that range is we can't section off a section for just law enforcement. So all of our equipment that we would move to a range that we have at our current range, the public has access to it. So we would then expose all of the stuff that we would invest out there in pyramid. The public would have access and could then have issues of it getting damaged, and then we don't have any offices, we don't have anything out there. Plus, it's an hour drive time to and from. We have to shoot a minimum of twice a year. So those are our issues. Let me be clear, and I know I can speak on part of the executive board. We are not against seniors. The one thing that Mr. Campbell failed to tell the commission, he can build, and I believe you're all aware of it, 200 plus apartments right now. So if he is for seniors, we are absolutely for seniors. I think they should still, and we would all concur, set up this foundation, help seniors in those 200 apartments. There's still taxes coming. I'm assuming since it's about half of what he's asking to build, it'd be about half the taxes. But there still would be money coming in from the coffers, but we absolutely support that. We are not opposed to that. The one thing, and Mr. Campbell, correct me if I'm wrong, the parking space, I believe he said was extra, so it's 1.8, 1.6 per in this apartment complex.
Right now, the only other parking is in our parking lot. Along Spectrum is no parking. We have to corner that off, and right now we have 2 academies going and Sparks Fire starting up next month. When we have those 3 academies going, Reno Fire, Law Enforcement, and Sparks Fire, we have very little room for any of our other training. 1.8 for a 1-bedroom, odds are there may be 1 car, but a 2-bedroom, I don't think we can cut a car in half, or 0.8%. So those cars are gonna go somewhere. Those that visit, like my kids live in an apartment complex, there is no outside visitors inside that apartment complex. So everybody that visits, including my wife and I, we park outside. Therefore, all that parking would then flow over to Spectrum Boulevard and into our parking lot. So that's another one of the concerns of the executive board that we talked about, and there were some concessions there if it were to go through, where maybe they gated at least the front of our training center, so at night we could shut it down for those abandoned vehicles that may or may not come with that 400-plus apartment complex coming over there. So those are some of our concerns. Again, the biggest is the range. The county, I don't believe, or the cities have an abundance of funding, so $15 million is a big ask, and it would take us several $1 million, and again, we have to allow the public access to anything that we were to enhance at the pyramid range, and those are our only 2 options unless we contract with any of the indoor ranges, and I have, at the end of this year, 504 commission staff that have to shoot every single year. So any questions from the commission, from the executive board perspective?
Any questions for the sheriff? from the
Madam
board?
Chair?
Yes.
I have a point of order, please.
Yes.
You originally indicated that Sheriff Balaam was going to be speaking in public comment. However, this is an action item, and the board is entitled to, at this time,
That's how I felt.
get any information they want. So I don't classify this as public comment, but
Right.
rather as information from a shareholder.
I just wanted to
Thank
make it clear he didn't need to follow the public comment rules because he is the chair of this board and representing them today.
Agreed.
But thank you, DA Canderas. Okay, any other board comments? Thank you so
Okay, thank
much,
you.
Sheriff, and we may have additional questions for you. Sir, we'll do public comment and then certainly can have you come up. Are you saying on the sheriff's remarks? Yes. Okay, you can come up.
I just want to clarify, actually, we have talked about doing 200 units. That needs only 1 fire access, but it does require 2 water lines. So we can't build anything there right now. So that was just something I probably confused him about, because there have been some confusion, but you need 2 sources of water. In terms of parking, we're at the highest level. We exceed the Reno standard, and we build all over the place. There's communities that are Boulder, Fort Collins, they don't want over 1 car. They want to force people, and that's not this location needs parking. It's the highest we've ever built. It's on the high side, just so you know, of the parking count at 1.8. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other commissioner comments, questions at this point? Okay, Madam Clerk, if you can please call public comment.
Certainly. First up, we have Barbara Sterling, followed by Marcy Cooper-Smith.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Barbara Sterling, and I'm a volunteer on the Spark Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. And for the record, I'm not being paid to be here. So we talked about seniors and their need for housing. We know that, but we want a bang for our buck, like Commissioner Clark said. And I think Dandini's Spectrum is offering a solution to this dilemma, and I want to highlight the additional benefits about this project without trying to repeat again. This 420-unit apartment complex is self-contained. What I like about it is that they've opened space and trails throughout the property, and these trails will be open to the public. What an opportunity for the public to come and walk around, and we all know that seniors and general public need to exercise more, right? In addition, the developer will provide lots of parking space, more than the code requires, so they won't be disturbing the neighborhood. That's consideration on his part. And we talked about the water line that the developer will build will also provide a second water source and a secondary fire access to the Safety and Training Center at no cost to the county. This water line is in Tumwa's long-range water utility plan, I believe, that Tumwa would have had to pay for, but the developer is providing this free of charge to the community. So, and I want to emphasize that the Reno Fire Department, Tumwa, and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security have all recommended that the Safety Training Center have both a secondary water supply and a secondary fire access in the event of an emergency. Right now, the Safety Training Center has only one water line and one fire access way. You can see why widening the utility easement is important, not only for this project, but for future utility improvements. Now, this is a plus. This developer is thinking about future as well as the current condition. And as far as the sanitary sewer line, the developer engaged the service of an engineering firm, and they analyzed the flow amounts in the current system along Parr Boulevard. And they know exactly how much capacity there is. However, future projects along Parr Boulevard can't be developed because the existing system cannot handle any additional load.
Marcy
Thank you.
Cooper Smith, followed by Mac Rossi.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Marcy Cooper Smith. I'm a senior volunteer, retired senior. For years, I have been out there trying to find a developer who will listen to the idea of trying a pilot program for seniors with a multi-year lease. It would be wonderful if we could go forward with this to give those 30 units or however many units, those seniors would know for 2 to 3 years what their rent will be. They will not have to worry every 10 months, what is my rent going to be? And more importantly now is the Senior Rental Assistant nonprofit. I don't know if you understand how many seniors throughout Washoe County that will impact. There are so many seniors out there paying $1,500 a month, $1,800 a month. They get that $200 a month increase. They can maybe swing $120 of it. This would give them that security that for that $80 difference, they know they could be in their home for maybe a year or however. I guess those will be all the things that would come out of this nonprofit. But voting no is going to take away that senior rental assistant nonprofit, and that is huge. All we keep hearing from all the electeds is we want seniors to age in place. I don't know how you age in place if you cannot afford a place to age in. We played by the rules our whole lives, and we are getting kicked to the curb as seniors. It just doesn't seem right. So please consider moving forward with the Standini Spectrum apartment development. It is really going to help more seniors than you can imagine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mac Rossi, followed by Tom Green.
Good morning. Mac Rossi for the record. Many years ago, a prominent Reno family decided to build a world-renowned quarter horse training facility in the outskirts of South Reno. As the time passed, the population of Reno increased. The training facility found themselves surrounded by both commercial and residential development. The family came to the conclusion that it was time to move their facility to a new location. 26 years ago, our Washoe County Sheriff's Department built a shooting facility in the area, now found themselves in the same situation as the South Reno facility. And both the county and the city Reno development advanced into the area where the sheriff's shooting facility is located. I'd also like to mention in the past, the Panther Valley neighborhood made the shooting range change their hours from 24/7 to a different time frame. The property that the shooting range sits on has become a very valuable, and if the shooting facility would move, the new location, the Denali Spectrum apartment development would allocate $500,000 towards a new location. There's an old rock and roller by the name of Bob Dylan, came up with a song, "The Times They Are A-Changing." Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Green, followed by Donna Clance.
Tom Green for the record. You know, this is a prime example of poor planning by government. The lands adjacent to the training center should have been purchased years ago by the county for future expansion. This is not new. We've talked about a court complex that could go there. What about state parole and probation when they were looking for a new home? They were courted to purchase land there and didn't do it. Did all of you know that a hotel was always planned adjacent to that freeway? Under the current plans, it sounds like a hotel could never happen based on the requirements set forth. The interlocal agreement has changed since its inception. Why is Truckee Meadows Fire Department, Fire Protection District, not training up there? Where's TMCC, the partners that help pay those bills? How were those costs absorbed by other users in the county? You know, this project is approved by the City of Reno Workforce Housing. I'd like to know whether developers agreed to rent freeze 24 units dedicated for seniors. No more wondering about what their rent's going to be year to year. I see nothing in the staff report about sewer capacity that Mr. Campbell talked about. And with that sewer capacity, if that is accurate, then Parr Boulevard cannot expand. The sheriff's office cannot expand, if that's true. And then there's no talk in the staff report about the roundabout and the improvements that are going to be planned for that. The bottom line, this developer spent millions of dollars, and what are they met with? Have you heard of the lands bill? Heard of how Sparks wants to entice developers to move industrial off the river and onto newly acquired lands east of Sparks? Is that also land that Washoe County will seek to make undevelopable and with their red tape and legal shenanigans? There's no wonder that Story County got all the industrial. This proposed road that I see would skirt along the hillside and would not only be used in case of emergency, it's locked and gated. I fail to see any issue with it. We've already had one fire up there which burned right where Exhibit B has the road going through. I would call that a proposed fire road break. You know, I worked at the Sheriff's Office for more than 26 years. I am not anti-law enforcement. I am not anti-range. But this firearms range has always been problematic. The original design was poorly planned for growth. We used to have people out there that had to watch with binoculars to make sure nobody was on the hill behind the shooting range. Residents of Panther Valley had to have the county change the hours. And the biggest piece, but 5 years ago when I was a chief deputy, there were high-level negotiations occurring with UNR to assume the range. They were going to use it for a rifle team and build a state-of-the-art facility. We were going to get the leftover time to shoot up there. So how did we go from that land was so sacred that now we can't? Now we're going to walk away from nearly $50 million in revenue, proposed revenue. Doesn't make any sense. We need these tax dollars for schools, public safety, and roads. We can cohabitate. There's no reason that we can't continue to shoot just as we have in years past. And I don't even think that training center could be built based on the requirements that have been put forward to this developer today. And I don't know if that's true or not, but I'd love to hear the answer to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donna Clance, followed by Larry Chesney.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Donna Clance. I've spent about 20 years here in Washoe County as a volunteer for our senior community. I'm here today to speak on behalf of our age-friendly group that's been working on 3 big areas to improve the lives of our senior community as we age, and all of us, no matter what our ages are, as we enjoy life here in Washoe County. 3 big things we've been working on for the past 5 years: transportation improvement, access to information and resources, and number 3 is affordable housing, which is what this project brings before you today. In talking with the developer and reading all of the reports that have been presented about the benefits, the pluses that this development would bring, in addition to the apartments themselves, and the benefits to our seniors in the special project that you've heard about today, which would be added to that project. It also brings to light the partnerships and the benefits that we have here in Washoe County. I see this situation as an opportunity for the Commission to approve this project, or second, ask the staff to go back and take into account everything you've heard today and work something out. This is a time for balancing important interests. Obviously, public safety and the training center is a major one. And I spent a career in public safety in the DA's office and working with deputy sheriffs in California. So I support law enforcement and their needs as well. But the need for more affordable housing for the workforce and for the seniors that fit into the same kind of categories is also a very important interest that you as the commission can take into account today. This is about a 20-foot wide road that could be placed on the land that's there. And there are a lot of alternatives that could be worked out. So I'm asking you to ask our staff here at Washoe County to work with the developer on coming up with a way to make it work so that it does meet the needs of safety and the requirements of the fire and the water needs here in the county, as well as give us 420 wonderful new affordable housing units for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Chesney, followed by Ken Crater.
Good afternoon, Larry Chesney for the record. I spent 8 years on the Washoe County Planning Commission and 6 years on the Regional Planning Commission. And in my years of public service, I cannot recollect a developer that has specifically dedicated a project to senior and workforce housing on their own. The county regulations call for two means of access for safety, fire safety, and therefore an easement through the county property. You have to weigh the benefits to the county and of the senior and workforce housing versus the future of unfunded uses proposed by the sheriff's, not necessarily the sheriff's department, but by the regional training facility. I would highly recommend the approval of this easement for the greater benefit of the seniors and the workforce community, and keep people in a position that they can look forward to having their rents at a reasonable price for a number of years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ken Crater, followed by Scott Meyer.
Hello, for the record, my name is Ken Crater with Crater Consulting Group. My partners and I were the original owners of this property, and I'm the one that laid out this site and processed the entitlements through the city of Reno. The highest and best use of this parcel is clearly the 420 multifamily units. It's been mentioned you could build 200 apartments, but as I analyzed, if you put 200 units on here, they would be a for sale attached town or small lot detached project. And my thought was that apartments could be much better managed. You could require disclosures and making sure that the tenants knew the shooting range was there, offering to relocate them if they complained. If this was a for sale project, you'd much more likely be to have complaints against the shooting range. And I can tell you, I'm a huge supporter of Sheriff Balaam and what he's done for this community for mental health, both within the department and the community. And these apartments will also help the community with mental health by bringing much needed housing to the community, 420 residential units. This truly is a shovel-ready project with permits into the city of Reno only being held up by these easements. So please support this. This will be a good project. Even the highest unit on the site, closest to the entrance to the public safety facility, there's a small knoll where there's a parking area for the public safety facility. They'll be screened from the shooting range. And as Mr. Campbell said, if anyone does complain, they'll relocate them to another unit in the project, or if they're still not satisfied, they'll relocate them to another unit in the city of Reno that's managed by FPI. So I really feel this is a fail-safe project. As far as the parking, I was a traffic design engineer for the city of Reno. I worked there for 7 years, and 1.8 parking spaces per unit is an amount of parking where you will always have excess parking. Maybe you get some complaints because there's always the folks that want to park right next to their apartment unit, but there will never be a lack of parking in this facility. The city of Reno code requirement only required about 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit, which they still felt was adequate. So again, Mr. Campbell is going above and beyond the call of duty in terms of providing parking. So I do not envision any impact whatsoever to Spectrum Boulevard. It's more than adequately parked. And the other thing I want to point out is that Spectrum Boulevard was originally approved as a dual means of access into this public safety facility, but it wasn't built correctly. It was supposed to have a 10-foot mountable median, and the median is not mountable. There's an L curb. So not only does it not have a second means of access, it doesn't even really have a primary means of access that meets code. So approving this will benefit everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Scott Meyer, followed by Denise Meyer.
How you doing? Scott Meyer. Thank you for giving me this time. I'm a real estate broker. I've been developer broker for years here in Northern Nevada. And, generally, I mean, historically, I've heard complaints that developers don't pay for the infrastructure. It's always been hard, you get like pulling teeth. That's been the complaint for years, I've heard, being in real estate. And we have a developer that's getting out in front of all this, and he's, it sounds like really doing some good stuff. And as we all know, seniors, that's been a discussion here a lot, seniors and senior housing, rents, seniors not being able to count on what their rent's going to be and stuff. Those discussions have come up here a lot, and it's definitely a concern, and I'm sure a concern for you guys, because seniors are voters. They vote, like 70% of them vote. And, and our mothers and fathers and grandmothers, and they're all seniors. So we need to care about them. But anyway, let's see, getting on here. In this case, it's my understanding that the developer is willing to pay for the infrastructure upgrades, and as an added benefit to the upgrades that he'll be doing will also be, it'll also help out in the future. He's getting out in front of it, like I said, for future development. He's going to be, helping out for people down the road in that area to be able to develop. So I just think it's a very good project, and I think you should give it serious consideration, or at least, maybe go back and look at it and give it a serious look, if you would. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Denise Meyer, followed by Roger Edwards.
Good morning. Denise Meyer for the record. I agree with what everybody has said before me. I just want to put in my opinion that this is a great project for our city and especially for our senior citizens. We have a developer who is contributing positively to our needs in this area for our workforce and for our senior citizens, especially the nonprofit, the senior nonprofit that he wants to put together to make sure that our seniors, if they have a rent increase, are going to be able to stay in their home, that they will have peace of mind of where they're going to stay. As you get older, you want to have peace of mind of your home, that you're going to be able to be there for a good length of time and not have to move year to year and worry about your rent being increased out of your income. I also want to remind our board that 70% of our seniors 65 and over voted in the last election. So our seniors do have a loud voice in this community. And so I would like you to just consider that and approve this project and not vote against our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger Edwards.
Good afternoon, representatives of the community. My name is Roger Edwards.
Please enter my comments into the permanent record. I'm an 8-year past chairman also of the Washoe County Planning Commission and 4-year member of the Regional Planning Commission. This certainly is a project of regional significance and should be dealt with there, but you guys have to do the first part. And this project clearly is something we need. But I don't think you can condition anything because of where it's at in the process. But in actuality, there's only 6.5% of the units planned for senior occupancy, which should be closer to 20%, not 6%. I know you can't condition anything at this stage of the process, but, you know, if anything, you could say before we vote on it, we need to request, demand something that the percentage of senior available units is more like 20%. And you need to condition the amount. You know, if they say that 10% of their parcels are senior parcels, but they charge full rent at $2,000 a month, the seniors aren't going to be in there anyway. You have to condition the senior part of the program with a condition on the rate of rent, lease, whatever you want to call it. It can't be more than 3/4 of the regional area amount that renters can pay, because, you know, most seniors are on fixed incomes like myself. They don't have a whole lot of flexibility about their income, and if you can't condition the amount of rent charged, any percentage that are designated, quote, senior housing won't be anything different than the regular units. You need to condition your approval. And I've been there, done that. I was 8 years on the Planning Commission, 4 or 5 years on the Regional Planning Commission. I know how the program works. Besides that, I'm an 18-year retired general contractor. I built units like this. And you can condition anything you want. The builder knows how to make the units that face the gun range more insulated, triple glazed windows, more insulation in the walls, all kinds of things that they can do to make these units, you know, less bothered by the gun range. And unless they're going to shoot in the middle of the night, what's the difference anyway? Come on, folks, approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there is no more public comment signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Andriola, I have you signed in first.
Thank you. I have a couple questions.
Great.
Mr. Campbell, would you be so kind? Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
First of all, thanks for taking the time to
I'm
talk
happy
about this.
to, believe me, I'm happy to.
I'm wondering if you can give the approximate rent that a senior would be paying, approximately.
You know, I'll tell you in our pro forma, the rents are around, and in apartments, you price them around $2 a square foot or $2.10 in this market. That's in our pro forma. And there's a unit mix, so it depends on the size of the unit. So there's some, oh God, I can't remember from my memory, but maybe 600 feet up to, there's a mix of 1s, 2s, and 3-bedroom units. So it depends what they need.
So approximate range.
Well, I think on the low end, 1,100 to 2,500 for the largest units. And those would be these are market rate. In responding to this gentleman's comments, I mean, we don't right now have a limit of how many seniors could be. We were asked to provide long-term leases. This is not a rent-controlled project. That's another whole thing that I think goes into affordable housing, which I've never done. If they'd rather have an affordable housing project with state tax credits or city, I don't even know how to do that, but we could find out, we do that. We would do that. I mean, we want this housing here. We want the best project. It's a disaster for us right now, frankly. We spent $7.5 million. We got nothing. It's not even a dog park. So I think we could do that. It'd take a little more work. So if we need to send it back and look at that, but there's no limit on seniors. Let me put it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may. May I ask the DA Canderas a question, please? Is there any exposure in terms of this project from a legal perspective with various components that we've heard today? And I'm just wondering, I know that's a broad question, but I'm hoping that maybe you might be able to help with that.
So when you say legal considerations, can you point me a little bit more
So for
specifically?
instance, as an example, and this is hypothetical, say that the project was approved and there was an unfortunate incident that maybe there was found a bullet hole, for instance, or a bullet lodged in one of the apartments. And maybe it couldn't even be proven essentially that there's a direct correlation to that incident to the facility, but the tenant would maybe come to a conclusion that being that close to the facility may, be related. I'm just wondering how the county would be and the exposure in something like that. Is that between the developer and the tenant? Does the county get involved in something like that? I know it's hypothetical, but I am trying to understand that.
I would say, obviously, everything will have to be decided on a case-by-case basis. I think there's some doctrine in the law that would recognize that a firing range is probably a hazardous activity. Some courts, there was a doctrine about strict liability for that. But even with those, there are some other defenses that would be available. So yes, it's possible that a lawsuit could come out of the firing range being out there or other inherently dangerous activities. Excuse me, but I think that obviously it would be dealt with just like we deal with all our litigation. So I mean, that's about the best I can do on that one for you.
Is there any additional exposure that you think that we might consider in terms of this project and the proximity of the range and all of the other things that we've heard?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head. At this point, I would direct the commission to consider that what the staff has asked for is if you want it to be considered, to allow it to go back to staff for CSD and the DA to negotiate the actual terms. So those would be the terms such as a percentage of senior assigned housing, exactly where the easement would be located. And the other option that you were given is just to deny the request for an easement altogether. So I think if we go forward and went to that stage where there was negotiations, that the DA would be able to actually talk about maybe some specific scenarios.
I appreciate that. One more, please.
Yes.
Timing's perfect, your question. I'm just going to make a general comment, and then I have had conversations with Mr. Campbell. I've had conversations with Sheriff Balaam, and there's one thing that seems to me in this initial exploratory adventure is that having an indoor facility would be ideal, and just from my perspective. And as the sheriff shared, the estimate at this moment could be as much as $15 million. And I'm wondering if it went back to staff, if there wouldn't be an opportunity to look at even a bond, because the fact that the sewer line that the developer is wanting to put in and the benefits that we've already heard is also a benefit to the county as well. And I'm wondering if that is something that could be looked at along with many of the other things if it were to go back to staff. So I guess that's a question.
For the commissioner, through the chair, Assistant County Manager Dave Solero, certainly those are the types of things that we would look into and understand the benefit for the county. I do want to make sure that we're clear. The development itself has been approved by the city of Reno. That is not what we're here to discuss. One of the conditions of approval for this project is that there is a secondary emergency access. And I believe there's also a condition for a secondary water line access. Now, there's a routing that we are being requested across the Washoe County property. So that's what we're here to determine, whether this board wants myself and the district attorney's office to negotiate what an easement might look like or not, based on the information we're provided. We're not here to talk about necessarily the mix of senior housing, and that is outside of the purview of the Board of County Commissioners. This is specifically for the access easement and water line easement. The City of Reno has already approved the development itself, and there's no way for this board to dictate along those lines unless Mr. Campbell decides that he wants to, as part of this process, offer up things that get memorialized in an agreement with Washoe County for the use of the easement.
I mean, it is unfortunate from my perspective that the IFC code kind of created some of the timing of this. And, I really think going back and exploring every possibility is important. I think there's a lot of great things that we've all heard. And, for me, I think moving that back to staff and the district attorney's office and working with the developer and seeing if there is just something that can be carved out that would benefit even the facility itself. So I know that the restriction is not approving, if you will, the project, as you mentioned, but I do think sometimes a creative approach, staying within the confines that you are working with, might be something to explore. So just in terms of a comment, that's how I feel at this moment, that making that go, having this go back to staff is really, I think, in the best interest of exploring the saying of no stone shall go unturned. I think that there might be a few stones that need to be unturned. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Mr. Salerno, I have two other commissioners signed in, but I just, on your statement, so I sort of disagree that we can't speak to today, at least giving staff direction on locking in some of these promises that the developer has said that they're going to be making, because we're offering a county asset. And as we've seen with affordable housing projects, county, government assets are typically part of the deal. But to me, it's a promise, and I'm not saying anything about Mr. Campbell. He may actually execute it, but there's nothing written, there's no lien, there's no 30-year requirement on the property like we do with our home grants through the state of Nevada. So are you saying that we couldn't even give direction today for staff to look into what that stricter requirement would be?
No, I think you're along the right lines. This is going to be potentially an agreement between Washoe County and the developer.
Okay.
What I was trying to get to is some of the public comment makes it seem like we are here to approve a development.
Right.
And that's not what we are doing.
Thank you.
That development has been approved.
Right.
So
The development is happening depending on, what happens with the county commission and
Correct.
some of these other issues. Okay. Great to know. I have other commissioners signed in. Vice Chair Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we have a perfect opportunity at this point for the future. It seems to me that the sheriff's shooting range and what's there now, no matter if those apartments were there or not, I see it outgrowing that location. I know it's close to the sheriff's office and the jail and all that, but I see we can be outgrown. And so I see in the future, there probably will have to move the shooting range for many different reasons. In order to expand it or to add the horse unit thing, I see an opportunity here. And I see my selfish project that I was trying to get a shooting range for the public all this time, and BLM is still helping out, and we are getting closer. But why couldn't that overgrowth turn into a plus with a site that's much larger and could accommodate all of those things with getting land through BLM for that purpose. And I'm just looking into the future. I can see this project being very successful and going forward. Does have its approvals, and we just have a bunch of kinks to work out. But that's just kind of the way I see it, and maybe we could have a combination of the public shooting range on one side and the sheriff's on the other side, and maybe it could be a perfect union, you know, but it's going to take some thought, separate from your subdivision, but all together, working all together. I think that might be a good thing to start thinking about. So I think that the seniors will benefit from this, and they well deserve it, for sure. So thank you very much for my chance to input.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Herman. I have Commissioner Clark signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dave Solero, for throwing me that lifeline. I thought I was drifting into the twilight zone there for a second. You know, this is an approved project by the city of Reno. We're looking at approving a secondary road, a fire road, an emergency road, not a freeway on-ramp, not a road that is going to be used for ingress, egress. It's on the sheriff's facility. It's fenced in. Could we have a more secure place than to have something on the sheriff's facility? I mean, burglars, trespassers, vandals, joyriders don't really like to hang around on the sheriff's facility. So I think it's a safe bet that won't be used a lot. I don't want to diminish anything that the sheriff said. I support the sheriff. The sheriff has got concerns and legitimate concerns. But at the end of the day, you need to look at the big picture. You know, it's called the Ben Franklin close that people use, and it's you take a piece of paper, you draw a line down the middle, and you say the pros and the cons. Okay, I look at the pros, and I'm going to start right at Dandini Boulevard there, that roundabout. That thing is a mess. Okay, everybody who knows about that knows it's a mess. This developer is going to pay to straighten out that mess. The Parr Boulevard exit of the freeway. We're starting there. Then he's talking about adding sewage capacity. Then he's talking about adding water capacity. So when you just say those words, what does that mean? We're talking several $1 million for each of those. If anybody's ever had to even have a new sewer line put in at your house, you'll understand. This is millions of dollars that he's going to contribute if he gets his project approved to better that part of the county. Then it appears, and I've asked about this, and I need clarification. You know, he's got a 62-acre easement over the existing facility. He's willing to abandon that 62-acre easement in exchange for a couple of acres easement. That's got to be worth something. Okay, then we've got talked about the roundabout, the water, the sewer, water. Again, it's not only the value of the cost of that, but if the jail infirmary goes in, the jail may need extra sewage capacity. So how do we put the infirmary in without proper discharge of the sewage? I mean, the county should have learned their lesson when we took over the CARES campus with no sewer there. Okay, that's a lesson that was learned the hard way, I think. I wasn't on this board. I would have never approved accepting that without sewage. People have to understand sewage is a human condition. We need to remove that sewage. So that's a big plus. The seniors. We've heard every senior saying that they support this. The senior nonprofit, you know, I've met with the developer. I'm the one who asked to bring this up. When I first heard him make his presentation here, he couldn't get any traction. I didn't know the man, but after I meet him, I find out more and more about the positive things here. I had a meeting. I haven't talked to any other commissioner except the chair about this. We met yesterday. I'm talking to her about this this project, and she alluded that I was using talking points from Pecan Press. Well, couldn't be further from the truth. And to Commissioner Andriola, that's why I like to be on the record. I was on the record months ago saying everything that's being written about this now. So these people are actually taking my words and using them. I'm not using their printed information as my talking points. It's the other way around. This thing makes nothing but sense. As a former assessor, this thing should be rubber stamped. It's making all the sense in the world. You know, what is, you know, the only thing that is against us is the sheriff's group. I forget the name of the group that he's the chair of, but you know, if you look at all the pluses versus the minuses, this thing is a no-brainer. Sagebrush doesn't pay property tax. Sagebrush doesn't buy cars. Sagebrush doesn't go out to dinner. Sagebrush doesn't go out and shop. They don't contribute to the C tax. So think about what the economic impact of this is. Not only how much it costs, how much it's going to improve our tax base, but think about the economic input that this is going to have 400 households into the county's coffers. So this is something that we need to approve. You know, time is money. If you want affordable or workforce housing, the best way to get that done is 20 years ago. But the next best time is now. And now we need to get this approved and not send it back to staff, and let's move forward. Let's find a way to help the sheriff. In addition to that, Mr. Campbell said he was going to, when his equipment was there, if this is approved and he gets to build the road, he's going to have, when his equipment's there, at hundreds and hundreds of dollars an hour, going to let the sheriff pick and choose if he wants some dirt moved and wants this or a berm built or something over there. So this man has done everything everything that the city of Reno has asked him to do, plus all kinds of other concessions. I've never seen a builder yet that voluntarily is going to put senior rent control in a property. So there's so many good reasons, and the only con on this, those are the pros. The con is the sheriff's group doesn't like it. This is going to house 400 plus families, and the sheriff's group doesn't like it. I don't know. We've got to weigh this thing. You know, there's no 100% on anything, but this doesn't seem like a preponderance of a reason not to do it. And to Mr. Rossi's point, maybe it's time we take a good look at the sheriff's training facility. I understand we've been subsidizing that for years. Maybe the land's highest and best use, folks. Maybe that sheriff's land is worth more as another development out there. Maybe we scrape the sheriff's facility and build him a new one somewhere else with the profits we can make on this. So state of the art. There's lots of other opportunities. We don't always have to go to let's find a way to say no. Let's find a way to say yes and make it good for everybody. If this encroaches on the sheriff, maybe we buy some other land or we find some other sheriff's land, scrape his site, sell it to another developer, maybe sell it to Mr. Campbell and put more workforce housing out there. There's other ways to skin the cat, and I think we need to look at all of this, and I urge my other fellow commissioners to approve this project today and let the shovels start working. Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia, we haven't heard from you yet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So since January, this topic has been presented, packaged, communicated to me by many, many different people in many different settings, representing a lot of different interests. And I've walked into every conversation with an open mind. I've watched the talking points evolve from focusing on different amenities, like it started off childcare and then workforce housing, and then more recently, the conversation shifted to senior housing. And so I believe, you know, in every single conversation, I've walked away with the same feeling. And it's that the best and highest use of this land, in my opinion, is to preserve and protect it to meet the increasing public safety needs of our growing community. That's where my anxiety comes from. I personally will not cast my vote that is going to go against the voices of the sheriff's office, the 2 police departments, and 2 fire departments. Public safety, in my mind, is the most critical part of a healthy community. You can't learn unless you feel safe. You cannot grow unless you feel safe. And you can't age unless you feel safe. It takes precedence in my mind over everything else. And the point that keeps grounding me, and I keep starring it and after every single conversation, is that this will impede opportunities for expansion. And in my first conversation with Sheriff Balaam, way back when, his conversation and main talking point was how badly and how hard hit the sheriff's office was during the recession. Talking about staffing shortages and how they've still, even today, haven't gotten back up to the levels and resources that are needed to help keep our community safe. That is what grounds me in this conversation. Yes, the amenities are lovely, and yes, senior housing is critical. All of these things matter, but I'm here to cast my vote, and it is for the best interests of public safety.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I have just a few questions for the sheriff, and then we can perhaps have more discussion and entertain a motion. Sheriff Balaam, there have been a lot of discussions about needing a secondary access, about a water line that you'd still need to, I'm assuming the Board of County Commissioners would still need to grant an easement to if there were even 200 units. I'm trying to think. There's many different, if you can capture any others, I'll look in my notes. But if you could try to discuss some of those issues and just give your perspective, because I don't think you were able to bring that up when you presented.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Sheriff Balaam, for the record. Again, so the easement is a utility easement, and the partners are absolutely for the water line because that is being sunk into the ground. So once they have put that water line in, it's there. It's one of those that has been noted. It's on the Tumwa long-term plan. So at some point, Tumwa will be putting it in if the developer doesn't. But just to reinforce, and that's what in my meetings with the developer and with the board, as we've all discussed, technology is great. And the one thing that has allowed us is our EEOC and our dispatch center. If something were to happen up there, within 30 minutes, all of our dispatchers at Washoe and the city of Reno could grab what I'll call a suitcase, but it's a dispatch portable console, and they could go home. They could come over to the center. They could go right here and dispatch. EEOC, as we showed with the incline evacuation that we had, they were all up there. Again, technology has allowed us, so that water line is nice, and for future development, if it moves down spectrum, that is great. We're not opposed to that, but for the needs of the office of the training center, we don't need that. We could move all of our assets out until the one water line that was there is done. So, that's the one thing I want to reinforce from the executive board. It's not the sheriff, so let me reiterate, it's not the sheriff. This is the executive board, public safety training, and so we absolutely support. And if you want me to go back, as designated by the executive board, to meet with the developer, we can about senior housing. We know that's an issue. Our HOPES teams, our MOST teams are all dealing with them. I have some on my jail, unfortunately. But the sewer, that is in the design that we're working on right now. So could we build it? Absolutely, we can. And we would have to add that sewer at the cost of the county. So that is in the design process. We could do that. But if you want me, and that's something the board would want, I don't know if we can, Mary, so correct me on the legal stuff, but that is the direction I'm willing, because I told the executive board at the training center I would do that if you want us to try to do something else.
Thank you. I think you addressed all three of those issues, the sewer being the last one. This is a tough issue because you're looking at a county asset and a county asset that's a regional asset, and I don't take it lightly. I don't believe it should be rubber stamped today. I think that the idea of rubber stamping something this critical, that certainly if a developer is coming to the table offering supportive housing, essentially, we need that in writing. And it needs to be an agreement with the county, and it needs to be taken very seriously and not just something that's said on the public record, because I have been in government for over a decade, and as a planner, a lot of developers make promises. I certainly think Mr. Campbell wants to support this and live up to this, but I want it in writing. So to me, I think that needs to be negotiated before it comes back. And I'm with Commissioner Garcia. This is very concerning about how we ensure that an asset that we have, a regional asset, is not disturbed. And if there's a way to look at a different road, if there's a way to look at discussing this with our regional partners more in depth, I think that we need to do it. But certainly what we discussed earlier about county assets and how county assets can help with workforce and affordable housing, and you do sacrifice some things if you do that. So I think that needs to be in the balance, but I don't have enough details today to move forward with a yes, certainly. I don't feel comfortable with that, but if the developer wants to make a deal with the county that makes sense for using a county asset, like an easement like that, and if there's a way to find a different road for the sheriff's office, I think that could be something that is worked out by staff, but again, I'm not prepared to just say yes today. Commissioner Clark has signed in.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to direct this question to Mary Canderas there, please. This 62-acre easement that he already has over the county asset, isn't that worth anything? What is that worth? And what is that worth if he decides to use that asset in a legal manner and have the county move some existing buildings that are maybe on his easement? I mean, what's the liability if, he seems like a nice man and probably not going to go to the mat here, but what if he was somebody that went rogue and decided they're going to sue the county for an easement on the county's property? Can't we, I mean, the trade-off on just that alone seems like it makes sense to me. He's got 62-acre easement on the sheriff's training facility, and he's only looking for two, and he'll trade that off for a couple of acres. So I just want to find out what's the liability for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. I believe, and I see Mr. Solero standing up, so he may be able to correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that the easement that the developer has is a utility easement or a water line easement, so it's not for the actual use of the buildings per se. I think that just from what I've heard from everybody, there's a lot of good points, and it sounds like the board wants staff to explore it with the district attorney. What if you want it, because what this motion says is to approve an easement with conditions as determined by CSD and the district attorney, and then to bring it back to the board for later approval. And if you want to kind of keep it on a schedule, you could ask it come back by a certain date. That way the developer has an answer finally. And so there's a couple of things there. As far as the liability, Commissioner Clark, like I said, I think there's only a limited use to that easement, so we're not technically interfering with that use. So at this point, I would say no liability, but if conditions change, there could be liability.
So again, I'm just trying to get my head around it. Everybody's talking about public safety and the county's asset and this, that, and the next thing. Every kind of excuse that we can to stonewall this idea. But at the end of the day, it's a not for public use access road that if no fires or no earthquakes or no volcanoes or no bullets fly around and no planes fall out of the sky, may never, ever, ever get used by anybody. It's not a freeway on-ramp. It's not a road addition. Nobody's going to use this unless something bad happens. And when something bad happens, you're going to want all the access you can get your hands on, in my way of thinking. So I just can't see why people are trying to use the public safety issue as an argument. It's just illogical at best. But I wanted to find out more about what easement that they have on. They already have existing easement on our county facility. So that needs to be thought about, and I'd like to get some further answers. So maybe, Dave, you can clue us in on that. Thank you.
Yeah, for the commissioner through the chair, I did do some research on the easements. That was one of the things that the lawyer brought forward, said, hey, we've already got this. We can just take our access easement anywhere we want. And so I've outlined those, and I know you guys have seen this in your staff packet, but I do want to read kind of the general piece of the specific easement that is shown in green on this exhibit. So this is Exhibit D within the packet as well. It is a portion of the 125 acres. It grants from Nevada Spectrum LLC to Washoe County and from Washoe County to Nevada Spectrum LLC utility easements for construction and maintenance of utility services, including water, electricity, natural gas, storm drain, sewer, cable, and telephone. So it is a blanket easement over that portion of the property. In doing further research, I was curious why only that portion of the property. It turns out that when Washoe County started the process for the training center, we only purchased originally that first 62 acres. And so Spectrum owned the backside, the north portion of that property, the balance of the 125 acres. So this was a way to make sure that the utilities and actually just the utilities, it was silent on the access, but the utilities could get through to the parcel behind. Subsequently, Washoe County purchased the entire parcel for use as the training center. However, this easement is still left behind, but it is for the utility piece on that. So just wanted to make sure that you understood that we've done some of the research on this, looking into that, because that was brought to us as well. It's like we've already got this, and that is true for the utility portion of this to a point along the property.
So again, the fellow commissioners are talking about public safety, and if they're really interested in public safety is allowing emergency vehicles to get to homes and people's property, and everything they own in the world might be in that apartment. And it'd be nice to have public safety vehicles crossing county property. It's almost as if the county is preventing public safety vehicles from driving across a road that is only going to be used by public safety vehicles. So again, I can't emphasize enough, nobody's going to be traversing this road except for emergency vehicles, and the sheriff is there to guard it and prevent people from being on the road other than emergency vehicles. So, I mean, I just need to emphasize that point. Thank you.
For the commissioner, if I may just clarify one item, this access easement flows both ways, both into the property and out of the property. The reason it is being requested as a condition by the city of Reno is to get the apartment complex an evacuation route more than just Spectrum Boulevard. So, the question is, how often would that be utilized? What is the impact of the training center? Those are all the things that the executive board kind of reviewed and understood through this process. So I just want to make sure that it's clear on the record that this isn't just for emergency access to get to the apartments. This is also for the apartments to evacuate the area in case of an emergency.
Fair enough.
That's the thinking behind the
I'm glad you
NFPA
clarified
request.
that. Fair enough.
Yep.
But again, if there's an emergency, wouldn't we want the public, and just a recent example, let's just look what's happened in Hawaii, wouldn't we want the public to have a good way out of there? So again, that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Campbell. If the promises for multi-year leases or max 4.5 or CPI, whichever is lower, and rental assistance, typically these things are 30-year agreements if you go through the home consortium process. Is this something that you would be open to negotiating with the DA's office with a contract or a lien on the property with Washoe County, and the specifics of what that would look like? And I will say, Mr. Edwards, in his public comment, discussed, expanding, the amount of units as well. Would that be something you'd be open to in negotiations if we were to give staff a direction to look into that?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, we'd be happy to increase the number. There wasn't a limit. That number came up with just conversations with some of the people that spoke. They thought that might be, if it went to more, 70, those rents were to be market rents with caps. They were more concerned with the length of term. If it's 2 years, 3 years, That's fine for us. That's what they suggested, so that'd be fine. The other item about negotiating the cap, that's fine too. We can work that out. I want to be clear, though, that these, we weren't anticipating that these would be rent controlled. I don't know if we even have that, but we were talking about, and my partners and I have all gone forth to get, and we can make this a requirement, that the nonprofit gets set up and funded. It's going to take 4 months. It has to be approved by the Internal Revenue Service because it's a nonprofit. We've just retained a Nevada attorney who specializes in setting up. We thought it was going to be a foundation. So if you ever see the word foundation, that's my mistake. It's not a foundation. It's going to be a public nonprofit where anybody can put money in. But my partners and I have all agreed to put money in so we can talk about the initial funding requirement. You can make a conditional on that. But we have a lot to talk about that we're willing. There might be some things we can't agree to, but we're really trying to go the longest possible distance to make this happen.
And putting it in writing, have
Yes.
a formal contract or a
Yes.
lien with Washoe County.
We already have a lease drafted for the seniors. It's not much of it's not any different. It just says 3-year term. It's 2 or 3 at their option, not our option. And frankly, the lease may have to be, I don't know Nevada law, but Hawaii, Colorado, you can't do more than a year lease, but you can do options to renew at the tenant's option. So it might be structured, and your legal counsel can help us with that, 1-year lease, but at the tenant's option, they can renew, say with a 30 days notice, and their rent is well-defined. It's not to exceed CPI or 4.5, whatever's lower. And that could be at their option to renew. That might be the better way to structure it. But regardless, they can have up to 3 years. We love that, and that's not a problem for us. We'd rather have longer leases. Every time somebody leaves, we got to spend a lot of money fixing the unit. So we're in support of that. But the rent support's coming from me personally, from 3 of my partners personally, from several companies personally, from others in the community. We talked recently. We want to open this to anywhere in Washoe County. So there'll be a board, and we'll have to have well-defined criteria. Who are the members, how they get selected, and who gets the money. And that's all achievable.
It's just that my concern is once, say this project for whatever reason is sold, all those promises don't need to be held up. And so I do have a concern about that and, trying to think this through, trying to think about you're asking for a county asset, you're asking for perhaps a displacement of a regional training facility. That's a big, big deal.
I'm not asking for displacement.
Well, the
at
sheriff
all.
is saying, and that public safety team is saying, this could be a major concern for the future of this property. And we all saw the long list of properties that Washoe County owns that are vacant, and they're certainly not as big as this property or as far flung out, so you don't disturb people. So I'm just trying to think this through, and doing it on the dais is not smart.
Let's consider if we actually started the process of pricing shooting ranges. We've done that. Okay, we've also designed water retention facilities on our easement. If that were a way we had to go, we don't want to do that. But we're going to price, and we're happy to work with the sheriff's department to figure out. But there's got to be a contractor that makes these things. Okay.
Yeah, and contract also for whatever this deal is for our lower income folks, and certainly seniors. But is there public transit up there?
Well, let me just point out that he's talking a number of 15 million for 3 lanes. I think that's what I heard. I don't know if seems like a lot, but if that's what it is, your bonding capacity for the county alone is like 20 million, just from the property taxes we're paying. Right now, we're paying 24.5. If this doesn't go in, I'm going to appeal to the appeals board and drop the taxes because it's useless.
Right.
Okay, until another day comes. But I mean, the increment of taxes in year 1, we estimate it's $1,325,000. No, $1,275,000 difference. The average over the first 30 years of taxes we estimate at about $1,980,000. That's a 3% annual increase, which is lower than it's been in the last 15 years. So I mean, that's where I'm coming up with these numbers of your bonding capacity, or you might look at it another way. What's the present value of the income stream or lost income stream of the property taxes? And we know it's divided up, but it's 57 million for all participants. Okay, based on, we also looked up with our bonding house in Boston, told us exactly this morning what your average interest rate on your GO bonds is. General obligation bonds, 3.8 is what they're saying on an average basis, on a mostly 10-year bonds. School districts lower, about 2.5, 2.6, no, 2.8. For some reason, they get a lower rate. Then they have 31% of the property tax. So the state's even lower rate. They got 5%. So everyone has a different amount of potential bonding authority. So I think there's enough money there. If you really had to move it, you have a source that I'm paying for. Personally, I don't think it's a problem. There's apartments all over crazy places. We think the bigger noise problem is next to the freeway, which is why we're building better windows and better sound control next to the freeway. But that, you know what, people like us love to build next to freeways because of the visibility. And we'll get 30 to 35 units a month of people that want to lease there just because they saw it. And it's 3 miles from downtown. And it's on a bus line. Route 17 runs right at the intersection. Anyway, I hope that answers your question.
Yes, I think so. Well,
Okay.
for me, there's a lot to work out. I'm interested to hear what commissioner potential motions are. But I'm not ready to just rubber stamp an approval today. I think a lot of work needs to be done. Commissioner Clark.
I'll reserve my comments for a bit later. Thank you.
Okay. Well, if no other commissioner has comments, questions, Commissioner Andriola.
I'm going to go back to the beginning of my comment, and Mr. Campbell just articulated a lot of information, and I think that there's a lot to explore. I think that there could be a win-win for everyone, and my commitment is much like everyone's in terms of public safety is the highest paramount to our entire community. But I do think that Mr. Campbell has shown that there is at least some room to explore some possibilities that, as you already stated, Madam Chair, really this is not the place to go into all those details, and we can put this back to staff as the Ms. Canderas, the DA Canderas shared that is an option for us. And I'm not sure what the chair's pleasure is, but I'm happy to make a motion to
I'd love to hear your motion.
Well, I hope it meets the requirements, but I would like to make a motion to direct staff to explore the possibilities of, looking at satisfying to a certain extent everything that needs to be cleared from a legal perspective, looking at the possibility of a possible easement, looking at, I said it earlier, that's probably not good in a motion to put that every stone shall be unturned. But I think that there's an opportunity to have the staff look at this, work with the developer, work with the executive team of public safety, and bring it back to us for possible action.
I'll second that, but with a friendly amendment. I would like to go back to if the reason that I'm really keeping an open mind on this is because of some of the offerings from the developer on the workforce housing and the senior housing element and support. So that needs to be included on any agreement in writing coming back to the board as well.
I'll accept that amendment.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Okay. And I'm not sure how that went, so let me look. That motion fails. So DA Canderas, what does that mean for us today?
It means that no action's been taken on the item. Sorry. No action's been taken on the item, so right now, there's no direction to staff.
Okay.
So it's essentially a nullity.
Okay. So if folks want to do another motion, they can, or we are not moving forward with this item, is what I'm hearing.
I'd like to make a motion that we move forward with this item, and I think these are minor details that can be worked out. He's agreed to work with us. This has already been approved, vetted, gone through. He's had to jump through every hoop that the city of Reno has asked him to do. Everything else he's brought up are things just to sweeten this for the county. He didn't have to offer a lot of this stuff. He has offered it. I think he's a man of his word in good faith, and I think we should move forward with this. And let's get it on the record, who wants this project and who doesn't. So I make a motion that we vote on this project the way it stands. Thank you.
A point of order, please. Commissioner Clark, sir, when you say the project, are you talking about the easement and the easement agreement, or I'm just not clear on the motion?
The motion is I would like to see the county grant this easement to the developer and move forward with the project.
I would second that.
Okay, so the easement as it is today with no other conditions is on the table. I am not comfortable moving forward with that. I'd like staff to do some additional vetting, so I'm not going to vote in favor of that motion, but we have a motion on the table and a second. Any questions on that motion from the board? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. And it looks like the motion fails. So I think that's the same situation we were just in.
I would just call it back to the drawing board, so.
Okay, and Commissioner Garcia.
Mine's probably going to fail too, but I move to deny the request for access to the utility easements.
Okay, there's a motion to deny on the table. Anyone have a second? I deny it as it stands today. However, I'm still in favor of negotiation. So I cannot make a second to that motion. I'm not seeing anyone else. DA Canderas.
So at this point, if you leave it as is, there's no direction to staff about making an easement or making an easement agreement.
It's just nothing to be done.
Right. If everybody wants to go back and direct staff to negotiate an easement and an easement agreement and bring it back to this board on a specific date, considering the comments that were made during this hearing, then the staff, I believe that would be adequate direction to them.
That is the motion Commissioner Andriola made.
Okay.
And it did not pass.
Okay, then.
So I think that folks just either want to move ahead or they want to say, no, we're a divided board.
Madam Chair, there's no further action that needs to be taken.
Okay.
This item is concluded.
Okay.
When you say so.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I'd like to bring it back again and make a motion that we send it off to staff, even though I'm reluctant to do that. I think it just muddies the waters. I think we could get this nailed down other ways, but I make a motion that we direct staff to meet with the developer and see if we can find a way to make this go forward.
I would second that.
So with a motion and a second, this motion is the same motion made by Commissioner Andriola. So I just quickly to the motioner, I have a hesitation because is this a different motion, and are you not wanting to move forward with all of the discussion that this board has had in detail over the last hour plus?
That was then, and this is now. I made a motion that we have staff review it and meet with the developer and see if we can move forward. It may seem to Commissioner Andriola that's exactly what she said, but I didn't agree with it then. It looks like if that's the only way to go, then now I do agree with it. So that's on the record. Thank you.
Okay, so with, now that there's a motion and a second, with just a request, a friendly amendment, that per the discussion today and, the concerns brought forward by the board today to be discussed with staff. Commissioner Clark, are you agreeing to amend
That's
your
what
motion?
That's what I said,
Okay, I
yes.
just wanted to make sure. So we have a motion and a second. Any questions on that motion? This has been very fun. So all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Nay. Okay, and I think, let's see if that carries. Okay, that passes 4-1. We are going to take a break. We will come back at 2:30. Thank you. It is 2:30. I will call to order the County Commission Board. We are now starting on item 9, but before we do that, just so folks know where we're at in the agenda, we've already heard item 15, and I think I'd like to ask the vice chair for a block vote so that folks who are later in the agenda can make plans. Madam Vice Chair, do you have a block vote for me?
Moment here. Yes. The block vote would be for item 13, 14, 17, and 18. However, I think that number 17 needs an explanation because that's a huge amount of money it is.
Fair enough. Okay, so a motion for items 13, 14, 17, and 18, and then a further explanation during the discussion part of that by the vice chair. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. So we have a motion and a second. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We do have public comment on item 14. Janet Butcher.
Great. Well. Okay, I'd like to hear your comment, Commissioner Clark.
What were the other items that we want to put in this group?
13, 14, 17, 18.
Okay, let me just check my notes, because I do want to talk about 17 as well, and 18 as well.
Okay.
So we'll start off with, should just cover 14 now, or do you want me to cover all of my issues?
You can, however you'd like to arrange your comments on this
Okay.
motion.
With the LifeSet program, accepting a grant award for the implementation of LifeSet program developed by Youth Villages, a private foundation, I'm concerned with, hiring a supervisor and 2 caseworkers. Is there any other capacity that we could use here at the county? It seems like we hire a supervisor and 2 people. This is a grant. How are we going to keep these people on the payroll once the grant goes away? That's an issue I think that needs to be addressed here. When we take these positions on that are based on funding by a grant, and the grant goes away, how do we keep these people on the payroll? What's the plan of that? Also, housing and homeless services. I understand that they've been consolidated, and now they report to Ryan. I don't have his last name. I'm sorry. Has been recently appointed to the head that department. Again, isn't this the same kind of a situation? A lot of these paid positions are paid by grants, and now they've been moved into another category. I just need further explanation on them. Not clear exactly how that would happen. So that's my concerns with the LifeSet program. Hiring people that's jobs are based on grants, and then what happens when the grant runs its course.
Okay. That is outlined in the staff report, but perhaps
Again, I'd
we
like
could
to get
have a
that on
staff
the
member
record, yes.
discuss that. Mr. Manager, do you have a staff member that can do that?
I'm looking, yes, Pam
Okay.
is in the back of the room. I thought she was here.
Good afternoon. Pamela Mann, for the record. I'm a Division Director with Human Services Agency in Finance and Administration. The LifeSet is actually a grant that is going to allow us to start our extended foster care services a little sooner. This was originally an unfunded mandate from the state, and then a decision was made in the previous session to apply some funding for us, but that funding has been delayed until 26. LifeSet has offered us an opportunity to accept some grant funds that allows us to go ahead and sort of lay the foundational groundwork so that when extended foster care goes live, we won't have any disruption in service for the youth in our care who are transitioning into adulthood. from the foster care system rather than through the adoption process.
Very well, thank you. Anything else that we need to know?
No, generally speaking, this just kind of gives us a head start, and it allows us to use grant money during a period when we're the least efficient because we're learning the process. And then it really does set our kids up for success after they transition into the extended foster care period, which is now 18 to 21. So that they have some resources. Most of these folks don't have any real mentoring resources or folks who can help them navigate learning to do bank accounts and manage money and make financial literacy decisions and employment decisions, education decisions, things of that nature.
Very well, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I just want everybody to understand, when I ask these questions, I just want it to be out, I want it to be discussed, not just you, it's across the board. When I ask questions, I like to get the stuff on the record, so, most people don't remember what they had for breakfast yesterday, and somebody wants to go back and check the record. I want it to be available on the record, so thank you.
Mm-hmm. I believe you had a question about the merger as well was there a specific question in there you wanted to respond to?
Well, that one was the same type of a question as if, and this alphabet soup, I don't always get it correct. So Human Services, with the Housing and Homeless Services, are they getting merged together? Is that taking place? That has taken place?
My understanding is the conversation is being had about moving the homeless services through CARES into the umbrella of Human Services.
And thank you for your responsiveness on that question, but that is not what we're talking about with items 13, 14, 17, and 18, but it can be a discussion that we have.
The point I was trying to bring up again, Chair Hill, is I'm looking at when we have a grant and then the grant goes away, and then how do we continue to fund that? That was the comparison of what I think is taking place, and I just wanted to bring it out in the open if that's taking place and get an answer for that. I think the public needs to know it's one thing to have a grant, and it's another thing to have something that turns into a budget item after the grant dissipates, evaporates, used up, whatever word you want to use.
And this grant is designed to carry us where it pays for a larger portion in the early years and transitions us back to general fund, at which time we expect to see revenue opportunities through the state's funding plan.
Sure.
So we don't expect that will be something that we are not able to transition. We have to provide the services to the youth regardless.
Sure.
And so this will kind of give us the opportunity to establish that service, frankly, ahead of the requirement, so that we don't end up with a period of our youth who don't have the services in place that they need.
Sure, and I'm supportive of supporting the youth, but I'm dealing with a lot of moving targets here. I bring up the fact of retroactive pay for existing workers, and I'm told we don't have the budget, but then it looks like something else may affect the budget, so just trying to get it all aligned in my mind. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We have public comment on item 14, so I'll call that, and then Commissioner Clark, can I get back to the rest of your questions?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
We have Janet Butcher signed in for both 14 and 17 in the block.
Janet Butcher, for the record, frequent commenter, not paid, and not representing anybody but myself. Please enter my comments as they are said. I stepped out for a minute, so I'm kind of confused. Hopefully this is just 14, saying somebody nod their head, only
And
14.
17.
And 17?
It's in the block vote.
Okay. 14, I have to say, the one thing, however anything is funded or whatever happens, I think that some of our group of people that are probably forgotten a lot are those people who come out of foster care. I know that they're probably, and I'm not discounting anybody, But there are a lot of people who do foster care for the dollars. And then once these kids get to be that age, they're just kind of, they don't have that love and that connection that a lot of other children do. So I think anything we can do for them would be really great. 17, and at CARES Campus, it has to do, there's $21,900,000 for 50 units, which equates to $438,000 a unit. I think I calculated that right. Wow, that could be a big house. So I think that's, and later on, or someplace else, we talk about seniors and we're only giving them like $28,000 a unit. So I think there's an off balance there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
There's not on those. May I have clarification on who the seconder was on this motion?
Commissioner Andriola, correct?
Okay.
Okay, and Commissioner Clark, you said you had questions on 17 and 18, and then we were going to have a clarification on 17. Do you want to hear that first before you do your comments, or would you like to do your comments now?
I'll do my comments now. I distinctly remember talking about this when Von Hartung was the chair. We met over at the fire station, the headquarters of the Truckee Meadows Fire Department and Fire Services. And he commented that the cost of these are, if I remember right, about 350 square foot units. Von Hartung, to quote him, and you can go back and check it on the record, talked about this, the cost of these 350 square foot apartments was more than his home cost, or was his home is worth, wherever he is out in Spanish Springs or that part of the county. So I just want to put that in perspective. These are 350 square foot properties. As Ms. Butcher mentioned, the cost of about $438 each. I think that puts us in the $1,400 to $1,500 a square foot cost. Check my math, it's a big number. And I just wonder, you know, as a former assessor, I can't think of many properties in the whole county that cost that much. You'd have to go up to Incline Village and find some palatial palace that would cost that much to build. So this is the kind of stuff that just the public needs to know. This is wasteful. I've talked to lots of people who've built a lot of homeless shelters, veterans homes, other things. They usually bring this stuff in at $300-400 a square foot or less. I just viewed a property down at Fish's building down in Carson City, some really nice brand new units. They're bringing them in at about $250 a square foot, and yet Washoe County can spend $1,500, $1,400, $1,300, whatever the number is. You see the comparison. So why, just a big giant why are we spending this kind of, and it's already a done deal, it's going to happen, but the public should be asking, why is this happening? The public should know about this, and I don't think any prudent person would think it's a good idea to be spending this kind of money. Obviously, we're going to do it, it's a done deal, and the answer I get from county management is, oh, we had to do it or we're going to lose the funds. Well, I don't know if that's a good enough excuse or not. This is real money. Somebody somewhere paid taxes. Somebody somewhere's family didn't go on a vacation or do whatever they wanted to do, so we can take this money and build this kind of costly project. So I don't appreciate this. I think we need to look at this and be fiscally sound and not, again, according to Mr. Hartung at the time, these little apartments will cost more than the house that he lives in with his family. So I just need to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Herman just wanted a little bit of background information on item 17. Is there a staff person or county manager to clarify?
Ms. Cersei is here today.
Okay, great.
And I'll have another follow-up question as well when we're done. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dana Searcy for the record. Would you guys prefer a short presentation or just answers to your questions or a quick overview?
Maybe a quick overview and then Commissioner, just answering Commissioner Clark's inquiry as well.
Sure. So this funding is funding phase 4 of the CARES campus. This encompasses about 2 acres of the property. It is 50 units of supportive housing. It is extremely expensive to build. This will house individuals with cognitive and physical disabilities that cannot live on their own otherwise without services. It will also fund the remainder of the building, which will include training areas and our mental health counselor rooms, laundry, that kind of thing, a common space for gathering, as well as quite a bit of outdoor space, exercise space, dog kennels, all of that kind of thing to make this truly a home for people who need it.
Thank you. And then to Commissioner Clark's question on the expense.
Yes, I do not have the exact cost per unit. We can get that for you. It's not a complete comparison to divide it by 50 units, as it does include a lot of extra space. The building itself is over 20,000 square feet, but I can provide more information of that. This is scheduled to go to bid later in September, and then it will come back before you in December, so we can make sure to do have some conversations before then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Certainly, I'd like to see that, those breakdowns, but a follow-up question again is, you said people that are severely disabled, but do we have any provision for seniors there? Do we have any provision for women and children, families? What
Absolutely. So this will be housed, there will not be children at this facility. This is within the gates of the CARES campus, which does not serve children. We will be housing this off of the community queue through our COC, our continuum of care, meaning that every service provider, our place and CARES campus included, will assess individuals based on need. There is a standard assessment that would be used. Highest need goes to the top of the list, and that would be the order that individuals would be placed into this program or any other permanent supportive housing project that's within that system. So as a reminder, we do have over 40% of everyone at CARES is age 55 or above, and they would absolutely be housed here, as well as women also.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Herman, did you have any other questions on this item? Okay. And then, thank you very much. I think we have those answers. Commissioner Clark, you had just some questions on item 18.
Yes, item 18, I was wondering if there was an RFP. Wouldn't it have been simpler to find someone who understood these particular programs and have them train us rather than hiring True Ed Consulting to assist, that we're going to assist in the design, but in the training. Isn't there anyone else available that could help with the training for Washoe County? I went to the Anaplan's website. I didn't see any counties listed as a success story with folks that they've dealt with in the past. So why are we hiring this particular firm? What was the reasoning? Do we have any thoughts about that?
You bet.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clark, my name is Dan Simpson, project coordinator for Washoe County Tech Services. We started this project about almost a year ago, started investigating software applications to help with the budget team. And we evaluated several on our own, and then we went out to RFI, which is Request for Information.
Okay.
We had a whole series of questions that we asked publicly so that we could get some response and understand what software applications are available. We had 8 responses, different companies that could be implementers as well as the software itself. And we evaluate each of those. We narrowed it down to 3, and we did 3 demonstrations, thorough demonstrations from different vendors, and then selected TrueEd as the implementer of Anaplan, the software itself. So, any questions about that?
No, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have questions or comments on the block vote? I am seeing none, so we have a block vote motion for items 13, 14, 17, and 18 by Vice Chair Herman and a second by Commissioner Andriola. Any other comments by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And I think that carries unanimously. But let's just see. Okay, great. So now we will move to item 9, Mr. Manager.
Item 9 is a recommendation to adopt R23-125, amending short-term rental application fees within the Washoe County Development Code Master Fee Schedule with an effective date of October 1st, 2023, as authorized by Washoe County Code Section 110.906.05, and approve an annual adjustment to those fees based on the Western Consumer Price Index, beginning in July 1st, 2024. This amendment updates fees related to the administration and enforcement of STR standards and permits in unincorporated Washoe County. Proposed updates include increases of approximately $270 to $350 for Tier 1 STR permit applications and renewals, new fees for applicant requested changes to existing STR permits, and a new fee for applicant appeals of Tier 1 STR permits. Virtual public commenters are available.
Great, thank you, Mr. Manager, and welcome, Ms. Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Commission. Kelly Mullen, Planning and Building Division Director. And just want to start off by providing a little bit of context for today's discussion. So there are going to be 2 items on today's agenda associated with short-term rentals. We're going to be looking at potential fee changes, and then also we'll be looking at potential code amendments for item number 10. But just getting into this particular item related to fees, a little bit of background on the program and how it was established. So we went through a multi-year process starting back in 2019 and established standards for short-term rentals in 2021. It was a very public process, very collaborative, a lot of engagement and workshops with the community to get to that place where we were able to adopt standards to allow for short-term rentals in Washoe County. The codes themselves address some of the main concerns that we heard from the community related to short-term rentals. So things like quality of life impacts, concerns related to noise, parking, trash, that kind of thing. Also, the standards address items like minimum safety standards, maximum occupancy. When the board allowed for short-term rentals to be permitted in Washoe County, it did come with some direction that the permit fees to allow for short-term rentals, that those actually cover the cost of administration to run the program, to do that permitting and to do associated enforcement. The initial fees that were put into place, there were a lot of unknowns at the time because this was a new program being stood up. So there were some uncertainties in terms of how many permit applications that we would receive, how many resources were required to actually manage the program. So those initial fees were based on some projections, some guesstimates, based on the number of permits and the resources that would be required. That came with an expectation that after a certain period of time, we would go back and reassess the fees after the program was in place and running. So the program's been in place for 2 years now. We've been able to do that assessment. We've established the processes. We've done some streamlining of processes, gotten technology in place. We now have a good idea of what it actually takes to run that program effectively. And that is why we're here today, because it has become very clear during that assessment that the program fees, the short-term rental permit fees, do not cover the cost to actually run the program. There's a few issues that we identified during the assessment. You'll see the highlights up on the screen. But one right now is that we would say that the short-term rental program, it's actually understaffed. Our planning team has been kind of pinch hitting in terms of managing the program, our existing planners and senior planners, to actually do some of that administration. And at this point in time, I would say that we are not operating at maximum efficiency. There have been, of course, some delays in processing and responses. It's less than optimal service, unfortunately, that we've been providing, but that is something that we're aware of and would like to address. And again, our existing planning staff has been covering those program administration duties. That has been equivalent to about 2 full-time employees needing to pick up that work. That, of course, has had a side impact of impacting our ability to complete some of those primary planning duties. And so there's a couple of things that we're going to be proposing to address those issues, but certainly going back to that initial board direction for the fees to cover the cost of administration. Right now, just to give you some basic numbers about the program, for this fiscal year, estimated cost to run the program is a little over $500,000. We are expecting to bring in this fiscal year from those short-term rental Tier 1 permits about $257,000. So there is a shortfall of just under $260,000 that we are looking for, or excuse me, that we are looking at that has been subsidized by the general fund. So to get at those particular issues, a few different things that are proposed. One, first off, is to hire some dedicated staff specifically to manage the program administration for short-term rentals, and pair that with, the new staff coming in. Does not necessarily need to be planner level or senior planner level. Those are the folks who have been managing their program. Those duties can be covered by paraprofessional staff. And so we are proposing to make that change as well, and that's going to help to reduce the actual cost to the general fund, or excuse me, just the cost overall to manage the program, a savings of about $93,000. And then for that gap, it would reduce that shortfall on an annual basis to the general fund, reduce it down to about $174,000. And what we are proposing at this time is to increase the short-term rental permit fees to cover that gap. So we have had some questions about what those permit fees currently cover. We've got some of the highlights up on the screen, have it also in the staff report. Generally speaking, it's just overall program administration is kind of the first and biggest item. We've got a lot of inquiries into our short-term rental program about actually, going through that permitting process, managing the permitting process, how to make updates. We have a significant amount of work that our teams put into the safety components of actually doing plan review, doing safety inspections. Our building personnel, fire personnel, they conduct safety inspections. Our enforcement team is another big piece of that program. Back when it was started, the one new staff member that was hired was a code enforcement officer. And so they are dedicated, that one person is dedicated completely to short-term rental enforcement. We also use a service called Host Compliance that assists with monitoring those properties that are out there that are advertising for short-term rentals and identifying if they're permitted or not. We also have a third-party service that offers a 24-hour complaint hotline for folks who notice issues with short-term rentals and want to report that. And then, of course, the work that our code enforcement officer does as well. Those permit fees also cover everything related to the permitting process through our permitting system, Acela. We work with our technology services team as well. Every 2 weeks, we have meetings with them to look for ways to improve the process, to do enhancements, to resolve bugs, that kind of thing. And then starting in 2023, we are also proposing to include an additional fee for those properties that are located, those short-term rentals located in the Tahoe Basin, with some services, some of those funds going to a service called Clean Tahoe. The specifics of the proposed fee changes can be found in Attachment A to the staff report. There you'll see that full schedule, but some of the highlights are on the screen. Generally speaking, we're talking about for initial permits and for permit renewals to increase those fees from $270 to $350 in that range. The permit fees would go up by that amount. What that is dependent on are things like, is it a property inside or outside of the Tahoe Basin? Is it an initial permit? Is it a renewal? Things like that. There are also 3 new additional fees related to making changes to those permits after they are
issued. So changing things like the local responsible party, the maximum occupancy. There's also a new fee for applicant appeals of those Tier 1 permits if they are denied. And then we are also proposing that an annual CPI adjustment be built into those fees. So that's going to help to reduce the likelihood of larger scale changes needed in the future, tying it to that CPI index. We did go through a public input process leading up to these changes. We communicated with all of the property owners and property managers, local responsible parties who are identified as having or working on a short-term rental permit, as well as all of those community members who have signed up to receive updates on short-term rentals. Did direct emails out to them, spoke with the community, collected input also at the Incline Village and Crystal Bay Citizen Advisory Board meeting back in July. We also hosted an online survey, got about 150 responses to get additional input from interested parties on the changes. I would say that the responses that we got on the survey, probably what is expected. You'll see the highlights up on the screen. Generally speaking, those who own STRs, operate STRs, do not necessarily believe that permit fees should cover the cost to administer the program, found some of those proposed fee changes to be unreasonable. On the other hand, in hearing from those folks who are not operating a short-term rental but may live in the community or be impacted by short-term rentals, do believing that the fees should cover the cost to administer the program and that the proposed increases are reasonable. You'll see the full results of all of that in attachment C to the staff report. One of the common themes that we did hear from the public on both sides of the aisle, so to speak, was related to enforcement. And as a result of those conversations and that input that we received, we are proposing a few enhancements to the program as a result of that. One of those is establishing a regular data exchange with the sheriff's office, just to get a better understanding of the calls for service that they get, how often that is actually related to a short-term rental, just on kind of word of mouth response, that is not something that takes up a significant amount of their time, but it is something that we would like to be able to start collecting more hard data on. So that is something that we have agreed to, increasing that data exchange with the sheriff's office. We have also spoken with the sheriff's office about potentially increasing patrol presence near some of the short-term rentals that we've been getting more calls about. And they have identified that, if there are short-term rentals that are bigger problems, to let them know. And if their deputies are available, that they will increase time in those areas. One of the other enhancements that we are looking at is actually increasing what we're calling street side spot checks. So the presence of a code enforcement officer just in the area, certainly more in the Incline Village area, because that's where we have the majority of our short-term rentals, but especially over the summer months of doing some of those spot checks, just to see, driving around the neighborhood where known STRs are, if they can identify any issues. And then I do want to note also that if we are successful in getting those 2 new positions approved, a portion of one of those employees would be dedicated to assisting with enforcement efforts directly as well. With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking to my board. I see Commissioner Clark is signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, I can't take notes as fast as you can talk, so can we scroll back and I want to go line by line with this.
Would you like me to go back to the beginning of the slideshow?
Yeah, I've got some questions on each of these. Not necessarily the background. There you go. That's where we should start. I'm looking at if I were to present, first of all, is anybody, I understand it was the board of county commissioners before this board, but I'm wondering if any of those folks were property managers, had taken the courses to the state, been licensed, understand what property management is about, or anybody on your staff, anybody licensee or former licensees on your staff or held permits for property management?
So I can't speak to the board. I do not believe that anyone on our staff is a licensed property manager. Certainly as part of that process, when we were leading up to creation of the the standards. Property managers were one of the groups, one of the stakeholders that we absolutely worked with. And as a result of that, in our current fee structure, and it's proposed to stay, is if the local responsible party that's identified for a short-term rental happens to be a licensed property manager, they actually get a discount on the permit fees, a 10%
Sure.
discount.
So maybe I wasn't clear. I was more looking at from staff when these regulations and rules were put together, if anybody had a good working knowledge of what's required. So the answer is no, I guess, is you don't have anybody that you know of in your staff that's had a property management permit from the state of Nevada.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, very well. So as I go through this, and I'm looking at this, and I hate to be the person telling the Kings their clothes aren't what they think they are, but if you looked at this and you tried to come up with a business plan that was designed to fail just on a financial end of it, you look at the cost to administer this, you look at the cost that we collect, and we've got over $250,000 loss every year. We've got under 700 permit holders. We've got 500,000 people in the county. The rest of the people in the county are subsidizing under 700 people's businesses. I mean, is it what the county's in the business of doing, is subsidizing other businesses here? So I think of it that way, as why are we doing this the way we're doing this? This doesn't make any financial sense whatsoever. We've got everybody in town covering the shortfall, and just under 700 people making the profits from these. If you had a real business plan on how to make this work, you take the number of permits, you take the cost, you add 10%, and then you divide it amongst the folks. And the reason you add 10% is management. That's what the local property managers charge. They charge 10% of the monthly fees to manage property, for the most part, generally across the board here in this county. So, this is set up to lose money. And so now we've got the worst of all worlds. We're losing money, and we got a bunch of angry neighbors. Think of that. That's what I'm thinking about. There's some people are profiting, the county's paying, and we're irritating other people. Could it get worse than that? We're paying to make people unhappy. For every person that's making money, there's a neighbor or two that's unhappy with this. And I'm trying to get my head around what the real problem is. I had a discussion with the county manager the other day. It seems to be 3 areas, and I'd like to hear if there's more, if anybody can enlighten me. We've got issues with traffic and parking, same kind of a thing, transportation. We've got issues with noise and rowdiness, and we've got issues with trash. So those 3 things and primarily in District 1, about 94% of these properties are in District 1. 94% of the properties in District 1, trash, noise, and transportation issues, and it's costing the rest of us in the county $260,000 a year. How do we fix that?
And that is a great question, and that is a primary purpose for us to be here today, is to resolve those issues that you have identified, recognizing that there's a couple ways to get at it. One is to essentially create those newer paraprofessional positions. It's going to cost less for them to administer the program, and then pairing that with the increase of fees so that it brings the program whole. So those 2 things together should get us to a place where we are back at that kind of neutral location where the cost to administer the program is being paid for by the permit fees.
100%. And I don't want to get into class warfare, but working class people are paying their taxes to be used to help rich people rent out properties up there. So, I mean, it just doesn't make sense on any level what the heck we're trying to do here. So, it'd be a lot nicer if just the open market took care of this and we got out of the property management business as a county. It doesn't make any sense. You couldn't sell this business plan to anybody, any prudent person. So I think we need to go back to staff and find out how we can make this thing work and make sense for everybody instead of, look at what could the county do with an extra $250,000 a year? How many sheriff's deputies could that employ? How many potholes could that fix? How many other things could that do besides subsidizing property owners at Incline Village? Okay, we can move on if we could. I've got questions about your report from the folks. I know as a former assessor, there's over 8,000 properties at Incline Village and Crystal Bay area, and we've got reports from 149 people. 149 people. Could we get a smaller survey? I mean, it's like, how do we really know what's happening here? I get emails from people saying they didn't know this survey was out there. They didn't get a chance to respond to it. I mean, this is minutia. You got 8,000 people and you ask 149 of them what they think. I'm not picking on you. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying this is the appearance of what I see. And so I'm very uncomfortable with not having any data to support this because people have said they didn't get a chance. And, we reach out to the property managers, we reach out to the permit holders, but what about the folks who have to put up with the trash, the noise, the transportation issues? That's the folks that we need to really be hearing from on this. So I'd like further information from that.
And if I may just, Madam Chair, if I may speak to that last point, certainly the survey was focused about the change in the permit fees very specifically. It was not broader about short-term rental standards or how we should change those. With the next agenda item, we can talk through kind of what the public engagement portion of that would be. But I do just want to make it clear that the survey that was out there and that was available, it was very much focused on, these are the existing fees, these are the fee changes that we see, and just looking at, when it went out to the, in terms of if we're just looking at the number of recipients who are associated with a short-term rental permit, that was around 1,000 individual email addresses, so about a 15% response rate on that, but certainly, yes, much smaller if you're looking at the entire community.
And to your point, and let me just reiterate a little bit, the county treasurer's office knows everybody's address who lives up there, okay? So if we're going to send out something, we've got probably a lot of their emails. We have all of their addresses. Whether they live there or they're absentee, if they live in Australia, we still have their address. We know where to send their tax bill. So those folks should have been included. And I'll tell you, the folks that are unhappy about this, had they been asked, I guarantee they said they would probably be saying you're not charging enough or quadruple it or something else. So we need the input of the people who are unhappy, not just those that are using the permit and not just those that are managing those properties. This is a community-wide issue, and every time there's a question asked up there, all stakeholders should be involved and get their feedback and see what the flavor is, what the temperature is of the folks, because the vast majority of the emails that I get, and it's not even my district, are against these short-term rentals just because of those three issues. If we can wave a magic wand and make those three issues disappear, then everybody's happy. And then we wouldn't have to be involved, and it wouldn't cost us $250,000 a year to referee a neighborhood dispute. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Vice Chair Herman, I see you're signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I can answer some of Commissioner Clark's questions. I was here. I'm probably the only one that was here at that time. I happen to have been a property manager for many years, hundreds and hundreds of properties. So I answer you with that. So there was one. But I voted against it because I didn't see how it was going to work at the time. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have questions before we take public comment? I think for my part, I know how the open market was when we didn't permit these, and the complaints I received prior to adoption were massive, and a lot of these issues have calmed down. So kudos to the team. There's so much more work to be done, certainly, and I'm so glad the new people that you're bringing on are going to work on enforcement. And I'm glad you're foreseeing that we'll have to look at additional fees down the line to ensure that this is sustainable. But it's one of those programs that even if you eliminate short-term rentals, say you were going to do that, that's a very expensive prospect too. Ask the city of South Shore how difficult it is for them to enforce their more complete moratorium of short-term rentals that are not in commercial districts. So that also is a difficult thing for a county to manage. And I think we balance these issues as well as we can. And I appreciate your staff's work on this. We received a public comment that I was hoping you could address from the Speak Up group from Eric Tracy. He asked why we're not increasing the fees that you get when you are in trouble for your short-term rental permit. And my understanding is because we're restricted, and blame the DA's office, no, blame the attorneys. We're restricted because I think we can only enact so large of a fee on disciplinary issues for civil issues. But I wanted to get that on the record because I think he asked a really good question, and if there's anything you could add to that.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for that question, Chair. So that is actually something that you'll see us talk about a little bit in agenda item number 10, where that is one of the questions that we are looking to investigate of whether it is possible to increase the penalties for violations of the short-term rental standards. But absolutely, in terms of that initial direction and conversations that we had with the district attorney's office back when the program was initially established, that was 100% a piece of what we were looking at, is those limits associated with civil infractions. But that is a conversation that we've spoken briefly with the district attorney's office about. I think there may be a little bit of wiggle room.
Oh, good.
And so we will be, if on the next agenda item, if that were to move forward, we would include that as part of the investigation.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. Thank you for the clarification on that. I have Commissioner Andriola signed in.
Thank you. How many staff are actually, with the proposed fee increase and the additional staff, in total, what is that number for enforcement?
So we have one code enforcement officer. That is an existing position that is filled, and then we would be creating 2 new positions. Planning technician is the level that we're thinking is appropriate. That is the intent. So it would be a total of 3 that would be focusing on overall program administration and enforcement. And then a portion of that planning technician is what we've talked about, would assist with kind of backing up and providing additional support to the enforcement officer.
And what are the hours in terms of enforcement? How does that work? What does a typical schedule look like, for instance?
Sure, it's normal county business hours in terms of Monday through Friday during the day. Certainly, we also though have that the third-party service that we operate through host compliance. That's the 24/7 complaint hotline. They have their own team of people that respond to calls that are coming in. They do that outreach where if there is a complaint that comes in, where that turns around and the local responsible party is informed that there has been an issue where they have to respond back, that is something that they are working on resolving. So between the two, there is some level of 24/7. Primary for county staff though is Monday through Friday.
And my understanding is the process is the homeowner has to respond within 30 minutes. Is that correct?
So it's the local responsible party. So every short-term rental is required to identify a local responsible party, someone who can physically be there in a short period of time to respond to the property if needed. Sometimes that is the property owner. Sometimes it's they've designated someone else, like a property manager, to respond. But yes.
So if the hotline is incorporated, just in terms of the staff, then they would contact the designated party. Then that party, if you will, has 30 minutes to respond. What's the follow-up on that? So in other words, does the hotline call that responsible party back and they communicate within that 30-minute response time to rectify, if you will, whatever the issue is?
So what will generally happen, and I'm just glancing over to our compliance services planning manager, Chad Giesinger, he may have more to add to my response. But generally what happens is that complaint is reported to the hotline, and then the hotline reaches out by text to the local responsible party, and then they have 30 minutes to respond back that they have received that. And then what will generally happen is that following business day, our enforcement officer will follow up with the local responsible party to understand exactly how that was addressed at that time.
Some of the feedback that I've been receiving is there appears to be at least a perception that the whatever the issue is there's a lot of leniency that's given, not that in every instance, but enough that people are wondering about that. So I don't necessarily need to get into too deep into that, but I just wanted to share that, that has been feedback that I've received, and that just following the process, if whatever the situation with the warning occurs, if another violation occurs, then there's a penalty. And then if it occurs again, then the the permit will be revoked. So is that a correct step process?
So it is a combination of financial penalties, and then also we do have what we call or refer to as a 3 strikes you're out approach. So if there are 3 confirmed violations within a 1-year time period, then that short-term rental permit would be revoked. There's a cooling off period of 1 year that's associated with that as well. I do want to be clear, though, certainly when we talk about a confirmed violation, that does mean exhausting all of their due process rights to be able to, if they disagree that there's a violation that has occurred, and going through that process as well. So I just want to be clear on that point.
So the fee structure builds in all of that. That's why I'm kind of going through the steps, because that's a lot of staff time. That's a lot of process. That's a lot. Just going through what we just did a second ago, that's a lot. So I'm sure you've built in that fee structure to be essentially with a goal of a net zero, right? As best as one can.
Absolutely, and certainly the proposed fees, that is the intent, to get us to a place where it is cost neutral.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark, you're signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the clarification as well, Vice Chair Herman, that you voted against this as a property manager. I am as well, 40-year property manager licensed by the state of Nevada with the permits and so forth. I've rented properties all around UNR. Similar kind of situation. Students there are not, they're not owner occupants. They're there. Many of them never lived away from their parents before. There's lots and lots of challenges, quite similar to what we see at a party atmosphere. So there's ways to deal with that, and I'll go into that in a few minutes. But the hours of the county's 9 to 8 to 5 hours. I mean, I don't party as much as I used to, but I never started before 5. And so I would be partying well after the staff had gone home. But think about this. You're home, you're a homeowner, you're owner occupant, you're living there, the party's going on at midnight, 11:30, you call it, and it takes them a half an hour. Well, that half an hour probably seems like 5 hours by the time somebody shows up. Then let's say you call the property manager or the person who's supposed to respond, and they're on vacation. And a lot of these property managers up at the lake are 1 or 2 man shows. So, if somebody's out of town and nobody's covering for them, I mean, there's just so many cracks that things fall through. And you're just trying to sleep. You're the neighbor trying to sleep. And you don't understand this and you don't care about it. All you want to do is be able to go to sleep. So there's just so many things that could go wrong, that seem to all align and go wrong when these things happen. One of the ways that could fix this, and people are talking about fees and fines. Okay, we shouldn't have our business plan made on fees and on fines and and that type of thing. I mean, if a property manager really wanted to control this, they would charge such a big refundable deposit and let everybody know coming to the house party that, hey, I've got $5,000 on the line if you folks cut up. And A, we're going to get thrown out of here, and B, I'm going to lose $5,000 a night for you raising heck, my guests to my party. You might see this diminish a little bit when they got skin in the game. You know, fine, it takes forever, you got to go to a hearing and you got to prove that it really happened, and somebody gets a judge that's soft on this kind of stuff and nothing really happens and everybody's angry and da-da-da. Right there, that's where the rubber meets the road. You charge a deposit. I go to hotels all the time and there's big signs, if you smoke in the room, you're going to pay $250. Well, that kind of probably, even if you wanted to smoke in the room, you probably would leave. So if there's a way, a mechanism where we can make the owners and the property managers charge a big non-refundable, so everybody knows to get their money back at the end of the day, but if they cut up and cause problems, it's such a massive fine that it'll make people think twice. This is all about the people that are guests there. We have to figure out a way to protect the owner occupants. We have to make this so painful that people aren't going to want to raise hell and make trash and noise and urinate outside and whatever else they do at these parties. So we got to figure out a way to make this hurt and not a fine, because as somebody alluded to, the county's only has a certain amount of fining ability, but refundable deposits. You make it so it's like renting a car. You make a big enough deposit if you damage something. If you rent a snowmobile, you rent a jet ski. All of those places have huge deposits in case you wreck the vehicle. So we could do the same thing. I think we could do the same thing. Make the folks renting understand that they're going to lose a deposit, and then it might start to get their attention if it's a big enough pain. I mean, these are high-end luxury homes for the most part, or high-end luxury condos. These are valuable properties. Charge a bigger deposit and figure out a way to glom onto that or get part of that, or part of that is coming to the county if we have to enforce this. So make it painful, I guess. If you don't do anything wrong, it doesn't cost you a penny. But if you act up, it's painful. You make the right thing easy and the wrong thing hard. Thank you.
Great. Any other commissioner comments? I'm not seeing any. So Madam Clerk, if you could open up public comment.
Sure. First up, we have Linda Smith, and I believe she is at the Incline Village Library.
Great. Ms. Smith?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, I am here on behalf of the concerned neighbors of Tyrolean Village. We now number more than 80 property owners of Tyrolean Village, so please amplify my voice 80 times. I've been asked to speak on behalf of my neighbors and friends. We are here to support the resolution and to indicate that we believe the fees need to be increased even higher to cover the cost of enforcement for the permitted 642 short-term rentals in Incline Village. In particular, we believe at least 2 full-time individuals need to be stationed in Incline, particularly on weekends and at night when most of the STR problems occur. As I've testified previously, our small HOA has over 30 permitted and at least 3 unpermitted STRs. Despite tighter HOA rules passed earlier this year, we continue to experience problems with STR renters, such as the discharge of firearms, keying off decks, throwing beer bottles into the national forest land that surrounds our community, putting garbage on the streets to attract our bears, clogging our narrow roadways, lighting fires. We've had 5 so far documented, including several in our dumpsters, as well as allowing their dogs to bite our residents, neighbors' dogs, using illegal drugs, and playing loud music at midnight. There's currently only 1 FTE code enforcement officer. Your staff suggests adding 1.5 to 2 positions. We suggest at least 2 more that would be stationed in Incline. Asking the sheriffs to handle night and weekend problems is a very poor use of law enforcement time and jeopardizes their response to other problems. In short, please enact this resolution and consider additional fees to increase to support 2 more FTE enforcement personnel located and dedicated to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I just got word that there's another one in Incline. Clark Meyer.
Number 10, correct? Sure, yeah. I'm happy with this. Hi, Commissioner Hill. It's Grant Meyer, President of Incline Village Board of Realtors. I actually requested to speak on point 10, if that's okay.
Okay, we'll hear from you then.
Okay, we'll add that one. So in Chambers, we have Jeff Mullenkamp, followed by Leslie Mullenkamp.
You have been so patient waiting there for this item.
I wasn't expecting to be here this long, but thank you for hearing me anyhow. My name is Jeff Mullenkamp, I live in Washoe Valley, and we do have a permit for an STR. Just a little background on myself, because it might be relevant. I was budget director for the state of Nevada for 3 years. I've managed this finances in a couple of different cities in California, so I know a little bit about the numbers. And I can speak a little bit to the numbers. While you have a $250,000 deficit in this direct, you're also collecting a lot of TOT, which goes right to your general fund. So I think you're probably well over $1 million to the good, if I'm being honest. I don't know the numbers, but it's probably much more than that. And while I appreciate what staff's trying to do, what you're really doing on the front end is over-regulating. I'll be honest with you. I've lived in Nevada and California in the last 10 years, most of it here in Nevada. And I've never seen this kind of regulation for a short-term rental. It's crazy. $840 we spent. We had to buy smoke detectors that are interconnected. We had to put lighting, egress on outside so people could go out. This is a 1,000 square foot house out in Washoe Valley. I mean, it's crazy, the requirements. It's almost like we're building a new dwelling. And now I'm hearing you have senior planners or planners doing it. Way overburdensome for the people that want to get in. If you want to spend money, spend it on the enforcement side. Because what I'm hearing is that's where your problem is. You guys are way over-regulating on the front end for something like us. You need another tier, quite honestly, because you're grouping us in with people that are multiple properties, things like that. One of the things I think that I'm hearing today is that the problem is really on the back end. You guys are over-regulating on the front end. Divert your resources to the back end. I'm not sure if it's going to save you money, but if you guys really, and number 10, want to limit the number, then just come out and say it. Come out and say, we don't want short-term rentals because they're competing with our hospitality sector. Or we don't want short-term rentals because they're annoying our residents. But don't be coy with it. Just be honest about what you're trying to accomplish. Because to me, and I've been in Nevada a long time, I've seen a lot of numbers in a lot of Nevada. What you're doing is trying to regulate this out of commission. The reason you don't have enough people is because you're overcharging and you're over-regulating. If you thought you were going to get another 300 or 400 or 500, they're not coming, or they're doing it on the sly. They're not paying your fees because they don't want to go through your process. I'm telling you, I'm almost certain that that's what's happening. They're back-ending you, and they're not even coming through your process. We almost consider ourselves, but I figured, my name and reputation probably wouldn't be good to sacrifice. Anyhow, Jeff Mullenkamp for the record. I really hope that you consider backing up and thinking about creating a third tier or some other tier, because I'm getting grouped in with the rich people. Sorry, I got to go. I guess my time's up. We're getting grouped in with people that are
Leslie Mullenkamp, followed by Janet Butcher.
Hello, my name is Leslie Mullenkamp, and I'm a proud resident of Washoe Valley. I am here today to provide a perspective that I believe has not been considered in the proposal before you to increase the short-term rental or STR fees. I'm speaking on behalf of regular people who are just looking to participate in the STR to supplement income. I'm not a real estate mogul. I don't work for a corporation, and I'm not a property manager of multiple units. I'm just a citizen looking to supplement my income by renting out a room in my home sometimes, or the entire home sometimes. My husband and I, we were really excited about having our home as an Airbnb because we've stayed in many of them and we've really enjoyed the experience. We have a friend, Samantha, who lives in Lyon County over in Silver Springs, and she rents a room out, and when I asked her about the process, she said, oh, I just signed up with Airbnb and I started renting and getting supplemental income. That was absolutely not the experience I had. My experience is that I went through the Washoe County STR permitting process, and it took hours of my time with the processes and inspections that were way overboard, including having to sketch out floor plans. If you can imagine, just, I don't know how to do a floor plan. Measuring rooms when I only had a 12-foot measuring tape and it's 14 feet. And then I had to do schematics, and all of this stuff had to be reviewed by the staff, and they had to take and put time into it. So it's no wonder that the costs are too high, because this process is a one-size-fits-all process that is too much. It absolutely can be pared down. The staff report that I read as part of the agenda, it talks about a need for increasing resources. It talks about increasing fees and personnel, but it does not address any efforts to simplify this process, the whole process. If you simplify the process, you reduce costs. If you reduce costs, more regular people can do this, and you get more income. In your staff report, you stated that there were revenue projections that ran short, and I'm here to tell you, your revenue is short because you've priced the regular people out of the market. They either have given up on doing this in general, or they are doing it without a license. I believe you can do better, and I think you can do it without raising fees. I did some research just to see if I was off the mark on this, and I have a list of similar local government entities and what they currently charge for what I need in a permit. Now, keep in mind, I paid $840 to rent possibly a room and possibly the whole house. We didn't know because we'd never done it before. And this would only be for a few months. The type of permitting
Mark Newman.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Thank you for your comments.
Janet Butcher declined, so Mark Newman, you're up next, followed by Deborah Sock.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Mark Newman. So I see it as it cost $550,000. We made 250, and we lost 265. There's something really wrong with some numbers there, and you only want to raise it less than $100, $80 per unit. You're still going to be losing a lot of money, and maybe instead of with the problems that you have at night, every time somebody calls up, the only person that can show up is the sheriff. That renter pays for that time for that sheriff and the fees and the gas and everything else. You'll find out that people don't want the sheriff to come to their house. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Sock.
Deborah Sock for the record. I agree with a lot of what has been said today. Overall, I would urge the passage of this item, but I do agree that there needs to be more tiers in the process. Tyrolean Village has come to us previously on at least 2 occasions because of the problems there with short-term rentals. And my guess is they don't have Airbnbs there, they have Verbos there. And so they might need to have a different fee structure than someone who's renting out a room occasionally. Also, I noted that in the proposal, we were short about $259,000 in shortfall, but they only noted with these fee increases a $92,000 savings. Those two don't balance out. As I said, overall, I support this. but I think that maybe more research needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's everybody signed in to speak, but I do have emails to place on the record for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Clark, you were signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess it's time to cut to the chase. I've got to agree with Mr. and Mrs. Molenkamp 100%. I'm going to take it a step further. I could save the county $259,000 today if we got out of the short-term rental business. We need to get out of this business, let the private sector dictate what's taking place. We're trying to collect fees. It isn't working. We've got at least 80 people at Tyrolean Village that are unhappy about this. Nothing good is coming from this. Nothing good is coming from it. We aren't making any money. We've got a lot of people irritated. The only thing that's coming out of this is some people have paid us $800 or whatever the fee is, and they're making lots of money from renting vacation properties up at the lake. Why are we in this business at all? I think Ms. Herman was right when she voted against this thing years ago. I'd like to go on record. I want the county to be out of the short-term rental business. We also look at adding 2 new staff. So now we've got 2 new staff that we're going to pay for till they retire, 10, 20, 15, 30 years, whatever it is. And then we're going to put them on retirement for the rest of their lives, too. So look at the long-term costs of this. We're playing catch-up, and we're never going to catch up. We're losing money at $250,000 a year, and we're going to fix it by hiring more people. That just doesn't make sense. There's nothing about this that makes sense. This is a private property, private ownership issue. If somebody wants to rent out their property, let them rent it out. If there's problems, somebody reports it to the sheriff. The sheriff goes out. Maybe we could charge extra if the sheriff has to go out more often. But like burglar alarm calls, when your burglar alarm goes off and it's a false alarm, you might have to pay in certain jurisdictions. So why are we doing this? Why are we asking? Why are we looking for trouble? Why are we buying a headache that's costing a lot? I want to be out of the short-term rental business. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Andriola.
You know, I believe in the marketplace driving free enterprise. And I, too, was not here when this occurred. It does seem very regulatory, and to the Molenkamp's point of their property having a bit of a, distinction of other properties, but yet the fee being the same is certainly interesting. When I first looked at it, I realized that obviously over 90% of the STRs are at the Incline Village, Crystal Bay area. However, the impact of this is all districts, all unincorporated Washoe County. And I think that we have to think about that too. So I hadn't actually given any thought to a separate tier, but I do think it is interesting to look at that distinction. I don't know if there's a way to have it be based on, the price, but it does seem like it needs a lot more work. I also wanted to add that if it's appropriate, I think that what we learned with some of the agenda items that we looked at previously is that if an HOA determines that an STR is not allowed, then the HOA, even though the county certainly doesn't want to have to go into CCNRs, and that regulatory body belongs with the homeowners association. But the fact is that the county sends a checklist. As an example, we saw that where the HOA verified how many parking spaces were allocated for a particular parking area for a property. And it was from that verification that the parking designation helped, along with other factors, to determine what tier it was in. I really think that we should have a provision, if this does go forward and we continue to be in the STR business, that we include a question that basically says to the HOA that we're sending the verification document, does the HOA allow STR? And if it doesn't, it stops. Because the HOA, we don't need to look at the CCNRs, we don't need to look at the HOA. That is between the homeowner and the body to which those homeowners have agreed to abide by those rules. But I do think that that's a consideration. We're already verifying various information, and I think what we saw was some changes with an HOA, and I think that that should be considered. But I do think the fact that we're not allowing the market to drive a process is really, when you start putting in regulations, then you have regulations for regulations, and then pretty soon you have more regulations for regulations. And so it is hard to try and then look at how you streamline regulations. And so I'm guessing that this is not the time or place to talk about STR staying or going. But my request, honestly, is to have the HOA. I know the fee structure is what we're looking at. I really believe that enforcement is a major part of this, and I think that the enforcement needs to, be in place. If you do have a policy, it needs to have the enforcement, or don't have the policy. So it looks like the staff has done their work in terms of looking at a fee structure that is a net zero, essentially, to sustain the STRs as it stands right now. I'd like to include the HOA as part of that process, as I just explained. And I also think it's important to note that, there's a CAB, and I think that they need to have regular feedback in terms of enforcement and in terms of the process, and to have them be a part. And I know that the staff is dedicated to including all residents, but it is all of Washoe County in terms of what it touches, this ordinance, not just Incline Village. So I think it's even beyond just the residents that are in the designated area that seems to always be spoken about. So I just wanted to put that information out there, and maybe there is an opportunity to look at an additional tier. Maybe there's an opportunity to look at it going away. So that's my comments.
I see the DA Canderas has signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to draw the attention back to what the consideration of this item is. The next item talks a little bit about amending the code.
Right.
And so I know there's similar interests in both items, but for our purpose right now, we're just talking about whether we should adopt the new fee schedule. And then in the next item, I think that will be the place where we could talk about points that maybe we want considered if we go ahead and open the code, the Washoe County Code to amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark, you're signed in again.
I want to take what Ms. Canderas just said, and maybe we should talk about that on the next item. But again, it seems like raising the fees, hiring more people. It's like, once you're in a hole, quit digging. We're in a hole. It's already costing us $250, $259. We've got a lot of unhappy people on one side, some folks that are making money on the other side. To Commissioner Andriola's point, this affects everybody in the county, because the rest of the county is a $259,000 bill to manage this is being foisted onto the rest of the taxpayers. Think about right now, what could the county do? What else could we do with $259 that would be more productive for the most people in the county instead of what we're doing? And we'll talk about this, I guess, on the next issue. But I'm going to also say, this is then, and that was then, and this is now. The two people on the dais who've been real estate brokers, who've been property managers, both think this isn't a good idea. So, You may not think we're subject matter experts, but we probably know more than the rest. The free market should be taking care of this, and let's get out of this. Let's get out of this flypaper. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Mullen, can I ask you a kind of a historical context type question? I'm going back as far as I can, I think 2019 attachment, and looking at the general sentiments of that time. And what I'm reading is that, correct me if I'm wrong, that it was kind of wild, wild west back then, and the commissioners at the time were asking for more regulatory language and parameters. And is that in fact true? Were you here working at the time? What can you tell us about where we've come? Because now I'm hearing the pendulum's kind of swinging again, and I want to stay with the relevant historical context.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you for the question, Kelly Mullen, Planning and Building Division Director. So absolutely. When the board started looking at ordinances or regulations related to short-term rentals, and we started talking about that in 2019, it was very much a response to what was being said in the community sentiment regarding the impacts of short-term rentals on the quality of life in those neighborhoods. 100%, that was a huge topic of discussion. Now, of course, just like it is today, it was controversial. You know, there were, I will say, almost the two sides of the aisle, folks who wanted to operate short-term rentals and those who were living next to existing short-term rentals. And we were hearing from both parties. And the reason that we had such an extensive public outreach process over that 2-year period was because we were hearing so much from the community, hearing so much, especially from those folks who were living next to or had concerns about short-term rentals. And we were really trying to find that balance between creating something that was simple and enforceable and getting at the primary concerns. And I think that is absolutely why you see what's in the ordinance is a result of all of that engagement. And yes, in terms of the, pendulum swinging, and certainly that's part of the conversation that we're having with the board and with the next agenda item is to see if those things, some of those things still make sense, but we continue to hear from the community about some of those concerns on both sides. I do want to point out just a statistic related to the complaints that we've received, just to provide a little bit of context. That first year of operation, fiscal year 22, the hotline received 415 complaint calls. In the last fiscal year, that dropped down to 197. And take that as you will. I think it does tell a story to some degree in terms of having some of those standards in place and that ability to, through having those standards, being able to help to regulate some of that behavior that we were hearing concerns about. So long-winded answer to your question. I hope that helped.
That does help a lot, actually, and I appreciate that you embedded those concerns about enforcement and kind of bolstering those things, so I'm happy to make a motion if you're ready.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, and I will take your motion in just a second. I will say this is something I ran on. The community was clamoring for the county to get involved because it was neighbor against neighbor, and there was no way to resolve those concerns. There were party houses, people were having weddings at homes. Certainly, again, no program is perfect, but as you heard from even the data and the statistics, it's much improved. And I hear from the Mellencamp's about their concerns about overregulation on the safety of the home, but that was something that came out very strong from constituents of, we have people renting out homes that aren't even safe for occupancy. So there was a push to do some building inspections as part of that. That's certainly something the commission can always look at down the road, but I think eliminating this program would be it would be a loss for our community. This program has helped mend relationships, and again, it's not perfect, but it is a place for people to remedy their concerns. And so it is a common sense regulation. I still stand by that. I think it's a good program. There's always room to for improvement, but I caution the commission about just throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Commissioner Clark, you are signed in. Do you still want to speak? Or?
Yeah, yes, thank you. It's, again, what Ms. Mullen said about the calls are down. Is that because of the fees we're charging? I don't see the connection there. I don't know, maybe help me connect that. How do you see that connecting? That because we charge fees now and we're regulating this, that it's caused the number of calls to the complaint bureau to go down? How does that connect? What does that mean?
Thank you for the question, the opportunity to clarify. Yeah, those were calls to the 24-hour complaint hotline. So just in terms of not anything to do with the fees, but just in terms of having those regulations, in place and starting to see that program do its work in terms of the intent behind the regulations to help to reduce some of those impacts to the neighboring property owners. That's what I was getting at.
Again, a further comment, not to you, but just in general, I think that the county Board of County Commissioners is so far out of their lane on this that it just doesn't make any sense. If there's complaints amongst neighbors, are we supposed to put on black and white shirts and carry whistles around and referee this stuff? This needs to be, they need to work it out amongst themselves. They need to use the tools that are already in place. They can call the sheriff if there's noise. They can call the sheriff if there's trash. There's rules already on the books for this. State law, local codes. It just puts us in the middle of something that we're not prepared to do. We don't have the staff for it. And I appreciate Chairman Garcia, not Chairman, but Commissioner Garcia for asking historically about this. The county tried to do this, and it seems like we're failing. It's costing lots of money. It's putting lots of money in other people's pockets, not the taxpayers. And we're getting in the middle of neighborhood disputes. We're so far out of our lane, it doesn't make any sense. Again, we're not going to decide today whether we get out of this business, but unless somebody comes up with a better mousetrap, I think this thing doesn't fly. It hasn't worked. It hasn't done what it was supposed to do, because here we are 2, 3, 4 years later, still with the same issues. Trash, noise, traffic, excessive fees I'm hearing now. And, it just, I can see why people are bootlegging this and just doing it on their own. But nobody wants to be involved with this regulatory stuff, and we shouldn't be the referee of neighborhood disputes. There's other ways. Worst case scenario, hire an attorney and let a judge decide. We shouldn't be the judge. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia, looking for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to adopt the resolution to amend STR application fees effective October 1st and approve the use of the Western CPI moving forward.
Thank you. I will second that motion. Any questions on that motion to adopt the fees? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Okay, and I don't know how that went, so let's see what's going on the screen. And the motion passes. Thank you, everyone. We will now move to item 10, Mr. Manager.
Item 10 is a recommendation to provide direction to staff on initiation of amendments to Washoe County Code Chapters 110, 125 pursuant to Washoe County Code Section 2.030 and 110.818.05 to create the necessary code language to limit the number of short-term rentals operating in unincorporated Washoe County. The amendments may include, but are not limited to, the establishment of a cap on the overall number of STR permits issued, the basis for such a cap, the area of applicability, and methods of implementation. The amendments may also include other changes to streamline and clarify current STR permitting and enforcement processes, and direct the county clerk to submit the requests to the district attorney's office for preparation of the proposed ordinances in accordance with Washoe County Code 2.040. Again, virtual public comment is eligible.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. It looks like you have a presentation for us, Ms. Mullen.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, good afternoon, members of the commission. Kelly Mullen, Planning and Building Division Director. So we're going to talk about the second part of those STR items today, specifically looking at or responding to a request from both Chair Hill and from Commissioner Clark to bring to the board the question of whether or not to establish a limit on the number of short-term rental permits that are issued in Washoe County. So again, we'll start off with a little bit of a background. Here, we've already talked about that in 2021, we established the standards after a 2-year public process. We've talked about some of those things that the codes get at. I will say that the following year, we did introduce and the board adopted some changes, some refinements to the code standards. And we're here today in 2023 as a result of those requests from the chair and Commissioner Clark to look at establishing a limit on the number of permits. So we're going to be asking you 2 questions. One, if that is something that you would like for staff to pursue, and if so, we'll talk about the process. But if yes, if you decide to open up the codes related to short-term rental standards, there are a suite of potential additional amendments that staff has identified in terms of adding clarification to the code and streamlining related to the permitting and enforcement processes. So both of those are outlined more in the staff report. We'll get into some of the details here. I do want to start off though by saying that that if we decide to go down the path of establishing a cap or a limit on the number of short-term rentals, we do want to make sure that that is responding to a specific need or issue that has been identified. That is something that the district attorney's office has made very clear. We've had some conversation about that within the staff report about those potential bases for a cap. I've highlighted some of those on the screen, and I'm just going to go through a few of those potential reasons. And again, as you're aware, we have just under 700 short-term rental permits right now in Washoe County. As you know, about 94% of those are located within the Lake Tahoe area. I do want to note that those numbers do fluctuate as short-term rentals come on and off the market, so that's not a hard and stone number, but it's where we're at right now. We have heard a significant amount of comment and concern from the community, especially in the Incline Village, Crystal Bay area, related to lack of or shortage of affordable housing and workforce housing in the Tahoe area. And also along with that, concerns related to potential impacts that the existence of short-term rentals may have on that availability of housing. And then if you will remember when the Tahoe Prosperity Center was here last month or the month before to present what was called the Housing Roadmap. That was the Washoe Tahoe Housing Partnerships Roadmap. There were a number of recommendations that were associated with getting at that problem of a lack of affordable housing and workforce housing in the area. One of their recommendations to Washoe County was specifically to implement a cap on the number of short-term rentals to limit the amount of housing stock that could be used for that purpose. And also want to call attention to some requirements from the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. That is one of the regional planning boards that Washoe County, our plans need to conform to their plans and requirements. They delegate some land use authority to the county. And one of the things that TRPA looks at is what the short-term rental standards are that have been adopted by each of the local jurisdictions. And that does have an impact on what are called the housing allocations or residential allocations that TRPA does grant to Washoe County. It's a technical term, but just to kind of provide a little bit of background on that, every home that is built in the Tahoe area is required to have a residential allocation. Those are awarded to each jurisdiction based on a number of factors. One of those factors is what is in the short-term rental standards that jurisdiction has adopted. So those are potential bases or reasons for looking at if it's appropriate for establishing a cap on the number of short-term rental permits. Certainly if this board directs for us to move forward and investigate that further, we will look at other potential bases if it makes sense. But just want to put some of that background out there. So you'll probably hear a lot through this process, if we move forward, what other jurisdictions around the lake are doing. There are currently 3 counties around Lake Tahoe that do have some sort of a cap or limit on short-term rentals in their jurisdictions. Each of those have been placed in the last few years, certainly since Washoe County initially started looking at short-term rental standards. You will see just overall a variety of types of restrictions at the lake, but all of those major jurisdictions around the lake do have short-term rental standards in place. 3 of them have a specific limit on the number of short-term rentals that can be operating within their jurisdictions. So that would be Douglas County, El Dorado County, Placer County. South Lake Tahoe, City of South Lake Tahoe, although it does not have a cap, as Chair Hill mentioned earlier, it does have very strong restrictions in terms of where short-term rentals can operate. They are not allowed in residential zones at all. They are restricted to their commercial and tourist cores. So it's another way of limiting short-term rentals. So putting that out there just to give you a little bit of context and background of about what is happening in some of those other jurisdictions around Lake Tahoe. And again, in the staff report, you'll see that list of additional potential code amendments should the board choose to initiate a code amendment to look at a cap. Staff is asking that some of those identified needs also be authorized for us to move forward with investigating. And again, those are focusing on streamlining and clarifying permitting and enforcement processes. And to get to part of the conversation that we talked about with the last agenda item, it also includes investigating the appropriateness of increasing fees and fines related to short-term rental violations. So if the code amendment is initiated, we'll just talk through what that process looks like. Staff would work with the district attorney's office to craft potential language. We would be looking specifically at, if it is appropriate for placing a limit on short-term rentals, and if so, what that limit should be, what makes sense, how that could potentially be implemented. It's implemented in different ways in different jurisdictions, so there are some options there. We would, of course, take many things into consideration as we go through that process, not just board direction, but looking at best practices in different jurisdictions, tying whatever that proposed approach is to known issues that need to be resolved, looking at input from our various stakeholders, many different stakeholder groups that we know would have a piece of that conversation, looking at how feasible it is to actually implement a cap and whatever that proposed method is, making sure that the proposal is equitable, that it is legal and defensible, and that we are considering any potential unintended consequences as a result of putting a cap like that in place. So that would then follow with at least one public workshop as part of the overall process. That's kind of standard in terms of having at least one workshop. It could be more if this board desires. Once that language is drafted, it would then go to the Planning Commission and then back to this board for a first reading and a second reading. So today we are asking the board to identify whether you would like to initiate amendments to establish the cap. If initiated, again, include or authorize for those staff identified changes, and then please provide us with any additional direction that you have, including the preferred level of stakeholder engagement. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation, available for any questions.
Thank you. I have Vice Chair Herman signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is one of the worst ideas, one of the worst I've heard today. People that own homes don't rent them out because they enjoy people that rent them destroying them. They rent them out because they could use the money. That was the original intent of all of the STRs that weren't really called STRs mostly before that, but people for 50 years have bought and sold homes up there. And the only way they could really afford to pay for them so they could eventually retire in them was to rent them out on short times. So a cap is just taking their freedom of full ownership. It's stealing from the people that own these homes. That's just the way I feel about it. I'm sorry. I believe in freedom. Thank you.
Chair Herman. Any other commissioners want to speak before we open it up to public comment? I'm not seeing anyone. Okay, Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Grant Meyer in Incline Village.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm speaking as a 32-year resident of Incline Village and also president of the Board of Realtors in town. I also live right next door to a short-term rental. It causes very little noise issues or parking or trash issues compared to the long-term rental on the other side of my house. Putting on my president's hat, the Incline Village Board of Realtors is adamantly opposed to the proposed cap on a number of permits to be allocated to property owners in Washoe County. The practice is poor policy that creates a commoditization of a public asset that disrupts a healthy and stable market with further government intervention and makes changes to an ordinance that will cause more unforeseen problems than currently exist. An implementation of a cap on the number of STR permits commoditizes a public asset that incentivizes property owners to apply for, hold on to, never use a permit. And this practice will decrease the transient occupancy revenue for the county, negatively impact small businesses that rely on this tourism in Incline Village, and ruin an already sluggish housing market in the area. Keep in mind that various studies show that 95% of short-term rental owners use their property a portion of the time themselves. So the idea that short-term rental permits take away from workforce or long-term housing is a complete widespread fallacy. Even the Washoe Tahoe Prosperity Center roadmap acknowledges that the mass majority of short-term rentals in this area are owned by people that occupy the properties themselves. All you would be doing is eliminating revenue and small businesses from being able to run in this community. Furthermore, of an estimated 47,000 stays during the operating period of the SGR program, there have been only 517 complaints, or an outstanding 0.01% of issues. So we know that there are a few people that are problems and a few problem renters in the area, but please don't ruin the community by limiting this. And finally, I just would like to say that the Incline Village Board of Realtors Public Policy Committee asked the Washoe County Commissioners to not consider a cap to limit the number of short-term rental permits in Washoe County. For the reasons stated above, the cap is poor policy, will create more issues than currently exist, and will be a further infringement on private property rights that will disproportionately impact a very narrow geographic area of the county. As you guys have stated, 94% of these permits are in Incline Village and Crystal Bay. We don't have the hotel and housing areas that other parts of Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
Chris Rayner, followed by Bonnie Glennon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, or Commissioner and Chair and Commissioners. My name is Chris Rayner. I am the managing broker for eXp Realty. I'm also the chair of government affairs for Sierra Nevada Realtors, formerly known as Reno Sparks Association of Realtors. It's our stance that we support private property rights. We feel that each owner should be able to rent their property as they see fit. We feel that the proposed changes will be a gross overreach and also create a list of issues. Caps will create commodities which disrupt the communities. Many of the local businesses look to STRs or short-term rentals as tourism and support for their businesses, and many of the residents depend on those short-term rentals for jobs. They also only represent 1/3 of 1% of all the homes in Washoe County. Short-term rentals do not take away from workforce housing, And people love to visit our area. They love to come out for retreats and summer vacations, and these homes provide that opportunity for them to do. There is only 685 short-term rentals out of the 218,000 homes in this county. Each one of these, and the most current estimate is each one of these provide $20,000 a year worth of revenue that goes back into the county, which gives us about $13 to $14 million that go into the county budget. So we believe that the short-term ordinances that are already in place are working as intended and proposed. So a cap on the short-term rentals is only a direct impact both on property rights, private property rights, but they also create more confusing regulations that owners have to try to figure out what to deal with. So it's the stance of the Sierra Nevada Realtors that we are deeply invested in our community. We strive to maintain it to be a great place to live, work, and stay. And our members stand ready and willing to engage each of you anytime you're ready. So we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Bonnie Glennon, followed by Leslie Mollenkamp.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is my first time being here, and I wanted to be a part of this. My name is Bonnie Glennon, and I am an owner of a short-term rental at 321 Ski Way in Incline Village. I'm also a licensed realtor in Nevada. I'm a licensed real estate broker in California. And I just want to say that we've had, over 40, we've owned ours since 2022, and we have ours in Airbnb. We also do use it for ourselves personally, but we have had a great experience. My daughter and I own it together, and we're so glad that we did this. And just wanted to say that I think that some of this is education between neighbors and renters, because we do have guidelines. We have a $500 fee if there is a party. So this does eliminate parties. We have not had any parties. We have cameras front and back, so we know who comes in. The other thing is that my daughter's having her wedding at the Hyatt, and I just rented a short-term rental through Sun Bear in Incline Village, and I had to actually do a background check when I paid the full fee. So I think that, like Commissioner Clark, you said, the private sector, I think, hears what's going on. They are chiming in and proposing restrictions too, to help the community so that we don't have noise, or we don't want to impose on neighbors and make it uncomfortable for them too. Because we do want to live and, be cognizant and polite to neighbors and, make the experience good for everyone. I do also too believe that the private sector plays a part in this in more restrictions than what you guys are providing in your guidelines. But I do appreciate your guidelines and think that they have made our unit better because of you do have the, the smoke detectors and they come out and inspect it. So just want to say thank you, because I think that they are good guidelines. The other thing I think is that rather than imposing a limit to the short-term rentals, HOAs are doing that for you. A lot of the HOAs are limiting short-term rentals in Incline Village. So there are only a few left that even do have it. So just saying, I think you should refer to the HOAs to limit the short-term rentals for you. And then the other thing is that, and I think we've seen this in southern, Tahoe, I think that limiting or short-term rentals.
Thank you.
Leslie Mollenkamp, followed by Jeff Mollenkamp.
Hi there, Leslie Mollenkamp again. I really didn't know if my notes from before were relevant for this, but actually I do believe they are, because where I left off before was that, I had done a lot of research in order to, make sure that I was coming before you to make a reasonable claim. I took a look at a bunch of different entities that are similar: Aspen, Colorado; Big Bear Lake, California; Hawaii County, Hawaii; Park City, Utah; Bozeman, Montana; and San Diego, California. The reason this is relevant to what we're speaking about right now is not only were the fees lower than the ones that I paid here. Aspen was $544, Big Bear was $550, Hawaii was $0, Park City, Utah was $400, Bozeman, Montana was $390, $365, and San Diego, California was $285. The reason this is relevant is because they managed to keep those costs low by using certain mechanisms, which some of them included limiting the amount of licenses to the zones. I'm not saying that that's what needs to be done here, but what I am saying is that in looking at these other entities, what's really important about it is they have found ways to license that address the concerns that you're talking about, that the concerns of the citizens, but also kept the costs low. And so I would absolutely say that if you're going to move forward with this agenda item, what would happen is that there would be a relative exploration of what other entities are doing. I'm going to use San Diego really quick because I do have a little bit of time on this. But San Diego, California, my permit would be $285. Part of that is because they've decided to tier. But the other part of it is that in most areas, they have not put a cap. But in some areas, they have limited the amount. And we're talking about folks that really like to party on the beach. So I really think that exploring what types of mechanisms, one of the mechanisms they use is they require the tenants to take a regular size paper and put their permit number and the contact if there's any problems, so that if a neighbor has a problem, they can go straight over to the property, they see who to call, they know who to contact, and they can deal with some of these issues. So what I'm saying is that these problems obviously are not going to go away. But what I would expect is if you explore this, explore all the options and look to reduce those fees in the process. So I would hope that that would be a follow-up that you would do once you decide if you do caps or not. And thank you for your time again.
Thank you.
Jeff Mollenkamp, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
So on the first one, I had a vested interest because you were going to raise my fees. This one I really don't because you've already done so. So all I'm going to give you now is some thoughts. First of all, as far as the front end regulation that you guys are doing, if I rented my house out long term, which means over 30 days, none of these rules apply. You don't have to have interconnected smoke alarms. I don't have to have lights to the exit. I don't have to submit a floor plan. I don't have to do any of that stuff. What's the difference between 30 days and 5 days or 3 days? If you're really more interested in public safety, be consistent. Okay, so that's one of my thoughts. You really can reduce the regulation on the front end. You're really over-regulating. If you're going to use the money that you just took from me and from everybody else, use it on the back end. Use it where it really can be effective. Like my wife said, if you need to expand your call desk or something like that to deal with complaints. But the front end is burdensome and it's unnecessary. It's not accomplishing anything. If it was, then you would do the same thing for a long-term rental. If you were really worried about public safety, you would take that same thing and you would apply it towards all rentals, but you're not. So it's a way that's carving out STRs in a way that's really not helpful. The other thing I would tell you is that if you're looking at doing tiers, maybe you look at a tier that limits the number of days. So people like us who live in our home but want to maybe rent it out a few weeks out of the year, maybe you look at a tier that's less than 150 days or something of that nature, so that it doesn't group me in and people similarly situated me with all the people who are really doing this for a business. That it's their business to rent properties out. So I would, suggest that that's something to look at. The last thing I would suggest is that as much as it sounds like it's a big problem, I'm hearing the numbers today, which I hadn't heard before, And in my situation, I have a neighbor across the street says, "Matt, I'd love to manage this for you. I'll come and do the cleaning, and I'll be the one that deals with anybody if you guys are out of town." So it doesn't have to be this unwieldy beast that we're kind of making it out to be. So all I'm suggesting is that you can really reduce the front end regulation, apply it to the back end. You've already got my money, so, but use it wisely. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Snedeker, and then we'll go back to Incline Village.
Catherine Snedeker, for the record, a non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised, natural-born American woman. In our bundle of rights that comes when we buy properties is to be able to use our property for its highest and best use. And that means if I want to rent out part of my property or my house, I'm going to do it. I have the right to do it because it's my property. And you don't have the right to regulate me. You don't have the right to tell me the last people that were there were too loud. So what? Did you call the sheriff for noise abatement? It's not my problem. Once they've paid and taken it over, it's their property for that time frame. You keep wanting to come in and strangle us and take our rights away. You want us to pay for everything. There's never been 500,000 people in this county. I think it got up to 487 or something like that. The school district. 60,000 kids are in the school district this year. When I moved here 34 years ago, it was over 63,000. So we're not growing, but we're building schools like crazy. You come up with this kind of stuff because you're left out of getting your share of that money from the people that are doing these short-term rentals. That's what it's all about, your end. How much of the kickback are you getting? Why did this even come up? It makes no sense. I can't think of a single government program that this commission has done that helped anybody. Not one person. You keep throwing money at the homeless. Is that because you put them out of business and out of their homes, and so now you have guilt and you feel you need to throw money to them because they're homeless now? That's what you're trying to do with this. You're going to make it so people won't want to come. They won't want to enjoy Lake Tahoe. 800 short-term rentals? That's $604 that you're dedicating of that $500,000 to each one of those people that we're going to be paying for after this part is over. I can't afford it. And if I could, and I was doing it myself, I'd never come and get a permit because I'm not a person where those things apply.
Linda Smith and Incline Village.
Madam Chair and members of the Commission, I am here on behalf of the concerned neighbors of Tyrolean Village. Please consider this testimony equal to 80 public comments. We support the proposed cap on STRs. It's urgent that the staff be instructed to act immediately since the current number has already overwhelmed our community in our carrying capacity. Your staff report states that there's 685 active STR permits, but 642 of them, 94%, are in Incline Village, Crystal Bay. Please note, we are a community of only 7,720 dwelling units, so nearly 10% of our available housing stock is STRs. We used to have workforce housing. I can specifically talk about my community. We have none anymore. We have only 4 hospital beds, only 1 grocery store, only 3 stoplights, a main road of only 1 width in each direction. We have congestion, traffic, and serious degrading of our life, and calling the hotline doesn't solve the problems, so most neighbors have stopped bothering. Douglas County set a cap of 600 STR permits, and they have more than 25,000 dwelling units, or about 2% are STRs. El Dorado County has a cap of 900 permits and over 94,000 dwelling units, or less than 1% of our STRs. Compare this to Incline Village, where 8.3% of our housing stock is STRs. We believe the commission should honor the extensive work done in 2021 to create the Washoe County Tahoe Area Plan. This plan established an Incline Village commercial zone and an Incline Village tourist zone. Follow the lead of South Lake Tahoe, enact restrictions that limit STR permits to commercial and tourist zones only. Doing this would free up the much-needed long-term workforce housing you have been talking about. This would also respect the land uses and density regulations set by TRPA. To lessen the overall impacts and carrying capacity problems created by STRs in Incline Village and Crystal Bay, the commission should consider setting a cap of no more than 400, or about 5% of our dwelling unit stock, within the tourist and commercial zones. The concerned neighbors of Tahoe Village and Tyrolean Village have worked hard to provide a cogent, thoughtful, and respectful way to limit STRs in our community. We hope you will give our recommendations serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in, but I do have emails to place on the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see Commissioner Andriola signed in.
I have a question for the DA. The item before us is to look at whether we move forward or not with CAP and give direction to staff to go through the process. On one of the items that was in Ms. Mullen's presentation was additional information. So are we just limited to the CAP discussion, or can we add some of the other items that I apologize I had kind of shared in the previous agenda item?
So, Commissioner Andriola, what I'm looking at is the subject of the staff report, or the lines that are on the agenda, and it says that if the board agrees to open this part of the ordinance, you can talk about, it says, creating a cap. It also may deal with other items such as streamlining and clarifying STR permitting enforcement processes. So when you open this for potential amendment, I think you can give the staff direction on items. Those are the things they want you to address. So that's one choice, and you can add more. The only thing I would say is if you really want to get into talking about eliminating STRs, I feel like that should be agendized, because that would bring in a whole nother group of public commenters. So while I agree that's an important debate to have, that probably is beyond the scope of how this is written. So you can give direction if you do wish to open it. According to Washoe County Code, Chapter 2, which deals with your amendments or creation of county code, you direct the district attorney to go ahead and make the amendments or the changes, and then the DA will deal with stakeholders, deal with you to come up with something that's legal. Because obviously, with something like this, there are a lot of legal issues. So,
thanks for that clarification. I do not support the cap. So that's why I was asking for the clarification, but I do have I don't want to necessarily repeat all the items, but I do have a couple items that I was hoping that could be considered in looking at it, including having an HOA considered when you do submit for verification on other issues. And if the HOA says that STRs are not allowed, then essentially that would be addressed accordingly. And I also feel that there should be, and I'll use the term working group, and I think the CAB would be a good place to look at some of the things that were discussed. And I'm not just talking about the CAB in Incline. I know, again, that we are always pointing to the 94% of STRs, but it does impact the entire county. So I would like to, I don't know where this is going to go, but I don't support the caps. But I support additional research, additional review, additional items that really could look at streamlining, which have already been articulated. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have comments? Commissioner Clark?
Yes, I think if we do have a working group, I think we should invite some folks that don't live in Incline Village. I think we should make sure that Mr. and Mrs. Mullenkamp, or one of the two, if not both, show up, and they've got some insight and some hands-on real-life information that need to share with the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have comments? Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After hearing more about this and hearing public comment, hearing the presentation, it does raise concerns for me in terms of the implications for the tourism market, eliminating possible revenue for small businesses, and the infringement of private property rights. So those are the things that stood out to me in listening to the arguments for and against. Commissioner Andriola brought up HOAs a couple times, and a public commenter also alluded to that. Ms. Mullen, if you could clarify, I was under the understanding that that letter that we received in the appeal case a couple months ago did involve direct communication with the HOA. Can you clarify that point for me?
It did. Thank you for the question. It was specific. It was specific to when there is an STR in a condo complex with an HOA to identify how many parking spaces are assigned to that specific unit, where the verification letter is specific to that topic.
So it's specific to the parking criteria.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for the reminder, refresher, clarification. I'm in agreement that the cap is, I'm not in favor of the cap as it stands today. And given that we just voted on item number 9, which I was in support of, I think it's important to take these programs and to try to revisit them and improve them over time. And there's no magic bullet for any program that we implement here at the county, and hearing from staff and constituents and other stakeholders is really important to that process. And so just rolling something out and expecting it to be perfect, I believe, is an unrealistic expectation. And so I was very comfortable with the way things shook out for item number 9. That said, I would like to make a motion to not support the cap at this time for item number 10.
Okay. We have,
Second.
okay, a motion by Commissioner Garcia, a second from Vice Chair Herman. Any question on the motion?
Can we include some of the comments and these friendly
Yeah,
amendments?
let's do another
Okay.
motion on that,
Okay.
because I have a feeling I'm going to be voting alone on this one, and I don't want to vote against that other motion. So a motion by Commissioner Garcia, a second by Vice Chair Herman to not enact a cap at this time. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Nay. And the motion passes 4-1. Okay, now Commissioner Andriola, you have a motion.
I would like to make a motion to include consideration for the verification process to include the HOA, to also look at creating an opportunity for a work group, in the sense of, I think we have an infrastructure with cabs that's done throughout all of our districts for additional feedback. So that would be what I consider.
And I like that idea I'm sorry, I will second your motion for discussion, Commissioner Andriola. I like that idea of engaging the community again. I will tell you, I watched Douglas County through they had a community group that worked on these ordinances, and the feedback I received was it was a long process that got very confusing, and a lot of contention, and didn't necessarily get them where they needed to be. So I just want to make sure this is not, how do you imagine this? Like coming back here in another 6 months, seeing where that group has, where those recommendations lie, just giving it like a little bit more of a time would be helpful.
Well, I'm going to leave that to the direction of staff in terms of, looking at, for instance, enforcement and looking at tiers, and if there's a better way in terms of even going out to various residents in terms of using the cab to help spread the word. I'm not saying it has to necessarily be contained only in a cab. I think I'm going to leave that up to staff to communicate as effectively as they can to help get feedback for all the districts and all the impacted areas, essentially, and that this would affect. So I'll do it that way, and then that way we'll leave it to staff to get that information.
And I will say to note, and I see that the DA signed in, and then Commissioner Clark for comments before the vote, but this commission has looked at STRs annually, pretty much, in response to the community to ensure that we're being responsive. So perhaps there be a goal of coming back by December or January with what those recommendations could be.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you so much. DA Canderas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a point of order. When typically we draft ordinances, what's in the ordinance and its legality is determined by the district attorney's office. Typically, we would go, the district attorney can talk to anybody who they think is an important stakeholder in that, but I don't believe that the commission should require a working group to help draft the conditions. And I would also point out that back in 2019, I was reading the minutes of when they first established it, because actually your assistant district attorney, Nate Edwards, is an expert in this area of short-term rentals, but the DA at the time declined to use the homeowners association and their standards as a standard for the issuance of our permits. And basically, Mr. Liparelli, who was the AD at the time, said he didn't think it was appropriate, legal didn't think it was appropriate to get into a role that attempted to apply private standards to the issuance of a public permit. So I'm not saying that we can't look at it, but I just want you to know that that has been considered. Thank you. So my point of order is the motion, you don't have to initiate any amendments. You could decline it right now and just let it go. Or if you do want some specific things addressed like tiers, you can put that in. So you could move to initiate amendments.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, yes.
So I did have a pretty deep discussion with DA Edwards about your point. So I don't want to get into that. I'll let the professionals do the work that needs to be done. I'm just asking that it be considered, that's all. I'm not putting any type of, request of implementation. But I do think the streamlining is going to help, and I think any feedback can be gathered as staff sees fit to provide to the DA's office in the crafting of the ordinance, if that helps with clarification.
DA Canderas.
So I guess I want us to clarify the motion. So you do want to initiate, the motion is to initiate amendments which can include but not be limited to, and you said streamlining the enforcement process.
And streamlining the process, looking at tiers, yes, and providing feedback from the community that would be shared accordingly in order to draft the ordinance as appropriate.
I think that's appropriate.
Thank you.
And the seconder agrees with that motion. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I used a round number a while ago of about 8,000 folks, and I heard a number from Incline Village. They said it was 7,700. And I also pointed out that we only had 149 respondents to a survey. I think it's important that the county reach out through more than the cabs up there to get as much feedback from the public as possible. I don't have an appetite for even being in this business, as I've said before, but if we're going to be in it, let's at least do what the majority wants up there. And that seems to be where the vast majority of these permits have been issued. So I'd like to hear from as many people as possible. So the biggest net we can throw out, we need to throw out and hear from, I'd like to hear from 1,000 people. Probably won't be that many, but people are, if they're passionate about it, they need to reach out and give us their opinions, and then we can digest that and act accordingly. Next, I'd like to get this moving a little faster. This has been a lightning rod issue. It takes up a lot of time at these county commissions. I think we need to have this back in front of us within the next 60 days to figure out what's taking place. I don't want to bring it back next year. By next year, we may have, there's two commissioners running for office here. They may not be here. So let's get this resolved while the people are in the know or here to get it resolved. I don't want to wait until next January or December or whenever. So I'd like to see it moved along, and let's get it done. We've got other fish to fry. We've got other things to do later. Let's get this put to bed and move forward. So I want to see it move faster. Thank you.
So Commissioner Andriola, sticking with your motion, I'm assuming, per DA Canderis's discussion?
Yes, I mean, faster is always great, but I think I'll be here in December unless you know something different.
I didn't say anybody
But I mean,
in particular.
I
My
think
point
we were
is,
talking about December,
Right.
just a point of clarification. I think we weren't talking about next year. I think just to clarify, I think we were talking about December. Was that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
And
so
the election is in
December of
November of next year.
2023.
I will remind
December of
Commissioner Clark.
2023 or earlier, if in fact you're able to get, because I too share Commissioner Clark's point about getting as many people and getting as much feedback as possible, if that's possible.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen. I will say I've been at this effort, this short-term rental effort since I got into office, and it's a lot on the staff for CSD. They have a lot of other things that they're working on, so I tried to be realistic with that December timeline. I don't know if that is a timeline that you think you could bring this back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a point of clarification. If we were to start working on an updated ordinance, I think it is feasible that we could get a draft to the Planning Commission by the end of the year. I don't know that it would necessarily be feasible to take that through to Planning Commission and then to this board in that same time frame. However, if the desire is to have an update at this board prior to draft language going to the Planning Commission, we can plan for that. So I would just like that clarification if that is the request. Bringing it back to this board before we have a draft.
I mean, that sounds realistic to me, but I don't know about the motioner.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table with a second to move forward with the amendments and community outreach. Any questions on the motion? Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, so clarification, if we open this up, it's to talk about process, efficiencies, and outreach, correct?
Tiers.
Tiers and outreach.
Right, and then looking at the verification process, if there's the ability through the verification process to stay compliant with the HOA, as an example.
So it will not be discussed to have a cap. That will not resurface
No.
in this motion. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank
No
you for the
cap involved.
clarification.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so we have a motion on the table, a second. Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And I think that motion passes, but let me look. Yes, it does. Okay, thank you, everyone. We now will move on to item 11. Mr. Manager.
Item 11 is a recommendation and possible action to approve the purchase and sale between Washoe County and BHC Health Services of Nevada, Inc., a Nevada corporation for the property commonly known as the West Hills Hospital located at 1240 East 9th Street, Reno, Nevada, APN 008-171-38, an approximate 3.43 acres, portion of the overall 4.69 acre site is authorized in Nevada Revised Statutes 244.275 for $4.8 million and authorized the county manager to execute any and all required documents necessary for the property purchase.
Welcome back.
Good afternoon. For the record, Dave Solero, apparent property guy today.
Yes, you are.
So I do not have a formal presentation on this item. However, I do have a little bit of background for this board. In December of 2021, the Board of County Commissioners allocated $4.8 million of the state local recovery funds to potential purchase of the West Hills Hospital that closed on December 20th, 2021, so a year prior. This closure has really impacted the mental health capabilities within our community for the adolescent group, and I believe that's why really the discussion came around. We actually discussed with that group that owns the facility the potential to have Washoe County have a first right of refusal before they sell the facility. It has taken a while to negotiate with this group that owns properties all across the United States to try to really get to the point where this makes sense for Washoe County to own a piece of property where we don't provide these services to the community. However, we have the ability to contract with others to provide these services. I've done some research and been schooled by my counterparts within other departments really about the effects of kind of the Medicare process and how that is impacting the ability for service providers to not be able to cover their costs associated with this, and that is part of the problem that we're seeing. And so Washoe County had this opportunity, has this opportunity with these state recovery funds to be able to purchase a facility and be able to assist a provider in providing these needed uses within our community. Again, the negotiation through this process, through the state law, we got an appraisal. We went through the appraisal, we looked at it. At the time, I sat down with the then chair and vice chair and decided, had a conversation around, does this sound adequate? Does this sound right? It sounded right to Washoe County staff when you start taking a look at the cost per square foot. So the offer of $4.8 million was put out. It was accepted by the owner. Just for some clarification for this board, the sales price at $4.8 million equates to about $101.70 per square foot. We did an analysis of the building. There's some renovation that needs to occur to bring the facility up to a very usable standard for us. That cost is about $192 per square foot, giving a total overall cost for this facility at $293.77 per square foot. When you look at new construction of facilities of this type, we are looking in the $750 to $950 per square foot range. That is a whole discussion that we've had with a previous item on this, but prevailing wages, the public works, the ability to get contractors in, material increase costs, all of those things are hitting this local market and vying for costs for new construction. So when I say that $750 to $950, that is just the construction cost. That does not include the property cost. It does not include the water rights. It does not include the connection fees. It does not include all of those other fees that are associated with that. So at just under $300 per square foot, an existing building is a smoking deal, if I might say so, for Washoe County. So there's some work that needs to be done. The property is actually a little bit larger, as Manager Brown mentioned, than the 3.43 acres. They are actually leasing a portion of this to Coral Academy. So we would actually do a subdivision and carve the section out with this. There are other uses other than youth mental health. We are working with the health district. The health district has a need for new space. They have a $10 million grant from the state for TB clinic and a satellite health office. That is a use that could be done on this property, either within this building or a separate building on this property. That allows this board then to determine the fate of the 10 Kerman facility that the TB clinic currently resides out of. That is another option in this property. Just to remind everybody, is just like right kitty corner across from this campus. So the location, they say location, location, location. Location is pretty good for Washoe County and the Washoe County Health District. With that, I think I would like to point out during that negotiation, there were some deed restrictions that the company wanted to make sure were tied to this property. And so in full disclosure to the board, they are part of the Exhibit C in this packet, as part of the purchase and sale agreement. Washoe County, however, has been able to negotiate that Washoe County and the Health District, we can contract for the work, has a whole list of things that we can actually do that are outside of those deed restrictions, because the company that we're buying from understands, kind of our plight and what we're trying to do for the community. However, in the future, if we do decide to sell this facility, those deed restrictions will come full into play on this, and it really limits this property to not be utilized for healthcare services. So that would, based on the zoning, it would be offices or classroom space, or there are other uses within the public facilities zoning within the city of Reno. But I wanted to make sure that that was on the public record for all of you, so you understand that if Washoe County sells this parcel in the future, there are restrictions that would kick back in on that. And with that, I think I will turn it back over to the board. There are others in the audience that can talk to the need or uses that are potential here. And so I think I'll leave it at that and turn it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slero. I know you've been working very hard on this. I remember initial conversations on this, so this is a very exciting day. Commissioner Clark, I have you signed in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've expressed some concerns in the past, and I'll do so again today, with the deed restrictions. I'm concerned about that. You say it's a smoking deal at the price, the cost to buy it and to rehab it, but it's a health facility. If the county ever had to liquidate, those deed restrictions will come back. Has anybody from this organization, I guess they're based in Massachusetts, is that where they're some East Coast state? Has anybody explained to the county why they're so adamant about these deed restrictions? I mean, 20 years from now, 50 years from now, 10 years from now, what do they care who the county sells it to and what they may want to do? What is their, can we help with the thought process? Did they give us any ideas?
Absolutely. For the commissioner through the chair, the reason that they would like to restrict the use of this property is because they have other properties in the area that provide some of these services. And so they don't want Washoe County to be able to sell this to a competitor to compete against them within the area. That is kind of the business model that they've utilized across the nation with these properties that they buy and sell. And so that is the reasoning for having the deed restrictions, so that it limits competition for the services that they provide to the communities that they move into or provide services in.
So with that in mind, is there any way to negotiate a better price? Because if you put this into some common terms, this is like buying a car that you can only use one day a week, or at least the next person that you sell it to can. So that devalues the property in my mind. I've got a book here, but nobody in the room has read this book, a 2-day course, How to Critique an Appraisal. So, when you look at this is a lien on the property in a way that it prevents the county from selling this on the open market in the future. So is there any concession in price we can get because of this? Can we use this in any kind of leverage to do something that'll save the county some money? Those are my questions. And if we do move forward with this, I'd like to see this tied with the property on Kerman, and there's some surplus property that's sitting over there that just doesn't make any sense for the county to own. It makes more sense for Renown to own it. It's right on the corner of their campus. So I think if we we can do this and get rid of a property that's long been discussed to get rid of, and make that part of this deal. Not necessarily to them. We certainly don't want to trade in a property, but get that on the market, get it appraised, and get that sold, and figure out a way to get rid of that, and use part of that money to pay for this. So if Kerman's worth $1 million-ish. And then, we could use that money, and it's what I was talking about earlier, is liquidating some non-performing county assets to buy something that we need. And that seems to make financial sense, at least to me, but I'm just one member up here. My decisions don't always count for much, but that's a way to get rid of some non-producing asset and leverage that into something that the county does seem to need. But again, back to the deed restrictions, I think we should be able to leverage that a little bit, and based on the fact that we're going to be restricted if we won't be around when it happens, but whoever in the future, I don't want to have such a situation where somebody 10, 15, 20 years from now says, I wonder why they did that. It sure hamstringed us. It sure made our life more difficult to sell this thing. Now it's got some liens on this deed. So those are my thoughts on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Looking to the board, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. I too was very excited to see this item finally come before us. We've been having conversations with Manager Brown over the last year, and also at the District Board of Health. And as a school counselor by trade, I can tell you I will never forget the day I read that West Hills was closing its doors. It was very startling for us practitioners. I've had boots on the ground working with youth in our community, and knowing that Nevada is ranked 51st in the nation for not only adult behavioral health, but youth behavioral health is very, very alarming. We have a tremendous crisis on our hands, and we just have a lack of beds. We have a lack of options for our children and adults. They're typically being, transported to our jails or waiting in emergency rooms, and this is not only impacting our jails and hospitals. We are seeing it impacting our schools and our foster care system. And so as an adoptive mother myself, and knowing firsthand the decline of Medicaid providers that has been happening over the years, it's scary. It's hard to find resources for your family and your kids. So I feel a tremendous sense of urgency, and I don't want to get that lost in translation with deeds. We listened to a presentation hours ago where we were talking exactly about how certain properties had deeds linked to them. And so I don't want to have us deviate from the critical need and importance of this. Our state legislators recently looked at improving workforce shortages to address our mental health crisis, but I think us as policymakers, we really need to be on the lookout for exactly this. There are creative, innovative approaches to do things here locally and to better improve our mental health infrastructure as a whole. And so I have a hard time hiding how excited I am about this and the possibilities that this contains, and I'm ready to make a motion when you're ready.
That's wonderful, Commissioner Garcia, and I completely agree. I was talking to our Human Services Agency folks, and we had 2 attempted suicides by youth in our community this weekend, and one actually was actualized. And so that is the urgency. That is the need on the ground. We do not have care for our juveniles for mental health, and we as a county are doing something about it, and I applaud the team. Thank you so much for working on these negotiations, and Manager Brown for moving so quickly when you found out that West Hills was going to close, how the county can support and how we can come in on this. So this is a big deal, a big day for our community, and just shows what we can do on a local government front, because we for so long have said that's the state's job, that's the state's job. Well, the state isn't able to do it, and so the county is trying to find partners, and my understanding is that probably will come back to us later who our partner will be on this, but to provide that care for our families, so badly needed. So I am very excited as well. I want to hear from my other board members. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't want to slow down the process either. I was just asking some questions, but if this moves forward and the rehab that needs to take place. This isn't a turnkey operation. Just can you give us an idea of when, if let's say we purchase this property today, what's the turnaround time? What kind of a lag time are we going to have with this? About.
I appreciate the question, Commissioner. The due diligence period to finalize the purchase and sale with the splitting of the land and some of those other sorts of things is, probably realistically 4 to 6 months to get that piece. During that time, we will be doing construction documents and all of the rest of the things necessary to be able to move forward with a renovation. I would suggest that, to get this building up and operational and ready to go, we are looking in the July or August timeframe next year. This is not something we can do overnight. We will need to do a request for proposals and go through that whole process for a partner to help us through this process. We will start potentially the kickoff for either a portion of this or a new facility for the health district as well, which will get us to the point where we're most likely talking about a year from now in selling the 10 Kerman location. There's work to be associated there, but I try not to jump too fast. There is a critical need. We know the critical need is out there, but we also want to make sure we do it correctly.
Would it be a safe assumption that we're looking at the better part of 2 years before it's open for business?
I would suggest that our goal is to make sure that we are open for business roughly a year from now. Mm-hmm. That's the goal of the team if the board approves this sale.
So that's a realistic expectation then.
I believe it is.
A year to do whatever rehab needs to be done, move forward.
I believe it is.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commissioners have comments, questions? I'm not seeing any. Commissioner Garcia, I want to hear that motion.
Yes, thank you to the county manager's office for their patience and continual negotiations through this process. And I'm happy to make the motion to approve the purchase of 1240 East 9th Street.
Thank you.
Second.
And thank you, Vice Chair Herman. We have a motion and a second. Public comment, Madam Clerk.
There is none.
Okay, thank you. I didn't think so, but thank you for letting me know. So a motion and a second. Any question on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And, oh man, that passes unanimously. What an amazing vote. So congratulations to the team. This is very exciting. Okay, we are now on to item 12.
Item 12 is a recommendation to acknowledge and approve a resolution allowing an invocation at the opening of public meetings of the Board of County Commissioners and the guidelines and procedures pertaining thereto.
I'm sorry.
We have Elizabeth Jordan in chambers.
Wonderful. I know that this was initiated by Commissioner Andriola. So Commissioner Andriola, do you want to kick it off or do you want to have staff kind of do the intro? Okay. Welcome, Ms. Jordan.
All right. Good evening, commissioners. We are at that time of the afternoon / early evening. Thank you for having me here today. As you mentioned, this request was brought forward by Commissioner Andriola. When staff received this request, we put together a team to look through the recommendations of how we might bring this back to the board for your consideration today. And so in doing this, we wanted to look at established case law. We want to ensure that we don't violate the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment because it does allow for legislative prayer, but to do so within constraints, within some boundaries and some guardrails. And so that's what we want to discuss. So we looked at that case law. We looked, there's a 2014 Supreme Court case as well as 2 more recent district level cases, 4th District and 9th District. So we evaluated those. We also went out to look at what other local municipalities have done in this regard. We are not the first to face this, to bring it forward, or if things have not gone well, to put guardrails in place and that sort of thing. So we looked at several different resolutions that public entity bodies have brought forward for approval. We looked at guidelines, processes, and procedures. Once we had a package together, we sent it over to the district attorney's office for review and recommendation. And that's where we are. So I just want to highlight a few things for you this evening, some of the guiding principles that are in the agenda packet for you this evening, that we are proposing to do this at one designated meeting per month. We want to honor the rich cultural and spiritual fabric of Washoe County, our community, by adding this invocation to the agenda. Some of the do's around this, so the guardrails, are that this would be offered for the benefit of the commissioners. It's meant to add a solemn spirit to the meetings, ask for wisdom and guidance as the commission engages in policy making for the citizens of this community. And that the invocations shall be positive and uplifting in nature. They're not an opportunity for disparagement of other people or organizations or beliefs, or to present one particular belief system to be superior to another. So some of the don'ts then, that we shouldn't require, there's no expectation of participation by either members of the public that might be in chambers or staff. And that no county employee or elected county official shall have a say in what the content of that invocation is. So we wouldn't be screening it. We shouldn't inquire about the content. We can't prescribe content. And that it's really up to the individual who wants to provide that invocation, and hope that they stay within the principles of the guiding document that we've set forth, and that the invocation shouldn't exceed 2 minutes in length. We had a discussion about, would we want to do a hard cut like we do for public comment? We decided no, that wouldn't be in the spirit of invocation. So that's why the time limit recommended for this is 2 minutes. That way, if there's a little bit of leeway, but hopefully they're not very long invocations. With that in mind, we have built a request form. It's available on the Washoe County's website. It mirrors our request for proclamation. Invocation requests would be scheduled on a first-come, first-served basis. We would give preference to those who have not provided an invocation before, as we're trying to present this as an inclusive, equitable opportunity for members of our community. And then the confirmation of the invocation request would come through the manager's office, the agenda coordinator, as they do for other existing presentations and special items on the agenda. So with that, I'm open to discussion, questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Thank you for pulling this together so quickly. I am definitely impressed. I want to, pass it over to Commissioner Andriola to see what her thoughts are and if she wants to add anything.
Well, I just want to extend my deepest appreciation for not only your hard work, but the DA's office and Candy Ramos and the staff of the county manager and his leadership. It means, I think, a lot to our community to be able to represent our community in all faiths. And the discussions that we've had in being very inclusionary and not having, and even partnering. I think that was really a really great opportunity to partner with the interfaith community and look at that as an additional resource. So I really do appreciate everyone. I'm more than excited and thrilled to see this be turned around so quickly. So thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. It was a team effort.
Yes, thank you.
I have a question. If we don't have folks that have signed up, it just won't be on the agenda, correct?
Well, so we're targeting it for one a month,
Right.
potentially a middle meeting or one where there's already a proclamation. We have it set in the guidelines because we may have a last-minute cancellation that we may not be able to foresee once the agenda has been posted. So the guidelines have it that if someone's scheduled to be there, if there's a cancellation or what have you, that it could default to a moment of silence directed by the chair of the commission.
Okay.
And that's how we could handle if there is a last-minute change or for any
Or no one signs up
scheduling.
or, okay, great.
Correct.
Thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
Any other commissioner comments or questions? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, I see we have public comment.
We do. Janet Butcher.
Janet Butcher for the record. Somebody's left all their comments up here. Please enter my comments into the record as I say them. I think this is a wonderful idea. I look forward to it. I always love to hear from any and all denominations. You can glean a lot of information from people. I think that the county does need prayer. But I also would pray that we could get some of the other agenda items on the, listed on the agenda as quickly as we did this one. I don't understand why we haven't gotten the things that Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Herman have asked for. Months have gone by, months, since March. And this one just came up in May. And see, things can happen quickly if you want them to. They did a great job in getting this one set forward. So I would anticipate that we could do that for other agenda items that have been requested by the other commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Okay. Any other commissioner comments? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to acknowledge and approve Resolution 23-117, allowing an invocation at the opening of public meetings of the Board of County Commissioners and the implementation of the guidelines and procedures pertaining to thereto.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second?
Thank you, Vice Chair Herman. We have a motion by Commissioner Andriola and a second by Vice Chair Herman. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And I think that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We are now moving right along to item 16.
Item 16 is a recommendation to approve a resolution transferring Washoe County's 2023 pro rata share of the State of Nevada's Private Activity Bonding Authority in the amount of $6,889,172.03 to the Director of State of Nevada Department of Building and Industry to support the development of affordable housing projects, specifically the construction of a multifamily housing project of approximately 240 affordable housing units with rent amount restricted to 60% of area median income or below, located off of Chocolate Drive in Sun Valley, Nevada, and to authorize the chair to sign the resolution on APN 502-250-09 and 502-250-10. The applicant is Pedcar Investments, LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I see that we have a staff presentation, but I don't know if the commission wishes to have a presentation at this late hour or if you have specific questions on this item. I'm looking to the board to see, and I'm not seeing anyone that has any questions. I'm going to open it up for public comment then. Madam Clerk.
Mark Newman.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Mark Newman. As you all know, I do sit on other boards, but this is not pertaining to any of the boards that I sit on. This is just as a very, very concerned citizen of Sun Valley. Now, originally, when the Chocolate Drive project came up, all the residents of Sun Valley rather have had houses. That got outvoted and went to apartments. The Sun Valley citizens decided they didn't want apartments. The Citizens Advisory Board said they didn't want apartments. When it went to the big speech and they gave the nice lecture on it, everybody was down against apartments. They wanted houses to improve Sun Valley. And that got voted down. And the low-income apartments are actually a subsidized apartments. So everybody that moves in there that gets a 60% of that voucher is paid for by the taxpayers of Washoe County to help subsidize it. So this developer of Indiana still gets the full regular square foot per price. It's just subsidized by the citizens of Washoe County to help the low income. Now he's asking for a $6,889,172 $2.03 bond from the taxpayers of Washoe County to not only pay for his apartment, but he's going to get subsidized from the citizens of Washoe County. And as a concerned citizen of over 60 years, and this developer from Indiana is going to have his apartments paid for by the taxpayers, and he's also going to get it built by the taxpayers. And I don't know if he's going to be paying interest on this bond or not, if he's going to be paying current interest rates, or is he going to be paying that nice 2.5%, 1.5% on this loan that he's getting from Washoe County? Or is this even going to be a loan? Is it we just giving him the money to build it as well? Those are some of the questions. And I just think it's a bad expenditure of money of almost $7 million that the taxpayers are going to give an investor from another state when we're already going to be paying for him to rent the apartments out by the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Looking to the board for, okay, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this is a situation where I appreciate what Mr. Newman had to say. I work on several boards with him. I value his opinion. You know, it just, as a former assessor, we like to compare and contrast. We look at the item that we discussed earlier about a developer who's going to pay for everything and do lots of stuff and dump lots of money in there, create jobs, union jobs, put in water lines, put in sewer lines, pay for all this stuff himself, and then we turn around and we've got a situation where, according to what I just heard, and I'm not sure exactly how this works, but I'd like to have more detail about how we're going to take another out-of-state developer and give them a discount. So again, how do you compare these two projects, and how do you vote one down and vote yes on the other? So I'd like to have more information if somebody's here to make a presentation or explain exactly how this financing works and how this will impact the local economy. Thank you.
Yes, if we could have some staff presentation, or if you could just cover Commissioner Clark's questions, that would be great.
For the record, Katrina Peters with Washoe County Housing and Homeless Services. Private activity bonds are a tool to aid in financing affordable housing projects. In Nevada, the private activity bond program is administered through the State Housing Division. This is not a bond issued by Washoe County. This does not have a fiscal impact on us. It does not impact our bond rating. This item before you is a resolution to endorse the project and allocate our pro rata share of private activity bonds to the state for this project. I'd be happy to take further questions.
Sure. I'm just trying to get Mr. Newman's passionate about it. You know, I hope he understands how you're explaining this. So that's my point, is I want the taxpayers, the people that show up at these meetings, to understand what's taking place. So his questions are my questions. Thank you.
And Ms. Peters, perhaps you could talk about the lasagna effect for this workforce, because this is workforce housing. That's what this is, but it certainly isn't 120 AMI housing. So it's a different kind of workforce. But if you could explain why this is needed versus a fair market value apartment complex, that would be helpful.
Absolutely. So as you mentioned, financing of affordable housing development is very complicated and necessitates a developer to look at multiple sources to fund that development, finance that development. So the private activity bonds are one layer in the lasagna of the capital stack of affordable housing. Getting approved for a private activity bond by the state also automatically qualifies the developer for what's called a 4% tax credit. So it allows them to tap into the low-income housing tax credit program to be able to further add another layer to that lasagna.
Great. Any other commissioner questions? Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you so much. And I too appreciate Mr. Newman's advocacy for Sun Valley. And I'm new to this as well. And the first time I saw that complicated layering of financing was at the groundbreaking back in May in Sun Valley for a 95 unit project. And that was really eye-opening to me, and I still don't understand how it all works and how it all shakes out. But what I can tell you is we have a project here that is going to be 100% of the units affordable housing. And, you know, depending on the final build-out costs, we're looking at around approximately $900 for a one-bedroom, $1,000 for a two-bedroom, and approximately $1,100 for a three-bedroom. And that is just eye-opening, given the circumstances that we have here today. So I appreciate, you know, treading carefully. There's a lot of misinformation and sometimes distrust, to be honest. And so I appreciate kind of nudging back and advocating for your community. So I just also wanted to advocate for what is seems to be an incredible project for our Sun Valley constituents.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other commissioners? I'm not seeing any, so I am looking for a motion.
So move.
Okay, any seconds? Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. We have a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Okay, let's see. It looks like that motion passes unanimously. Another great project for our community. Thank you to the developers for staying so long for that, and staff. And now, Mr. Manager, we're moving into item 19.
Item 19 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Terry Brooks, followed by Gary Schmidt.
We've missed you, Mr. Brooks. Thank you for coming back.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, I'm Terry Brooks. Last time I was here, I spoke about homelessness leading to poor physical health. Today, I'd like to speak about it leading to poor mental health. When homelessness, then hunger, then illness are things you have to endure, then you can't help but find yourself feeling very insecure. Being homeless and physically ill can be like a curse that then leads to mental illness, which makes matters even worse. If to feed and take care of yourself, you find yourself unable, then you cannot help but find your life being very unstable. Problems like these are going to lead to a state of a lot of frustration, and such feelings as these then lead to a state of desperation. When you're homeless and unhealthy and in a phase of near starvation, you've not only lost your home, you're like a house with no foundation. Mental Health America releases its annual report, and Nevada ranks 51st. This is not the first time that Nevada has ranked the worst. So the Washoe Regional Behavioral Health Policy Board sponsored a bill for crisis stabilization centers to help the mentally ill. Emotional and personality disorders, alcoholism, and drug abuse have been way more common and frequent among homeless men. And with women being homeless, some of the many results include stressful lives, psychiatric problems, and enduring physical and sexual assaults. Homeless children experience more mental health problems, behavioral and developmental delays, and are at more risk of non-acceptance and teasing and bullying in various ways. Homeless children have more risk-taking behaviors and from resulting injuries have died. And by being homeless, they are more likely to suffer depression and suicide. After researching homelessness and mental illness, of one thing I am sure: if we come up with 1 ounce of prevention, it could save more than a ton of cure. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back when I have a lot more to say.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks, the Poet Laureate of Washoe County. That was fabulous.
Gary
Madam
Schmidt
Clerk.
has some documents that I will distribute, and after Gary, we will have Mark Newman.
Thank you.
I'll turn that on.
It's on.
It's not on screen.
We can see it, Mr. Schmidt.
You can see it? I can't see it. Okay, there we go. For the record, Gary Schmidt resided in Washoe County for half a century. Currently reside in Story County, been there about 3 years. I've owned property in Washoe County for half a century that I still own, and other parcels that I bought along the way. I'm a graduate of San Jose State University with a degree in economics, have a year of graduate work in real estate at the University of California. I own commercial, agricultural, and residential rental properties in 4 states, including single-family homes, duplexes, mobile home park, RV park, and various commercial and ag properties. I'm here to give you a warning or a preface of an item that's working its way up to you. It's an application by the Gerlach General Improvement District, where I own substantial property, for a zoning change amendment. And it's quite simple, but there's a lot of detail, and so I wanted to give you some materials in advance, and so that you can be contemplating this as it works its way up to you. First of all, a little background. This is the property right here. This is property right here is the subject 12 acres that is owned by the GID. And just 6 years ago, they put in a regulatory zoning amendment to change that from general rural 1 residence to medium density suburban 57 residences. They sold off 3 lots and have done nothing since that time. In your packet on the last page, you'll see that they did survey and engineer an additional 6 lots, but they've sat on them for the last 6 years. Let me say that there was a housing shortage and a developable lot shortage in Gerlach, as there is throughout most of Nevada. And they're now seeking to change with another zoning application to change that 57, that 12 acres or the 18 acres from 57 parcels to 162. Gerlach only has 110 parcels. It will more than double the capacity of the town of Gerlach. And they're doing it in such a manner that's not in keeping with the rural character that we in Gerlach want to maintain. Let me just also say that there's a lot of bureaucratic bull going on. The staff report says that the community supports all these changes. They don't. You're going to be receiving petitions and other documentation to show that the staff does not support them. And let me just conclude with saying that if your roof leaks, you don't solve the problem by buying new furniture. You're not addressing the problem.
Thank you.
Mark Newman, followed by Catherine Snedeker.
Good evening, Commissioners, again. Mark Newman for the record. So we talked about our new Chocolate Drive project, and earlier we had on the thing number 8. And this guy that wants to do the development over there off Parr Boulevard, Dandini, is willing to do all kinds of stuff. The developer that we're talking about from Indiana, when we asked him to do anything for Gifford Drive or for 4th Street, refused to do anything. He says all of his citizens are going to go in and out from 2nd Street. When his apartment stretches from Gifford to 5th Street, they're going to walk a mile to get to the bus stop instead of a half a mile down Gifford or 4th Street to get to the bus stop. He refused to do anything for any of this drainage, refused to do anything for improving the streets other than the ones that just at the very end that he has to have emergency access. So it's kind of goofy to me how one can get away with everything and not have to do anything, and the other one that wants to do everything can't get anything. that's up to you guys. The other subject I is bringing in is, I know 7th Street from Sun Valley Drive westward over into Lemon Valley is gonna need improvement. And when they decide with the RTC and whoever else decides, I really hope that you guys widen that street. Since they put the houses at the top, and with the North Valley's High School, there's a lot of bicycles and walking that goes over the top of that road now. And some of the walking paths, the striped line on the side only leaves 3, maybe 4 inches for people to try to walk or ride their bike on. It's getting really dangerous up there with all the additional traffic that's coming from the North Valleys through Sun Valley to get into Sparks and out to Vista Boulevard when they have to use the US Parkway. Thank you, guys. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Good night.
Catherine Snedeker, followed by Janet Butcher.
For the record, Catherine Snedeker, non-person, non-resident, and enfranchised natural-born American women. I keep saying that because you keep treating me like a person. You defined what a person is. Therefore, you regulate persons. I am not a person that you can regulate. You don't have any standing over me. And I want that perfectly clear, because some of you act like you don't know what I'm talking about. And I really don't care. I'm just telling you how it is. Because if I don't need a driver license and I don't need to register my truck to go down the road in this state or any county or any city, I certainly don't have to follow your rules because I am not a person you regulate. If any of you up there feel bullied, quit. You're not in the right place if you feel bullied. If you feel disrespected, you know what? Start doing your job for the people like you campaigned to do. I'll be your representative. You're not our representative. You're the shutdown crew. Shut down speech, shut down participation, shut down words you don't like to hear because, oh God, I don't know why. Such a bunch of damn bullshit. You talk like normal people. If you don't like it, too bad. Start respecting us. You don't represent us. You represent the body politic. And the community you represent is located in this complex. It's not for us. What benefit do I get when you take my tax dollars and give it to homeless people? Every week you're giving money to them. Every week you give money to the sheriff. What do we get? We get shit on. Don't you interrupt me. Do not interrupt my...
this discussion.
Yes, we did, and you were wrong. Do not interrupt me. You are disrupting...
DA Canderas, can you please mute the mic and stop the timer? Yes, DA Canderas.
Thank you. You, Ms. Snedeker, we are allowed to place restrictions to conduct an orderly meeting, and use of profanity disrupts our operations.
I'm sorry, it's free speech. Supreme Court, Cohen versus California.
Ms. Snedeker, please do not argue with the DA. We are telling you the restrictions. Ms. Snedeker.
Your First Amendment right to free speech is not absolute in a public meeting, and there's a lot of case law on that. First of all, if the content or your comments is willfully disruptive of the meeting by being irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, irrational, or amounting to personal attacks or interfering with the rights of others, you're violating the orderly process of this meeting. So I would ask you to not do that, or you're going to...
Ms. Snedeker, please do not argue with the DA. Ms. Snedeker, do you want to finish your public comment? Because you have 39 seconds. I'd love for you to finish it, but we're asking you to please not use profanities.
Stop disrupting my speech.
Okay, we're going to give you a chance.
I'm in my window.
We can start the timer and turn the mic back on.
Oh, you didn't tell me it was on. Thank you. So I am forking sick and tired of you ice holes that don't respect us and don't represent us and lie to us and are in the process of racketeering with the electors group. That's not good for you. And don't you ever disrupt my speech again.
Next
Janet
public
Butcher?
comment. Thank you.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the record as I say it. I just want to clarify that when I spoke about the $21 million and it equating to $438,000 a unit, as I read everything for item 17, it didn't talk about any peripherals. It didn't talk about anything else about except for the 50 units. So that's where I came up with that number. Mr. Schmidt was another example of someone who had to sit here all day long to put forth something that he felt was important to him. Again, can we please place public comment back on the agenda, or as Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Herman have asked for, have it put back on or have it voted on by the commissioners so we can see who is for it and who is not for it. Hopefully, maybe since Commissioner Andriola got her stuff put on so quickly, maybe she could request it and it can get put back on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there's nobody else in chambers signed in, but I do have an email to place on the record.
Great. Thank you so much. We are now moving to item 20.
Item 20 is commissioners and county managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information or topics for future agendas.
Okay, I'm looking to my commissioners to see if you've got anything for us tonight. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to talk about lunch tomorrow with the commissioner. I believe that's out in, north of here. Spanish Springs, I'm sorry. It's got three other thoughts going on in my head. Yeah, Spanish Springs, out there. We're going to have lunch tomorrow between 11:30 and 12:30. Invite everybody seniors to come out and enjoy that. I'd also like to see, also like to talk about biking with the commissioner at 9 o'clock Sunday morning, Cottonwood Park. We're going to ride starting in Cottonwood Park and ride into downtown to the Hub Coffee spot. I know a lot of folks kind of reluctant to ride along the river by themselves, so this will be a group effort, and anybody that wants to can ride along. You ride your skateboard, skip, join us down there. We're not trying to race, it's just a Sunday morning ride, and it's mostly shaded. It's just a nice ride along the river. Next, I'd like to see in the future an item on the agenda about selling the Kerman property. I'd like to have that brought up and see if we can figure out how we can get that property possibly sold to Renowned there. I'd like to see on public, again, I'm going to ask again for early comment, a really public comment to be back on the agenda, either on the agenda to have people speak or on the agenda to have a vote. I'd like to see where the commissioners stand on this. I think the chair, if she believes strongly enough in this that she does, and I know she does, she should bring it up. If it's worthy of doing, it's worthy of voting, and let the public understand who's for this and who's against this. So I'm asking for that to come back on the agenda, or on the agenda, not back on. Public comment. I'd like to have it, and I've asked for it numerous times, and I'd like to see it a presentation by the Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to see that presentation as soon as possible here so we can get a good understanding of what the Chamber of Commerce is doing here in the county. Get that on the record, let people understand what the Chamber of Commerce is doing. Again, I'd like to ask for retroactive pay to be back on, put on the agenda so we can vote on it. I want to see where the commissioners stand on it. You know, there was a few months ago, back I think it was February, when people were all for it, and then they've backed off from that. So again, I'd like to see that a vote. Let's figure that out. You know, we've got a workforce here, and we've got to respect those people, and we've got to give them a pay raise that is equal to inside the manager's office and how they receive their pay. The manager now tells me we don't have the money to give it to them. Well, the manager should have thought about that. The manager's office and HR should have thought about that before they took their pay raise. They jumped the line, in my opinion. So I would like to have a vote on that. I want to see how the commissioners feel about that. Next, I want to ask Ms. Canderas. She was in a meeting with myself, Nate Edwards, and Chair Hill. Chair Hill said that she would put on the agenda voting to see if we would retain her as the chair. Do you remember that meeting, Ms. Canderas, this week? So I want to hold the chair to her word that she said she'd put that on the agenda. I wanted to see that on the agenda as soon as possible. And that's information I'd like to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just beg a little? Can we bring back the first public comment so freedom of speech is back here, please?
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments? Mr. Manager, do you have something?
I do, Madam Chair. I'm trying to hold it together over here. I just want to thank this commission for approving the West Hills property. We have just changed the trajectory of mental health delivery in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Brown, for your passion and for making that happen. It's a big deal. Very big deal. Any other commissioner comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the Sheriff's Office, as always, for staying with us through this. I hope you were able to stay awake back there. Again, thank you for your service, and thanks for sitting here all day. At least you got a chair now. Compared to when we first started this, you had to stand, the other deputies had to stand all day. So thanks for your service.
Okay, with that, we are adjourned. Thanks for a great meeting, everyone.